Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're doing it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Tuesday's paint party, you guys. 40K paint party hangout. We're going to be doing a little bit of edge highlighting for the... Oh, you can't see him, can you? Damn, focus, bro. I don't have it set to... Hold on. There. I think it's because it's picking up my face. Oh, well, I don't know, you guys. Anyways, we're going to be doing some edge highlighting on that guy. We're also going to be building up another one. We have another Terminator we're going to start on. Take it out of the box here in a little bit. Release him from his sprue prison. Thank you guys for being here. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all your paint party enhancers. I got my blue, my Corax white. I'm going to mix up a little bit to get a lighter blue for the edges. And then while that stuff's drying, we'll start putting the other one together. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Thank you guys for being here. Let's crack that drink open right now. Got a soda, got some chips. We got a little Vox in the Void to watch. We're going to be watching something called All the Gods Are Dead, Act 1, a Warhammer 40K horror. Cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah. All right, you guys. I'll throw on the story time. While we get our paints in order. Yeah, there he is. Now you can see him a little bit better. There it is. There he goes. Yeah, so that's our guy. Just a little bit of edge highlighting. And when we're done with our edge highlighting, we might put on some decals. I got the decals page. I've never put decals on before, but we also have the solutions for them. Whatever these are called. Micro Set and Micro Soul. Wait, yeah, that's right. We got those guys. Hopefully it does the trick. Hopefully I don't beef it. Yeah. Alright, let's kill the music. We'll start the story time. Kick the lights up a bit. Alright, here we go. Let me know if it's too loud or not loud enough.
From within the hidden, suffocating crawl space of his home, Solomon wept as he listened to the gurgling, wet noises of his wife's labored breaths above. The Raider warband gathered around her ravaged body like excited schoolchildren, enthralled by a teacher's storybook. As a final prayer to the god Emperor fell from her lips, Solomon cowered spasmodically, as raucous, pleasure-filled laughter burst from the group above. Floorboards moaned from the collective weight of the unseen invaders, followed by the brutal sounds of hatchets violently hacking through flesh and into the rotting wooden flooring. The evisceration of his beautiful Adamina went on for hours. A carousel of reveling groups came and left, each bringing new tools of death and terror to the hab, each one more eager to be part of something special. Solomon lay on the damp, blackened dirt within the tiny crawl space, his body squirming as he watched with revulsion through a freshly gouged hole in the wood. He couldn't see much of anything, shadowed forms at best, but what he could hear made bile rise in his throat. The sound of bone being removed from opened flesh, the crack of barbed whips shadowed by ecstatic whines, the wet slap as something was peeled free and tossed to the ground. During a rare lull in the celebrations, Solomon had to bear witness as his braying work mule Bastien was led into the habitation and became a welcomed addition to the debauched festivities. In amongst the disembodied low Gothic filth that filled the hab, spoke unspeakable and nightmarish tongues, a guttural language that simultaneously personified fear and desire. The words rasped and intertwined with the orgy of blood and pleasure, urging the desecration to continue. Soon all other sounds were drowned under the lilting words of those creatures that ensured pleasure remained a constant. A rising crescendo of madness that reached into Solomon's consciousness and flayed his humanity. The language took his mortal sight and replaced it with a glimpse of a world beyond the material plane of man.
A little more
The
mixing.
blackened words began to take life in Solomon's mind, as hues of pink smoke and flame swirled and licked within his imagination. Upon a towering temple of oscillating flesh and marbled stone stood the naked form of his beloved Adamina, her slender fingers beckoning for his touch, as a harem of sexless, smiling terrors of the warp adorned the high steps, dancing and writhing at her sides. It was hard for Solomon to tell if some of the consummating entities were separate or conjoined in nature, long appendages appearing to fold and bind into one another. Suspended from chains on impossibly vast, jewel-encrusted platforms, great corpulent figures draped in rose-tinted silks lay feasting on platters of roasted grocs. Some resembled gigantic babies or affected children as they babbled and rolled on their backs, defecating into bone pots as they squealed for more sustenance. Others had surgically inserted feeding pipes sprouting from their guts, their obedient slaves working in tandem to lift heavy containers and pour a thick paste directly into their distended bellies. Palsied serfs diligently attended to their obese lords, forever filling wine glasses for the gluttons to wash down eternal mouthfuls of steaming meats, succulent vine fruits, and chirping small beasts. Their frantic eating was causing the platforms to list and sway, the great chains threatening to snap under the weight of the revelry. The atrophied servants, losing what balance their skeletal legs had, spilled their wine vessels to the riotous amusement and fat-handed applause of their grotesque masters. Solomon was transfixed, a cold paralysis claiming his aged limbs, holding him prisoner to witness what was to come. From behind Adamina, bronzed fire pits vented flames skyward, illuminating the nightmare beyond. Upon a polished onyx and silver throne sat a monstrous creation of chaos. Its lithe body undulated with each long breath as it sat there, watching. Its eyelids had been removed, sockets punctured by gilded hooks that pulled the surrounding skin taut, to remain in a permanent state of literal wide-eyed wonderment. As the Chaos Monster regarded Solomon's unexpected arrival at the steps of its temple, it raised its gnarled hands, rhythmically fingering the air like a puppeteer may command a marionette. Solomon felt drawn towards the dais, an invisible childlike grip taking his hand and leading him upwards, closer to his cherished Adamina and the monster that now stood behind her with the height of 3 men. An immense, shark-toothed grin formed as the demon slowly tilted its gargantuan head, reminding Solomon of how a doting father might gaze longingly at his child during their first, awkward steps. All terror dissipated as he reached the dais and stared into the oceanic blue eyes of his wife, the kindness of her soul ever calming even in this dark illusion. She remained motionless as he approached, her mouth a pursed smile, goose flesh covering her exposed body. He knew she was truly dead. He knew her corpse lay hollowed and violated in inescapable reality.
Damn, dude, this is
He
dark.
knew this wasn't his Adamina, yet still he desired to hold her close, to feel her chest rise and fall as her heart quickened, to lay with her one final time before this vision of madness would surely dissolve back into the awful truth that he was utterly alone, trapped inside a cruel space and waiting to be discovered and torn asunder. Solomon's fear returned. The demon now crouched, its legs bent backward at the knees, as its long neck stretched around the lovers like a snake might encircle their prey. Overlapping rows of shark teeth, obsidian black in the light of the fire pits, chattered and pulsed, retracting and extending through fleshy gums. Solomon noted with horror the worm-like tongue that darted around its maw with a self-preservation and life completely separate to its host, desperately avoiding the razored teeth and being bitten in two. The grinning creature filled its lungs before slowly exhaling a rumbling, inhuman breath, a twisted signal horn, organic and monstrous, that seemed to reverberate off the hidden boundaries of the dream. Solomon fixed his eyes on the rictus, unblinking form of Adamina. Tenderly, he ran his hands through her graying hair, contrails of coalescing colors echoing each fingertip as time itself slowed and the firelight dimmed around them. He could feel this dark facade was approaching its finale, and yearned for his beloved to reciprocate his affections. She finally responded to Solomon's touch. She pushed into his caress and he felt her hands questing south. And as she retrieved a glistening serrated blade from between her sex and carved her breasts from her slender frame, she pressed her lips against his and laughed. A sudden gust of warm air left an acrid, infused perfume in its wake, and the hellscape of flesh and indulgence vanished, leaving only a flickering candlelit visage of Adamina's blood-soaked hand, inviting Solomon to her eternal embrace. Back inside the confined, airless crawl space, Solomon raised an arm in response to the vision, pushing against the ceiling with splayed fingers. He clenched his outstretched hand into a balled fist, feeling his fingernails dig into the flesh of his palm, before sinking into the dark of unconsciousness. He awoke to the rhythmic patter of dripping liquids, viscous bodily fluids that had been pooling and soaking through the floorboards for hours were now beginning to ooze through the gaps in the hardwood, spattering into the dirt and across his prone body. There were no other noises within the habitation as another globule of mixed excretion dewed on the wood above his eyes. No accursed dialects.
Gotta put my other eyes on, dude.
Or howls of
I
ecstasy.
see the line and it just looks really bad.
Torture, scraping or cutting.
How much worse is it gonna look when I put these on?
Cries for mercy. Nothing. Solomon turned onto his belly, pulled himself onto his elbows, and slowly inched towards the small false floor in the center of the confined space. Raw-boned rats, disturbed by his movements, now raced across the sodden earth, the braver and more hungry ones returning to opportunely nip at his skin as he passed. Sucking in a wheezing breath, Solomon gradually pushed the concealed panel upwards and peered over the lip of the square hole. The habitation was dark and empty of life, yet a permeating sweet stench remained, as if a slaughterhouse had been bathed in lavender oils. Solomon grimaced as he struggled to pull himself through the open hatch, his aged arms weak from months of starvation, barely managing to haul his weight from the hole. Only when Solomon got to his knees, quietly replaced the floor panel, and had an uncensored look at what used to be his family home, is when the madness truly began. On the west wall, the headless carcass of their pack mule stood upon two legs in a parody of human gait, pinned in place with long spears through its legs and barrel. A crudely daubed face was smeared on the rockcrete above the severed neck of the beast in thick red paint. The childlike artwork bore a resemblance to the grinning demon Solomon had seen within the vision. A figure, half-dressed in the garish uniform of the renegade warband, was dead, mutilated atop a great wooden breaking wheel. Each limb was bound and broken to the archaic device of pain, yet his scarified face remained contorted and frozen in the throes of climax. He enjoyed it, thought Solomon, as he edged his way around the wheel, trying to keep upright through the wet mess at his boots. He looked to the fireplace, where his wife had been butchered and used for entertainment since the early hours of dawn, but there lay no remains. Not even a spot of dried blood touched that area of the habitation. Just stacks of melting tallow candles and emptied leather wineskins. Solomon almost allowed himself some relief that he wouldn't have to stare upon his dead wife's face and atone for his cowardice. Where had they taken her? Oh, holy God, Emperor, he didn't want to imagine. No time to stop. No time to grieve. If he wanted to keep his soul, he must move, find provisions and move. The cupboards were bare, yet this was nothing unusual during the enemy occupation that racked the agricultural world of Artham. All stockpiled food rations and harvests had been reserved for the local guard forces in their war of attrition with the marauding Traitor Guard Legion, known across the Vox castes as the Scourge of Adavan. Civilian refusal to contribute a weekly quota of personal food stocks resulted in an immediate sentence of conspiracy to aid the ruinous powers. A trial that would find you and your entire family line handed over to the local Imperial-funded purgers of heresy. Solomon cursed his world's decree as his panicked search for food continued in vain, finding the pantry emptied of their last remaining recycled water and dried starch bars. His thirst was so consuming, he became tempted to drain the last drops of wine from the abandoned leather canteens of the renegades. But sense prevailed as he pictured the tainted sputum that formed at the bottom of the wineskins. Rushing to the bedroom, he remembered that he had taken a small flask of rationed water into the farm the previous day, a flask he had only quarter finished before making a wordless promise in the fields that he would give the rest to Adamina upon his return, along with the handful of stunted root vegetables pulled from their dying garden. He released a strangled yelp as he retrieved his farm jacket from the wardrobe, reached inside the lined pocket, and touched the cold metal of the flask within. He unscrewed the lid, and holding the flask in two hands, took great, desperate gulps, finishing the precious drink in seconds. In the other pocket, he found the vegetables, which he ate without hesitation, instantly wishing he had saved some water as he chewed through the frost-hardened crops and gritty dirt that covered them. He slumped onto the cot, his vision blurred from welling tears as the memory of the last night appeared in his mind's eye. Adamina was now too weak to lift her head from the pillow, yet the sickness that consumed her and continued to worsen every day could do little to destroy her spirit. Her internal organs had been steadily failing for the last 6 months, and no medicines helped to alleviate the pain, but at least she could still smile. And when her husband returned from his fieldwork, routinely sat beside her on the cot and ran his rough fingers through her thinning hair, she smiled. She smiled as Solomon whispered to her about his day, even managing a dry laugh when he regaled her on how 2 infant sons of a young tillerman had shadowed him all of the evening, hiding in the tall grass and calling him names that would make a voidsman blush. And as they lay together in silence, her husband nestled behind her, feeling his slowing breaths on her neck as he fell in and out of sleep. She smiled. But the smile would disappear forever when the village-wide alarm blared into terrific life. A staccato, electronic scream that wailed and echoed off the complex of farm buildings and empty grain silos. Bucking draft animals whinnied and kicked at their stable doors as the pitching klaxons increased in volume. They were here. Solomon leapt from Adamina's side and pawed at a floor panel in the living quarters. With a dull metallic click, the false floor came free, exposing the thin passageway that ran the length of the unit. Muffled cracks of approaching lasfire joined the cacophony of rising sirens, and he could hear field workers racing to defend the village, antique laslock rifles barking in their hands. The next minute played out like a repeating gallery of dread and death in Solomon's memory. A furious banging of fists at the farm hab door. An angered plea for Solomon to take up arms in the name of the God Emperor. The same voice bleating as searing lasbolts punched fist-sized holes through the door and burnt into the opposite wall, filling the room with rock dust and the smell of burnt ozone. Hooting laughter. Screaming. An obscene dirge of discordant sack pipes and fife. Adamina, rheumy-eyed as he attempted to cradle her out of the cot. The crash of enemy weapon stocks hammering on the door as hinges and locks splintered under their blows. The look upon her face as his thin arms buckled, dropping her to the hard ground. The look upon her face when he left her in a withered heap to scramble towards the open hatch in the hab's foundations. The look upon her face when he climbed inside and replaced the panel behind him, leaving her to the mercy of the murderers that now crashed through their door. Looking at his gaunt reflection in the tableside mirror, Solomon remained catatonic as the dark memories subsided. A man that he no longer recognized stared back from the smeared glass. It wasn't the unkempt beard, skeletal cheekbones, sunken eyes, or guttering candlelight that made him unrecognizable, but something deeper within. His soul had been irreversibly altered, diseased by self-preservation. He had become a loathsome wretch who could sacrifice the ones he loved for one more day in this cursed universe. In the corner of the room, a billhook machete glistened in the dancing candlelight. A gift left by the dread enemy in their excitement to further their advance through the neighboring towns, no doubt. Solomon slowly stooped and picked up the blade, feeling the weighted hilt in his palm as he traced the tip of the knife lengthways down his arm, rehearsing how he would open his veins and join Mina in the Emperor's light. It was only when he suppressed his breath to slide the blade into his wrist that he realized he lacked the fortitude to take his own life. It was also in this moment he discovered the sound of wheezing intakes of breath were not his own. Standing the full height of the dark doorway was an abomination in guard uniform. The armored plate stretched over its massive frame and refashioned in the tasteless pink and purples of their chaos god. A bronzed pauldron was attached to its right shoulder, with thick threaded bolts that screwed into the flesh. Its features were hidden behind an iron mask, a visage of a leching cherubim exquisitely embossed on the faceplate. Around its sinewy neck, lustrous golden jewelry hung heavy over its rattling chest. With an excited burble, the cherub-faced enemy lumbered into the candlelit room, its arms outspread, gesturing in spastic, deaf-mute grunts for Solomon to continue with his self-murder. The grotesque cherub was horrifically injured, its abdomen split from stomach to groin. The great rend of fat and muscle retched tar-black blood and knotted intestines onto the ground with every thudding step, but still the monster advanced. Solomon's body failed him once again as he voided his bladder. Death had finally arrived, shambling towards him in the form of this gibbering hulk. The wounded traitor tripped clumsily as he closed on Solomon, stumbling over a rope of its own entrails that bulged and burst out the sides of his heavy boot. With a falsetto shriek of agony, the giant fell and impaled itself onto the machete in Solomon's hand. Warm clots of gouting blood pumping as the blade's edge punctured effortlessly through the exposed flesh of the throat. The Chaos Traitor knelt motionless at the farmer's feet, frothing gore and spit bubbling over the blade as the machete burrowed deeper into its regurgitating windpipe. With an appalling tearing sound, The traitor's head lolled backwards, barely held onto its wide shoulders by a flap of skin at the nape. "In the Emperor's name, I got you, bastard," Solomon thought, with a semblance of bravery as he stared into the dead, dilating eyes within the iron mask. The village alarms had long been silenced. Yet another sound of sirens carried in the night. No, not sirens. A mourning communal moan. The farmer, with the gore-encrusted billhook still held tight in one hand, strained as he pushed the dead brute aside, the body finally thudding sideways into an heirloom chest before crashing to the ground. On his hands and knees, he crawled through the adjacent room, and with his heart thundering in his chest, peeked from the splintered doorway of his home. Advancing through the low, ghosting mist of the outlying cropland were hundreds of casualties of war. Solomon saw flashes of pink armor in the ebbing light of the lantern-lit procession. At the center of the march, a chorus of guard and civilian prisoners wailed from inside metal cage sarcophagi that lay stacked high on beast-drawn carts. Hunchbacked standard-bearers of the Lord of Excess flanked the assembly, their heretical banners flourishing in the night wind to the thrumming of a drummer's march. A pained and rasping call from an unseen hornsman stopped the caravan near the outfarm at the edge of the village. Hooded lackeys cowered under the lash of a foul and giggling insect thing as they fetched Hessian sacks and ragged tarps from a looted Imperial Trojan that belched forward on promethium fumes. Bawling prisoners were now being uncaged and paraded, the healthier ones taken aside and butchered for the pot, whilst others were crucified for sport. These were the lucky ones. They were setting up camp. No escape now. The few infantry troops that weren't tending to their injuries or indulging other needs formed a scouting party and moved quickly into the village. They soundlessly made their advance towards the homesteads, with a frightening proficiency for followers of the arch-enemy, their guard training not completely tainted by the ruinous powers. They stabbed into ashen hay piles with bayoneted las rifles, one of the heretics cheering as he ripped his weapon free of a pile of straw, the writhing body of a young boy on the end of his sticking blade. With another thrust to the jugular, the lad lay still, and the search party continued with added fervor. What remained of Solomon's strength and sanity left in a rushing surge of panic. His knees buckled, having to hastily prop himself against the wall to avoid the noise of his body crashing to the floor and inevitably alerting the marauder scouts. His bloodshot eyes flickered as his cerebrum once more set aflame with hallucinations. Mina, the temple of flesh and stone, the wide-grinned demon, the half-decapitated giant in the iron mask. The iron mask. The mask. The mask. Solomon knew what needed to be done for him to have at least a slither of a chance at surviving this night. He reached over to the stripped body armor, abandoned next to the broken traitor on the torture wheel, and worked the chest and shoulder plates over his emaciated frame. The stench of caustic sweat from inside the armor turned his gut, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once again. The filthy armor weighed heavy on his shoulders as he made his way back to the chambers, hastily unbuckling the thick leather straps that held the iron mask on the hanging head of the brute. He felt a pull of resistance as the cherubim visor slid from the pitted head of the traitor, stringy discharge and peels of skin interweaving and gripping onto the iron from within. He raised the mask to his head and fumbled each buckle, feeling the residue of pus and skin mold like soft wax around his own face as each strap was tightened. Cupping his hands, Solomon scooped dark blood from the floor and smeared it across the exposed cloth of his farm tunic. He caught another reflection of himself in the mirror. Once there stood a man, a cowardly wretch no doubt, but still a man. Now only a demon remained, a demon that wanted to live, a demon that would forsake all humanity to see the sun rise over the red fields of Arvum once more.
Damn, dude. Was that the end of the story? That was wild. It was. Do part 2. Hell yeah. Skip survey.
Through the tall trees, Solomon caught glimpses of creatures he still had not been able to fathom. Arvum's scorching sun broke through the canopy of the forest, casting dark, monstrous shadows on the thorny foliage as the thump of the march continued. He had spent 7 cruel days hidden in the company of the barbaric enemy. By the grace of the Emperor, he had always been positioned on the comparative safety of the flanks during their maraud through the woodland province of Jungsberg. He had remained inside the clandestine disguise of the armor and mask whilst being swept from one mass genocide to the next. For the last 2 days, he had marched alongside the rear guard battalion known to its followers as the Vessels of Bacchus. In this time, he had seen acts of pain and suffering inflicted on his kinsfolk unbelievable in nature. He had witnessed entire settlements sacked and raped by an army that only desired to soak in the pleasure of the world's misery. He had been party to the desecration of the god Emperor and the missionary work of the ecclesiarchy when the Imperial Hospital of Twinsgate was razed to its foundations by a platoon of traitor tanks. It was impossible for Solomon to forget the sight of the child soldiers, welded to the pintle-mounted guns on top of the vehicles, singing their own infantile lullabies of war with maniacal joy as they fired into the flaming building and the burning civilians within. He remembered how the captured preachers and Medicaid personnel of the hospital were relieved of their limbs and rolled down a nearby rocky cliff face by bored grunts who wagered on which of the screaming torsos would crack apart first. But nothing could prepare Solomon for the warp-spawned monsters that ripped their way into his world and bolstered the burgeoning ranks of the arch-enemy. There were giant, multi-limbed beasts that licked the air with serpentine tongues whilst they scuttled at the front of the advance, exuding a pheromone cloud that only intensified the hedonism. From dark, unspeakable rituals came the Maidens of Excess, slender, intoxicating creatures that trilled their praises to Slanesh. Solomon found it impossible to ascertain their true form as dark powers cloaked them in shifting visions of beauty and revulsion. Corrupted guard soldiers would bade and leer at the androgynous demons, their lusting never quenched even when their appetites always ended with some part of their bodies being removed by the snapping clawed hands of the maidens. The abhorrent creature that ever followed behind Solomon was the same hysterical insect beast he had seen when the injured caravan had taken camp outside of his farmstead. A barbed lash was stitched into the chitinous shell of one of its stalked forearms, and the creature clearly enjoyed its role as taskmaster. The wounded and sick would feel the horrific bite of the whip every time they failed to keep step, or simply for its own twisted amusement. Solomon thanked the throne for the plundered flak armor that absorbed most of the insect's attacks. He also mouthed a silent prayer for the iron mask that protected his weeping, untainted face from being revealed. Solomon's world had become a bastardized form of sight through the narrow eye slits of the mask. Peripheral vision was stripped away, and the damned weight of the iron made turning his head an unbearable task. He was forever staring forward, forever marching alongside the raiders that devastated the land he had called home for 50 Terran years. He likened the blinkered view of his world to the coin-operated pick viewers he used as a child on the Cardinal Sea promenade. It was a good way to distance himself from the surrounding madness. It was the only way. Vicious knots of vines that twined and wrapped around wide trees snagged on Solomon's ragged, filthy clothing, slicing into his skin as he attempted to push past. He slung the looted auto rifle he was holding, unsheathed his bill-hooked blade with his free hand, and began cutting a path through the dense forest, all the while hearing his looming insect handler chitter and threaten with its own swipes behind. The march continued until Arvum's burning sun had set over the sparse awning, the vibrant red sky of day melting into the brackish brown of dusk. Solomon dropped to his knees, suppressing a scream of agony when his
More
hand gave
paint.
him
I need
one
more
lash
paint.
for good measure across the back of his calves. Emitting a clicking
Sometimes it gets a little
vocalization,
too
the
watered
creature
down.
skittered off towards the forward ranks, a stinking yellow trail oozing onto the forest floor from underneath its segmented carapace. Solomon sat back in the spot he fell. He felt the cold, damp moss soak through his clothes as he rubbed his cramping legs. And
Cheers, you
gingerly
guys.
pulled up
Thank you
the
for
bottom
being
of
here.
his
Thank you for
trousers to
watching. Thank you
inspect
for
his
hanging
latest
out.
wounds. The barbed whip had caused 3 deep cuts that traversed both legs, fresh, warm blood running into his boots. He gripped his calves and tried to stem the bleeding, watching the reddening of infection already setting in. Tearing 2 thin strips from his tunic, he wrapped them tightly around his thin legs before picking up his rusted auto rifle. Solomon had never had to fire a weapon in his life, for the life of a field teller on Arvum was as close to peace you could find in the galaxy. There would be the seasonal leech fly infestation in the animal holdings, or Maya rat swarm that would render a harvest unusable, but that was about the extent of their troubles. That was until the corruption of chaos arrived in system and tore that piece apart. Feeling the plasteel rifle heavy in his arms was nearly as alien to him as anything he had witnessed over the last week. The weapon had been thrust unceremoniously into his hands by a wizened old armorer when leaving the camp at the farm, along with 3 magazines of ammunition, a toothless grin, and a suspiciously slimy handshake. He brought the rifle up to his shoulder,
Make ourselves our
drumming a whole magazine
homemade null oil again.
How the recoil would surge through his entire body.
A little bit of Abaddon Black, a lot of water,
Good. Powerful. A warrior.
and a little bit of shade.
He quickly dropped his aim when he heard the cracking of feet on underbrush and felt the presence of something standing next to him. With a great effort, Solomon turned and tilted his head upwards. A stunningly beautiful man dressed only in a golden weave robe stood over him, staring down with white blue eyes. He presented as a member of misplaced royalty in this sea of unwashed foot soldiers and monsters of the warp. The stranger held out a perfectly manicured hand and ushered him to stand with the grace and poise of high nobility, even inclining his head in a slight bow of respect when Solomon took his offer to rise. A strange, comforting sensation flowed through their touch. Solomon was led slowly towards the main throng of soldiers and worshippers that had congregated inside a wide clearing of the forest. Tiny, huffing familiars no larger than the canopy-dwelling marmosets above shouldered minuscule sacks and followed behind the beautiful man. The man stopped, released his hold on Solomon's clammy hand, and leisurely turned so they faced one another. The 2 men stood the same height, but there was an air of bravado that made the regal stranger appear much larger in stature. A perfect straightness in his posture, a chiseled, well-coiffed head held high on a slender neck. The grandiose figure exhaled a breath and derobed slowly, all the while staring at Solomon with unblinking eyes that seemed pure white in the dull wash of the moonlight. He folded his golden robe with perfect practice technique and passed it to a second group of familiars who squabbled and fought over who would carry the garment away. The naked man immediately began to maneuver Solomon's arms, head, and legs into a multitude of positions, never satisfied with the results as he cursed under his breath, pacing around him in a circle. After an hour of relentless levering and posing, the stranger clicked his long fingers, and the sack carried.
Alright, I made some null oil. Hopefully it's not too
they
dark.
climbed on each other like circus performers, making an organic ladder to their master's hand. First, an oval plate was passed upwards that the naked man took with his left hand. A small leather bag was next, which was placed onto the ceramic dish. The stranger untied the pouch and let the contents spill onto the indented plate. Paintbrushes. The small, bristled brushes of an artisan lay on the pallet. An impossibly old woman approached, a canvas and easel far too big for her misshapen frame tied across her back. The simian servant who stood at the top of the organic ladder screeched and grabbed at the air wildly when the artist plucked him from the group and tightened a squeeze around its midriff. A squirt of thick gore plopped onto the pallet as the artist milked the flailing animal. The painter tossed the emptied, lifeless beast to the ground. picked up a fine haired brush and began to swirl and blend the blood and juice, expectorating long strands of saliva into the palate to loosen the mix. A group of doting underlings enclosed on Solomon, carefully adorning his armor and iron mask with long white bird feathers that adhered to his person with a putrid-smelling tar. He was made to stand motionless as the painter worked. Every brushstroke upon the canvas was meticulous and executed to perfection. Every sublime shape and line was measured artistry. Throughout the pained stillness, Solomon could hear a frenzy of commotion behind him. The infernal sounds of laughter that accompanied the march this far was now transforming into a full orchestration of pain. An orgy of death and incantations was happening mere meters from Solomon, yet still he faced forward for the artist to complete his work. Something fleshy and turgid.
Yo, what's up, my dude?
But it was quickly shooed
Thanks,
away by
bro.
one of the artist's retinue.
It took a couple tries, but it came out all right.
Wind of aromatic incense overwhelmed Solomon's
We
senses
started out with the pencil. Somebody suggested to do it with the
man composed himself,
mechanical pencil and then color it in.
And recommenced with
Worked all right. It's looking all
A
right.
small group of onlookers had now gathered behind the canvas.
It's okay for our first Terminator.
To the methodical artist feverishly
Got
capturing
anything
every
shade to
moment of the
it?
bacchanal.
Hopefully it's not too
Emerald
much.
green sparks of light illuminated the
How you
dark
doing, bro?
woodland in flashing still frame
What you
images,
up to?
and the sudden heat of a
How's your
blazing
week
furnace
going so
seared into
far?
Solomon's back. Through the mask, he saw the artist drop his palette and brush, his sheening body trembling in pure anticipation. The ancient woman by the artisan's side turned the canvas. It was a masterwork of misery, a beautifully rendered piece of art that Solomon damned himself for admiring. In the foreground stood the masked creature he had become, the likeness striking in its realism. His
Thanks,
arms were
dude.
held wide from the body, hands painted with the
Little
palms
by
facing
little,
the
it's
stars.
getting better and
It
better.
reminded Solomon of the religious imagery that had always been prevalent across the world of Arvum. From beautiful sketches of the god emperor that lined imperial cult texts and prayer books, to the stories of the long-dead gods of terror he heard whispers of when working in the fields. But this work held no warmth of the emperor's holy light, or an omnipotent deity's blessing. This was demonic blood art that shimmered and bubbled in the green firelight, dancing off the stretched canvas in the flickering glow. Bleak images of ritualistic sacrificial murder covered the remaining artwork. A tapestry of torture so intricate it was almost as Solomon was looking through a glass window and into the very madness of the warp itself. Flocks of squawking birds exploded skyward from their nests as a sonorous rumble shook and bowed the trees to their roots. The earth tremored underneath Solomon,
Nice,
threatening
dude.
to split open at his feet. More clashing colors bloomed around the thicket clearing.
100% of out audio is unusable. What? Why? What happened?
Satisfied the artist did not require his
Is there an
muse
echo
anymore,
or something?
Solomon
Well,
slowly turned
damn,
on his
dude.
heels, and his heart stopped when he finally
Well,
laid his eyes on the
unfortunately,
rug that was
but
happening behind him.
fortunately, this is how we
Under a
learn.
colossal bonfire
I had so
of
many
smoked
mess ups
bodies,
before I
an army of
finally
zealots
had it all
100
going.
deep knelt
I mean, I
and
still
kissed
have
up the
mess
earth.
ups, so
The burnt remains
I'm a work in
writhed with
progress.
life. Green flames roasted the skin from their bones, popping and crackling like cindered wood. More jerking movements from the mass of dead heretics. A fluctuating tidal surge of blackened limbs that reached and fell. The bodies were not alive. The monster that birthed from the bones and ash was. Bursting from the crest of the bonfire, a greater demon of Slanesh roared its arrival. The horned abomination snapped its bovine jaws, its 4 limbs scything the air as it acclimated to its new material surroundings, and to the battalion of loud, worshipping soldiers who thrust their weapons into the air in salute. Unburning flames licked up clawed reptilian legs as the demon gracefully descended the mountain of corpses in long, sensual strides. As a payment to their dark god, slavering hedonists offered the gifts of flesh and death. Whimpering men and women of the ecclesiarch lay in a row, each one bound spread eagle to 4 metal stakes that had been hammered into the thick ashy dirt at the base of the bonfire. They screamed for mercy when the monster towered over them. They screamed for absolution to the whistle of bone flutes and the beat of primal drums. They just screamed when the creature skewered each one in turn from bowel to brain. Solomon dry heaved inside the mask. He feared the mere hint of repulsion would alert suspicion, but there wasn't enough food in his belly to vomit anyhow. The artist had returned to his frantic painting, immortalizing the arrival of the monstrosity.
Tell the truth. Hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Here we are. We're doing it.
The naked artisan took a step back to admire his finished magnum opus and bathe in the total adoration.
Dang.
Their squeals of delight the keenest.
I hear you, man. Damn.
He turned to face his
If you have a Bluetooth mic, like a Bluetooth for your phone, any kind of like earpods or AirPods or whatever they're called. If you got wireless ones, you know, just clip on to your shirt or whatever. Use one of those Bluetooth. You could use it in OBS also. One of your settings, you look for the mics that you have. Make sure it's connected to the Bluetooth, and it should appear there under the list. Use that way you can have two mics.
Before a hail of
If you're able to.
fire exploded from the outskirts of the clearing. Heavy ordnance zeroed the bonfire and cultists that continued praying to their
There's also another thing in OBS that you can... There's settings for like separate audio tracks. And you can record separate audio tracks as you're recording. So like for me, if I'm recording, I'm not recording now because I'm live. I could record now while I'm live, but that'll make my stream skip because and my recording skip because it'll be too much on the CPU and all that. But if I were just recording, I have it set to when I press record, it's recording 3 separate audio tracks. My overall audio track with my voice, the show, and the music. And then a second audio track where it's just my voice. A third audio track where it's just the TV or whatever show we're watching. Yeah, that's it. Those 3. And that way, if I want to cut something out, I can have it all separated. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but you know, you keep your options open, I guess, with all those settings and things turned on. And when you put the file, your recorded file, into editing software, it'll tell you, oh, this file has three tracks of recordings on it. And then you could choose which one or clip parts from here and there and put it on there.
Hosing the screeching demonettes with burning promethium.
Yeah.
Another flare burst turned night into day. Twisting rockets screamed over Solomon's head towards a squad of traitors attempting to assemble a bipod-mounted heavy weapon. The warheads detonated on target and turned the forest floor into a quagmire of slush and blood. A spirited war cry from hundreds of Lasmen echoed throughout the forest when they charged from the darkness, their barking commissars ordering them all to fight to the last man. Ferocious gunfire cut the first rank of charging guard to pieces. The second rank filed into the clearing and vaulted their dead and dying comrades, snapping off rounds and lobbing grenades. Hooded, heretical thralls rushed to meet them in open combat, madly swinging scimitar blades and discharging their antique lead throwers. They proved no match for the proficiency and firepower of the guard in close combat. The pheromone-emitting chimeric monsters fared better. A band of the horrors flanked from the west of the Imperial charge, cutting and disemboweling their human enemies with ease. Noxious, hypnotic clouds swirling behind. The handful of soldiers not dead or desperately holding their organs inside their bodies shuffled in all directions, entranced by the mirages of pleasure fabricated within the wake of the terrors. The intoxicated troopers died with stupid, drunken smiles across their faces when traitor infantry closed the distance and ran them through with crude bayonets. Blaring Imperial battle hymns from its distorted vox speakers, the armored sentinel smashed into the fray once more, the rhythmic crump of the autocannon matching the timing of its heavy pneumatic steps. A platoon of traitor guards welcomed the pain of death with gleeful open arms, laughing and pleasuring themselves as limbs and chunks of meat ripped from their bodies.
Damn, dude, gross, dark.
Body into the long reeds that lined the ravine. Thumping blood pounded in his ears. He struggled to catch his breath, suffocating panic gripping his heart and lungs. A frag grenade
Damn.
nearby that left him dead.
Well, I hope you get all the kinks worked out. You will. Not I hope. You will get those kinks worked out here soon. You just got to play around with it some more. You got it, dude. You got it, bro.
And let the iron visor thud to the ground with a gasping breath. The ringing in his
It'll be going smooth before you know it. And you'll be laughing at how you were having trouble before, you know?
But sound also. He cupped his ears as sibilant bolts fizzed from every direction, smacking into thick trees and showering him with las-heated bark. Solomon lifted his head above the reed line and risked a brief view of the battle. In the descending flare light, a grizzled commissar launched himself into a group of heretics with a bellowed prayer and a chainsword biting, their armor no more than wet paper to the revving teeth of the weapon. Flanking the commissar were ochre, poncho-clad troopers that called out targets, cheering as they scored kills with every volley from their shouldered rifles. The guard was winning this fight. Solomon wanted to stand and surrender, but his legs were jellied and useless. He wanted to shout for salvation, but his tongue was swollen. He wanted to crawl out of the ravine, but a hard, steel-capped kick to his ribs sent him spiraling back into the shallow stream. The assailant jumped into the water and lunged at Solomon with a punch knife wedged between his fingers. Solomon pivoted onto his back, raised the water-clogged autogun from his side, and pulled the trigger. The soldier wavered for a second, hacked a spray of blood, and fell face first into the stream, his militarum fatigue stained red from the giant exit wound in his spine. His first true kill. A soldier of the Imperium. On the urgent Vox-Halid orders of the commissariat, a focused swarm of shells, bolts, and rockets traced across the clearing. The greater demon had been waiting with a patience at odds with its monstrous form, savoring the furious violence of battle from the rear. Now, its anticipation sated, the giant monster barreled into the fighting lines of the Imperial Guard with a devastating speed and ferocity that was almost impossible to follow. The tide of war turned in a minute of whirling savagery. Battle-hardened veterans of countless heroic campaigns were chewed to mushy sludge in a heartbeat. Desperation spread like a quick-acting nerve gas across the field. Soldiers of the Imperium, their minds full with fear and hopelessness, broke from cover and began to flee from the battle. They turned on each other with fists and blade as morale snapped like brittle bones. Officers fighting like animals to keep control of their routing squads.
Spread your wings and fly, my guy.
Guardsmen dropped everywhere.
That's cool. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Fire, or by their own superiors for cowardice.
Yeah, dude. Did you ever use those clips that I recorded off your stream? I recorded I clipped them, but they're on your account. So like if you go to if you just Google clips on my YouTube or something, like if you go to your YouTube, there's like a clips section. There's clips that you've taken, and then there's clips of people that have taken of you, and the ones that I've taken are right there. There's only like 2 or 3 of them that I did real quick. The only thing that sucks is when I'm clipping, like I have to watch that clip and I can't watch your stream, so then I have to like catch up and fast forward, and I'm trying to enjoy the stream. So yeah, but I'll clip a couple more here and there.
Slowly tore his chain blade wielding arm from its socket, relishing in the human's agony and dangling him like a wooden toy before smashing the screaming man on a rock like an egg. The battle was over, and Solomon was alive. Hundreds of corpses, both human and heretic, carpeted the glade, yet he drew breath. The husks of dead demons sparked and returned to the immaterium in flashes of pink and orange flame. But Solomon remained. He knelt and drank from the stream like a dog, unperturbed by the dead soldier's blood that flowed within the current of the water and tainted his mouth with a coppery aftertaste. A familiar, chittering noise was quickly nearing, a sound of vile insect legs weaving through the leafy underbrush. Solomon scrambled to find the iron mask, sweeping clumps of reeds and tall grass aside to the encroaching sound of a whipping lash. A metal, cherubic face smiled up from the sodden mud bank. Solomon returned the smile. The vessel of Bacchus's number had been decimated by the night raid, but it did little to slow their march through the wild woods the following day. Solomon's insect handler, now fat from its morning feed, lethargically spurred his charges forward with half-hearted threats burping from its sphincter mouth. How Solomon longed to put a bullet into that disgusting beast. Watch it squirm as its life pissed from the hole. Not yet, he thought to himself. Wait. He understood what it was like now, to feel a weapon buck in his hands and make something die. Too bad it had to be the Imperial soldier who took his murderer's virginity, and not this foul spawn of the warp. Solomon caught himself smiling under the mask as he remembered the rearward force of the rifle. It felt good. Powerful. He had survived another night, and this gave him hope, even when the battalion arrived at the edge of the wood and thrust into the bloody siege of Arvum's capital city.
Damn, is it over? Is that it? All right. Let this guy dry for a minute. We'll put the third one on, or the next one. Oh, stupid commercials. I didn't catch it in time. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, dude. I was on a good one trying to get those Soul Reaver clips and the remastered, the newer and older for people to, because that's a nice little thing to do real quick where it's like, oh, look at the old one, look at the new one. People can go through it on a shirt and be like, oh, yeah. You know what? That isn't worth a remaster. What were they thinking, I don't know. I thought it would be fun. Usually I clip stuff that I think is worthy of clipping. I'm not just going to clip random stuff. Well, sometimes I'll clip random stuff, but I'll say something like, what to keep your eye out for what I clipped in the title. And let this guy dry real quick for a little bit. I'm gonna start clipping out other pieces. Clip some pieces out. Maybe we'll put it together. Maybe we won't. We've only been on for an hour. All right, maybe we'll put some pieces together then. Oh yeah, we're doing all right. I forgot to unmute it. Hang on. Restart it. Hell yeah. Cheers, bro. Here we are. We're doing it. We're experiencing. And hopefully we'll level up soon.
The hard round splintered alongside 1,000 others on the wall of the capital city defenses. The insect taskmaster made jerking, threatening motions, hissing and cracking his lash, spurring Solomon to fire again. He sent a burst of fire from his autogun that traced across the thundering night in a wide, untrained grouping. A well-muscled soldier opened up with a heavy stubber to Solomon's left, ripping bullets into rockcrete barricades that sent a light show of crimson ricochets sparking into the sky. The city's defenses called back in furious anger. Huge search beams swept the area like the eyes of giant gods, lighting the path for the haphazard collection of improvised weapon platforms to rain death from their high position. Solomon was close enough to spot Imperial engineers and militia.
We got some new files too, dude. We got some new files. They're diamond files for like real small, fine stuff. Let's see. Diamond files, 100 millimeters by 2 millimeters, 10 piece. Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Finishing his thickly accented order with a burst of fire dangerously close to their feet.
Too much glare.
With a crippled cheer, the squad stood as tall as their broken bodies could muster.
Way sick.
Threw out a dark prayer to their god from their cracked, bloody lips, and charged. An aging farmer of root vegetables that had lived his entire life in the mundane safety of Arvum now raced and rolled from barricade to barricade, las and explosive rounds missing him by mere inches. A week ago, this would have stunned him in fear, frozen his advance to be cut down by the incoming fire, but this feeling had subsided. Any thoughts of his past happy life had faded into blurred dreams, eaten away by unrelenting visions of horror and survival.
Not too sure where I left off. I'm gonna check if I have another hand somewhere, because I think I made two left hands. I should just start where I left off.
Spraying Solomon's iron mask with gore. The view of the battlefield turned oily purple as thick, dripping matter covered his vision. Solomon hurriedly fingered out the eye slits, scooping and flicking handfuls of skull and sticking brains to the ground, wiping his hands clean on his flak armor and a nearby Aquila graffitied barrier. He exhaled a mantra of rapid breaths, tapped his weapons magazine a designated number of times with superstitious fortune, and ready to move onwards. Find the paths and live, he promised himself before he moved on his haunches, away from the cover of the rockcrete barricade and sidling in behind the fresh wave of troopers that sprinted towards the main gate to the city. Quad-mounted machine guns swiveled as they fired from the wall, kicking up huge chunks of the earth around Solomon and charging warriors. The road leading to the city's giant gate was wide and perilously open. Burning vehicles from both armies lit their charge like beacons. The sprawling bodies of incinerated crewmen and drivers crunching to carcinogenic dust under the heavy zigzagging boots of the assault. Traitor engineers at the front of the advance hastily assembled improvised explosives, passing them to manic infantry that hurled them towards the reinforced gate. Most of the crazed soldiers were cut down before they got to throw the bombs.
Should I make the main guy? Or should I wait to do him last? Should I make the sergeant last?
An impressive plume of black smoke, but barely venting the heavy gate to the city. The defenders on the wall boldly made the sign.
Should I just make him next? I've only made one Terminator, and I got 4 Terminators plus 1 captain, so 5 altogether. Or sergeant, I mean.
Thinned the engineers' ranks with expert shots to the satchel charges before more had a chance to be primed.
I should probably just go for another Terminator. Leave the captain for last.
An entire platoon of Adavan infantry that slowly crept through a wheat field to the east of the wall. They were instantly pinned by ferocious defense fire before vaporizing in well-coordinated mortar strikes. The stones began to jump around Solomon's feet. His bones shook, and his teeth chattered to the squealing treads of armored vehicles approaching.
Screw it, let's make the captain now.
Engines bellowing above the crash of
At least we'll get him started. We'll cut him out of his sprue prison, and then we'll see how far we get here in an hour or two.
Vision of a creature's cyclopean white eye that pierced the darkness. The metal
so I need to pick a head.
Through the heavy rain were not birthed from the
Pick
mythological
a face. We need a face.
but the forged worlds of the
We want a face that only a mother could love.
Purposed by the arch enemy.
Let's see
What
do we got?
Golden painted tanks were more of the androgynous demons from the Forest March, their wicked claws gripping onto the metal and bone scaffolding that caged the vehicles. They hadn't finished advancing before each tank opened up with their main cannon, focusing all of their immense firepower on the huge gates. A barrage of snaking
So the guy with the rockets should have the eye monocle thing, right?
A flaming shower of metal plates and side skirting.
Yeah.
The tanks continued their punishments of the gates
with
rapid fire, whilst the demonettes dismounted, craving the anticipated taste of combat. Solomon watched the giant gates begin to buckle. Great cracks appearing on the reinforced metal as more explosive-tipped shells pounded the target. The demonette screeched as the thick battle cannon smoke cleared, and a hole had appeared in the gate. They launched themselves forward at blistering speeds to be the first to reach access to the
I think
city.
I want the captain to have hair. Everybody else is bald, but
And Solomon heard frantic
the
exchanges
captain should have a little bit of hair, no? Should we make him bald and make him a badass?
From beyond. The full force of the scourge of Adavan pressed forward now, eager to turn the capital city into a wasteland of pleasure and unforgiving.
He's just got that with the hair. He looks like a sergeant. He's got like the military haircut. So I think we're gonna go with that.
Wildly firing their las guns through the cracked hole in the gate to the tune of the citywide alarms and terrifying thunderclaps.
We'll go with the military.
The heretic invaders must have taken control of the gatehouse as a deafening grind of gears signaled
that guy out.
And the door started to rise.
114.
Solomon rose to his feet as the gate reached its summit and felt something building within him.
Like I said, I'm not gonna glue the head or arms together until I... Well, no, I'm gonna put all the pieces together, but I'm not gonna put the arms or the head onto the torso until I've painted it. Because some of these spots to get in between, dude, like under the armpits and shit, it's just way too... Oh, sorry.
Powerful.
Yeah. Get into the armpits, behind the arms and stuff. Oh, and it's not going to focus? So it's focusing down here on the stupid table. Oh well, you know what I mean. Clip this guy.
The cobblestone streets of the capital were full of the debauchery Solomon had come to expect after such an assault. The wine flowed as freely as the bloodletting on every corner, and he knew it was dangerous to even be near the acts of depravity he suddenly found impossible to look away from.
There it is. We got a head.
He frequently wondered how the host even maintained a fighting presence with the frequency with which they killed their own. There were sacrifices, relentless infighting, self-murder, and the constant pursuit of pleasure through nefarious, life-shortening ways.
Now what's it gonna be? Number 2.
Gladiatorial fights, scarification, branding, and amputations of digits, limbs, and genitals. This is what they did to celebrate.
Why does it have 5 different hands here?
Solomon stared with a worrying
and one with...
As the city's town crier was pulled from his domicile.
There's 5 guys all together, but yet there's 5 left hands and an extra hand with the sword, so I could have all guys without a sword if I wanted to. I guess.
Solomon did not even wince as the crier's vocal cords tore and his low, burbling screams became high pig-like squeals. Great field kitchens had been erected.
And why does this one have 3?
The city, roasting trunks of meat turned on giant spits, the skin crackling and oozing rich, sticky juices onto the sizzling coals below. With his stomach empty, Solomon cautiously...
Alright, let's say I want to use the sword.
Carved meat was thrust into his palm. It smelled divine, of exotic spices that Solomon had only dreamt about tasting in his lifetime. He hurried like a scavenging rat into an unlit alley, loosened and lifted the iron mask away.
Cut off the sword. Alright, I gotta go handle business. Any stream, my stream, buddy, Bella Truth. Peace, my dude. Hit that thumbs up, people. Thanks, my guy. Area 51. Thank you for stopping through. Thank you for chilling. I gotta finish boss. Alright, dude, do it to it. I will actually. Are you streaming?
Even noticed the pair of heretic cooks carrying the limp body of an overweight imperial citizen past the alleyway entrance and heaving the corpse onto a field kitchen table. The body was stripped, beheaded, quartered.
I'll catch you a little bit later, my guy. Thanks for stopping through.
And rammed onto another spit pole.
Let's see. So if I do a sword hand,
tonguing the remaining meat from the many gaps in his teeth, he continued to traverse the winding streets of the ravaged city, thinking nothing of taking a long woolen greatcoat from the smashed...
Yeah, if I do a sword hand,
sweeping it around his storm-soaked frame.
Then
the shattered doorway of the next broken store face and picked a large bottle of hard liquor, paying with an imaginary coin that he flipped to the elderly owner.
Yeah, we gotta go sword hand, right? We can't have the captain not have a sword hand.
Bullet holes through their heads and a handgun by the...
Yeah, we're gonna go sword hand.
The bodies had been left to rot by the arch-enemy. No fun if they're not screaming. Concluded
All right,
Solomon
18, 19,
as
and
he unscrewed the
20.
bottle cap
18,
and took a
19, and
swig of
20.
the
Did I already
fermented
take
fruit
those out?
alcohol through the
18, 19,
mouth-slit
and 20.
mask. It warmed his throat when it didn't
Yeah,
spoon out
19's
the eye of the
out.
facing. He'd missed being able to drink and be merry since government taxations had risen to astronomical heights. Frag your taxes. Worth nothing but shit now, Solomon mused as he took another hefty drink of the soothing brandy. The strong alcohol had started to take effect, a warming glow rising from his stomach that numbed his hands, face, and mind. He had to suppress a drunken giggle when he stopped to watch an Adavan trooper desperately attempt to fornicate with a statue of the city's pompous governor, rutting himself bloody on the granite legs of the enormous effigy. He lifted the amasek and took another mouthful.
We got 18, 19, and 20 out. We got 37, 38, and 39 out also, it looks
like some elaborate joke. The copulating man looked over and gestured with his head for Solomon to join in, flicking out his dry, milky tongue in quick, disgusting motions. Solomon doubled over, his laugh now turning into a mirth-filled howl. The thrusting soldier started to laugh too. They laughed together, until the soldier finished consummating with his stone lover and moved on to the next statue of the governor's prized horse. The world was spinning now in vomit-inducing angles and colors. The smell of death in the air and strong alcohol on his breath.
39,
The sounds of monsters
37.
and the wails of civilian agony echoing through the streets.
Where was
The
38
ground
at?
seemed to tilt suddenly through his intoxicated eyes, like a rocking boat heaving on unsteady waters. Failing to right himself, he tumbled over a slack cobblestone and landed hard on the wet thoroughfare, shattering some of the bones in his fingers, as well as his prized bottle that littered the road in thick shards of glass. He pulled his knees to his chest and wept like a baby who had broken his favorite toy, mourning the fermented anesthesia that washed away in the rain. Solomon's damp eyes began to lag behind the cherubic mask, and he allowed himself to forget the madness, the darkness of sleep closing in around him. A sweet, smelling smoke enveloped Solomon as he returned to the temple of flesh within his dreams.
38, where
Along
are
the
you,
walls of
bro?
the great pulsating main chamber were bronzed ornate doors, their sizes varying from dwarven to giant. They opened in turn as he passed, allowing him brief diverging scenes of pleasure and endless greed. In one crowded side chamber, hairless, identical women lounged on a bed of living meat, pleading for Solomon to join them, their supple, Nubian skin being branded in the vile, searing symbols of chaos by a hooded tormentor. In the corner of the chamber, a corpse of one of the sisters was strung up by her veins, the long threads of arterial tubes wrapping around a plinth of marbled stone.
Oh, there it is, 38. Finally.
Circular
Damn.
eyes like polished rubies fixed on Solomon from inside the executioner hood as he teetered at the doorway. A perverted, voyeuristic compulsion to step
39.
inside, arguing with his rational thoughts. The hooded figure angrily yammered in a deep foreign tongue before unseen hands slammed the door shut and it molded into the wall of flesh. From the neighboring doorway, a golden flowing stream of coins and precious jewels ran into the main chamber. He reached down and inspected
39 and 37. Hold the sword? No, the sword has its own hand.
Shining treasure. Confusion spread across Solomon's features, as in the light of the fire pits he found all of the coins were embossed with his own disheveled face on one side, and on the other, Adamina. The beautiful face of the woman he had helped nurse through years of pain and labors. The companion he had loved deeply since their time growing up on the farm as children. The kind and
oh goodness, I'm not too sure. We're just gonna keep going.
The sacred vows of marriage for 30 wonderful years.
Like I have to cut out another hand. I'll cut off another hand.
Invalid he left to die as he cowered under rotten floorboards. Nearly forgotten.
It seems like they wanted me to like. Step 2 was to do all the hands, just make all the hands. Step 3 was to make all 5 guns. Step 4 was one of the guys. 5.
Over the crackling torches,
Still another
muffled
guy.
lustful moans
I don't know.
and cast iron fire pits, but it was there, calling out to him from beyond the single wooden door in the lavish row of gateways that lined the breathing walls. He approached the unremarkable door and pressed an ear against the bare wood.
So we
Her
got the
voice called to him
hand.
again with a muted whimper. Something clicked, and the door opened with a backdraft of blinding smoke. Solomon stepped within. A swirling mist danced in front of his steps, guiding him through a corridor of mirrors that distorted his reflection whenever he dared to look. In one tall-looking glass, his body appeared crippled and lame, his face hanging loose on one side, threatening to fall from his skull. In the next mirror, wide and devastated white wings fluttered behind him, cancerous bleeding feathers molting from his back. In some of the
Let's get the other gun, I guess.
other fantastic creatures and leering figures walked alongside Solomon,
The
acting
next
as
one's going to
guides,
be
temptresses, or
34,
curious
36, and 35.
The
34,
train
35, and
smoke
36.
that pulled at him and masked the way forward now began to wisp away on the current of an invisible wind,
34,
revealing
35,
the
and
end
36.
of the narrowing corridor and a polished mirror that spanned the height of the room.
Here we go. Here's 34.
Behind thrust Solomon against the glass pane and held his head towards the materializing images that played out in the dream beyond the glass. It was their home on the farm during the night of the first attack. A statuesque crowd of armored soldiers stood gathered in the candlelight, their motionless backs to Solomon. He attempted to see what was beyond the gathering, standing on the tips of his toes and calling out furiously for the invaders to move. Adamina's voice crowed once more, this time clear and painfully
34.
close. The unseen hold on Solomon's
35 and 36 are just the gun. Oh, here's 35.
Felt like his body was
That's the
drowning in
fastest I've ever found them.
Forced from one reality into another. He now stood in the living quarters of his home, behind the gathering of soldiers who refused to respond to Solomon's arrival. He took a deep inhale of breath and could smell the familiar farmyard aromas entering the hab through the splintered door. With their backs still to him, the marauders parted in disturbing synchronization, stepping outwards to the
there's 36. Look at that.
They came to a uniform stop, frozen in a formation that gave them the unnatural appearance of market mannequins in preparation for transit. The faceless, smooth heads on top of the soldiers' bodies more than helped with this illusion. His Adamina sat on the floor by the fireplace. Her face and body looked young and full. Dark hair brushed against her neck in the side plaitie always.
Alright, 34, 35, and 36 are pulled out. So that's that gun. That's good.
Sit on his heels in front of his wife.
Done.
She would not look or respond to
And
him,
we
however
did.
much he called her name or begged for forgiveness.
Damn, so that sucks. So I made the captain. The captain's body is on this guy.
Until his knuckles split. He wrapped a hand around her face and tried to
that's
force
okay.
her to talk, shaking her head with a new violence bubbling inside
Damn,
him.
that sucks.
A clamorous sound took his attention as a
not a big deal.
machete clattered to the ground by his side. The mannequin soldiers hadn't moved as he looked back and scoured the room. Their
captain's body. Sergeant.
Before he could turn his head back to Adamina, she was upon him.
Right.
With a
Sergeant's
ferocity,
body.
she scratched and bit at Solomon's exposed skin, sinking needled teeth into his screaming
face. It's gonna be
face.
a different one now. It's gonna be.
He gripped onto her head to prevent her pulling back and tearing his cheek away. Midnight black eyes vibrated and bulged inside their sockets as her young, unblemished skin became translucent and withered in metamorphic transformation. They wrestled around the living quarters of the farmstead, crashing into the mannequin troopers who fell like rigid pins from the impact. He thrust a punch upwards into her throat, and the demon released her locked jaws from his face. Solomon rammed his forehead into her nose, smashing the cartilage to powder.
So this is where we would get the sword hand. So it's going to be 24.
To scramble for the blade and cleave it deep into her collarbone. Bright
21, 22, and 23.
The cut as the demon fell, the body going into grand mal seizure in a frothing, pathetic heap. The horrific features of the black-eyed creature dissolved, and once more his wife lay crippled and bleeding, mouthing silent words of
let's see, what was it?
Confusion,
21.
as she stared at him in terror. The mannequins surrounded the panting Solomon,
22 and
Watched with dead
23.
eyes as they tore her
Or
apart.
24. I want 24, so I'm going to have to get 22 or 23 with it to fit it. I think that's what it's telling me.
He woke to the sound
Alright, so
that
sword
added the
hand,
smell of the
and
initiate
then 22 and
gathering
23.
on him. One of the youngest members, a child
Sword
no more
hand,
than
here it
12,
is.
was trying to cut through the canvas sling on Solomon's shoulder and take the autogun from his back. Another filthy-handed teen rifled through his bandolier and greatcoat pockets. The leader announced to the group he wanted the eyes, brandishing the short blade still sticky from the crier's murder. They hadn't realized he was awake when they attempted to take off the iron mask. In a sobering haze, he pulled up his weapon.
Sword
With a deafening
hand.
burst, the gang dropped dead.
And then 22 and
A short
23
applause rippled from a squad of
for the
Adavan
hand to
infantry
fit.
nearby before they turned back to their conversation and the murder was forgotten. He charged another magazine into the smoking rifle and warily stood, the dizzying effects of the
23.
amasec still present in his blood.
There's 22.
In the overcast grey clouds of dawn, the invaders held a celebratory parade in the main square
For
of
the
the capital.
captain, what
The
kind of
vibrant,
hand do
garish
I
colours
want?
of the soldiers' uniforms and the stalking monsters lent the once dull palette of the architectural stonework a sense of pageantry and life.
Or do I only get one choice
It was
between...
unhinged at all times. Their maniacal whims
Oh, I
were
think I do
scuffled
only
and
get
never
one
be
choice between
organised
sword
into a
hand
true
and the
fighting
actual
force. But Solomon had told
21
them
and
they at least enjoyed
22
their
and
short,
23.
brutal lives.
21,
He stood quickly back
23,
onto the pavement as one of the
22.
golden tanks thundered past.
Yeah, actually, I think that's actually
The
it.
child gunner aimed the mounted heavy bolter at the crowd of cultists and infantry and mimicked the rattle of his weapon with wet, farting noises from his mouth. The gathering cheered and laughed to the sight of the child howling at the sky to the melody of the tank's monstrous war horn. Drunk on alcohol, pleasure, and victory, the audience spilled from the pavements and side streets, following behind the treads of the behemoth.
Dude.
Surge
Alright.
of movement forcing Solomon along in
So,
a
sword hand
wave of
stays
thinking heretics.
the same.
He couldn't find his breath as bodies
But
crashed
there's a
and
piece that goes
squeezed
on
against
top
him.
of the sword
The smell
hand
was
shoulder.
nauseating within the crush,
Sucker
like
mud.
an overflowing latrine doused in weak cold sweat and left to cook in the sweltering heat of a summer's sun. Solomon was thrust forward, his hands grasping onto any extremities to stop from falling and being trampled to death. There were brief lulls in the movement, and he took these chances to try and escape. With his arms up to his chest, he pushed through slim pockets in the mob, taking a couple of quick steps before another wave surge hit, sending him spinning in a new direction. Solomon had battled to the periphery by the time the crowd had converged at the steps of a vast imperial
14,
cathedral.
I already took 14.
Upon the corners of the ancient building perched a pair of mighty statues, their stone raptorial talons hooked over palatial columns, colossal wings splayed high and wide as if about to take flight. Solomon watched a tank rotate its turret and send a well-placed anti-armor shell that impacted on one of the stonework eagles, taking one of its heads off in a burst of dust and debris. Giant chunks of falling stone tumbled down the cathedral steps, an unlucky group of soldiers flattened to paste under its rolling path. He felt a rising warmth when the red sun of Arvum cut through the cloud cover and lit the cathedral like theater lanterns.
Is this all just for the captain? There's no way.
Themselves. The focus point of the star's light shone across the arched entrance of the building, drawing the entire crowd's attention. It may have been the brandy in his veins, or something darker, but Solomon felt drawn to the spectacle. He clambered to the front
Well,
of the
anyways,
audience,
let's see.
fighting
So what's
off
the next spot?
unrelenting, fondling touches that expended the remainder of his lilting energy.
Let's do 107, 106.
When a mighty fanfare
106
of
and
horns
107.
and vox-amplified ululation welcomed the main protagonist to this stage of despair. The scourge of Adavan cried out as one, weeping in sheer admiration for the warp-spawned greater demon that crawled from the
107, 106 were already taken out? Damn, so I already put those on?
of beast-riding maidens that pulled at their bipedal
I hope
mounts,
it's the same.
fanning out across the length of the wide steps. The four-armed demon uncoiled to its full height and looked upon its army, relishing the pain they had wrought on this mortal world. It unfurled its scything arms and rumbled a call that drowned out all other sounds. there was something else that shared the stage with the devil. A small naked figure, almost invisible in the titanic shadow of the demon's legs, came forward. A woman. Solomon vomited inside his mask. Adamina. It was truly her, not the hell-born apparition that plagued his dreams each time he slumbered. His wife began to run her fingers over the scaled leg of the demon to the hissing dismay of the mounted maidens, their claws clacking in protest. Their wicked steeds shared in their distress, kicking out with avian feet and lashing at Adamina with vicious spiked tails. The Keeper of Secrets paid no attention.
I'm so confused.
And nor did Adamina while she continued to caress and kiss its glistening skin. Solomon felt the emptiness of a lover's betrayal, squirming as he watched his wife find pleasure at the touch.
So who's who? Alright, so I'm trying to make the sergeant now. I mean, we got that guy. I need a shoulder pad now, but since I already took out 106 and 107, then we need 104 and 105?
The crowd erupted in exhilaration, and Solomon was caught in the surge again when a band of cultists battled their way to the front to worship at the feet of the demon and its new queen. A wash of engine noise above. Solomon hadn't realized the arch-enemy had flyers, trying to pinpoint the craft's approach. He wondered how they even had pilots
here we
that
had
would
one.
dive their crafts into the earth just to feel the rush of the ground race towards them. Something loud and astoundingly fast ripped over the cathedral with a boom, a flash of blue engine flame in its wake. Then another. Two more. The fighter wing pitched upwards into the sky before turning in formation and diving towards the assembly with the burning sun at their backs. It was only when the tank's gunners opened up with furious ground-to-air defense did Solomon realize that this was not air fleet of the Chaos host. Heavy bolter shells tore upwards into the sky in snaking lines of glowing tracer fire, catching one of the wings of the diving craft that corkscrewed and exploded through the square in a rolling fire. An Imperial Thunderbolt leveled out, and
right
loosed
here
a salvo of
on is
multi-laser
what I
shots and
want.
autocannon shots.
Wow, and I put the wrong sides on this guy too?
Lines of
Damn.
unprepared troops and cultists toppled and came apart.
Well, it's not like I'm going to take them apart, so we're just going to work with what we got.
The kill belonging to the air fighter that banked hard through the swirling smoke of the explosion. Solomon leapt to the ground and hauled the dying cultist on top of him as another jet screamed overhead, releasing a canister from its fuselage that broke apart, ejecting hundreds of submunitions. The flowering bomblets twisted like darts to the ground, detonating across the swarm of trucked infantry in small fragmenting blasts. Solomon roared through gritted teeth, frantically tucking his body into the back of the dying heretic as shrapnel.
So the next runner up
indiscriminately maimed and slaughtered all
would have been this
him.
guy.
Two more lines in the crowd were chewed to mulch when a thunderbolt swooped down in an attack run, its wing-mounted guns emptying into the heaving crush of bodies. Adavan troopers manned the quad guns they had salvaged from the walls of the city, trying to knock the fighter craft out of the sky, but the Imperial pilots were already thundering their way out of the battle to rearm.
So I need 46, 43, and 41.
The heavy, lifeless cultist and looked to the cathedral steps. The beast-riding demonettes were gone.
Some legs. I need legs.
For the chaos of the air assault. The greater demon had scaled the side of the enormous building,
43, 46.
That were now distant pinpricks in the sky. Adamina was alone. Solomon had never been a brave man, yet as he made his way up the high stone steps he felt no fear, only the desire to rescue his Adamina and break her free of the demon's spell. He removed his body armor and cast away the iron mask to show a smiling, filthy face. His eyes were bloodshot and dark, yet full of atonement and love. Tears that were born from shame welled and blurred his vision before falling down his emaciated cheeks. A shrill, painful screech spun Solomon around. The disgusting, oozing insect beast that had tortured and goaded him for 7 days of hell launched itself up the steps after him. It was repulsively quick as it wormed its way upwards.
43, 46, and 41.
Battle cries turned to gurgling nonsense as a hard slug round ripped half its face off. Long, centipede legs sprawled and slipped on their own pus-yellow ichor as Solomon pumped another bullet into its bloated thorax. The next shot sheared off the lashing arm that spun away and left a gaping, ragged hole running thick discharge onto the stonework. Solomon did not stop firing until his weapon clicked dry. Solomon swallowed hard when he realized the commotion on the steps had garnered the attention of a band of cultists that skulked their way towards him holding long blades. He fumbled a fresh charge of bullets into his auto rifle, just in time to defend himself and Adamina. The gun bucked in full auto, the recoil too unruly for Solomon to hold steady, sending more rounds wide than on target. Before he had a chance to control the weapon, it had emptied.
There it is, 41.
He reached into his leather bandolier. No more ammunition. He wildly swung the weapon like a club, cracking the jaw of a closing cultist that sent him reeling down the steps, spitting teeth. More hooded thralls swarmed, ascending the broad cathedral steps. He turned and rushed to Adamina, holding her close as the voices of the vile heretics drew closer. He needed to shield her from their blades, sacrifice himself and be free from the dreams of torment and cowardice. Solomon tensed as he prepared to feel the gutting knives dig inside his back and puncture his organs. He was not afraid. The world around him erupted in noise and phosphorescent flame. Solomon closed his eyes and accepted with a relieved laugh that this was the end, that his mortal body had been destroyed and he was being taken to stand
8 and 13.
But agonizing
8
screams
and
of death were
13.
never mentioned in
There's
the prayer
13.
texts. Solomon opened his eyes and turned to see the steps behind burning with a brilliant white fire. The flames stuck and melted the attacking cultists' flesh and bones to blubbery jelly and ran
13.
down the steps like upturned canisters of promethium.
Need 8.
Anti-aircraft weapons and small arms belched at the fighter bomber that strafed the city's market district with more of the white flame. Solomon turned back to his beautiful wife and gently brought her face close to his. He kissed her, begging for absolution whilst another explosion of white fire sparked across the cathedral roof, the greater demon disappearing in the blast. He held her tight into his chest and felt a brief movement in their clutch, like the involuntary spasms of lamentation. He raised a loving hand to wipe away her tears, but recoiled when he saw she was smiling with a mouth that split her cheeks from ear to ear. Her naked skin seemed to stretch and ripple as if something wanted to climb its way out, and her beautiful eyes turned black and pitted like egg sacs. The dread host of Adavan had used her broken body as a vessel for the monster that now resided inside her hollowed shell. Adamina's pain and suffering from the cancerous disease would have fed the demon fat. A full squadron of fighter bombers now approached from the east, leaving a vast, mile-wide contrail across the cloudless sky. They descended and started their fire raid on the outskirts of the city. The world burned. Solomon grabbed onto the creature that was once his wife and wrapped his arms around her tightly before she could escape. She bit into his throat and tore his belly open. She spat corrosive gobbets of phlegm into his eyes, which melted in their sockets. He just held her tighter. In his blindness, Solomon could hear the aircraft fly past, the spiraling whistle of their bombs falling. The last thing he felt was a transient moment of unspeakable agony as they were doused in the white fire.
Well, I don't know why I keep looking for it. I know which piece I want to use.
Bodies melded together in a lover's embrace, skin falling away to reveal liquefying bones that in turn puddled at the top of the temple of flesh and stone.
This guy.
Together, forever, in life and death.
So we got 13, and the original one, 9. Good. Now those side pieces, but I don't want blank ones. All that we have left are blank ones. Damn, it is. Alright. That's fine. This is how we learn. But you gotta follow the instructions.
Antigone stared into the maelstrom. From his berth upon the void ship Libertinus, he gently placed a skeletal hand upon the window.
Yo, Gauzy Glare, appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, we're building some homies. We painted this guy just a little. Well, we've been painting him for the last couple streams, but worked on him a little bit more today. Did a little highlighting on him. Come on, focus. There it is. It didn't come out as great as I'd hoped, but it's my first Terminator, so we're getting there. We're working on it.
Vehemently quivered in its absence, vibrating with the surges of low, distorted
Eventually, it'll be better.
Antigone's yearned to rejoin his brotherhood of the Abyssal Choir and exalt his devotion among the Pantheon. It had been too long since he had last heard the Lady of the Void, or felt the hearts that beat inside his chest swell with rapture.
We're almost there at cutting all the pieces out. He is almost free from his sprue prison. Let's see, 6 and 11. I need 6 and 11, and we're almost there.
Mortal ears now became ethereal, forming a chorus of transcendent beauty. Yet, from behind the barrier of the chamber-spanning viewing port, the exquisite sounds of the warp were dampened to hushed murmurs that lay beyond the grasp of even his oral
There we
gifts.
go. 6.
Antigone's muscles twitched, spasming violently with an addict's longing for sensation. For a fleeting, ephemeral moment, his pain and body was stilled by the familiar echo of suffering.
11, right here, purple.
Antigone's berth resembled a charnel house, its vaulted walls lined with sarcophagi hewn from obsidian, each emitting mournful wails and screams from affixed speaker units. Within the black coffin prisons, mortal slaves writhed, their bodies racked by the machinations of internal pain engines, while their veins flooded with an equal cocktail. What
faction are you building? What homies do you have?
Untold centuries. Their amplified cries for deliverance were always a small comfort to Antigone's in these
6 and 11 out.
Soothing his cravings like only a mother's lullaby could calm an afflicted child.
Alright, looks like we've got all the pieces. We've got the side, the knee pads. Oh, well, I guess we need his body, right? Body's what's
the slaughter of Cetarius,
the other thing that's important.
Where he and his fellow noise marine cadre surrounded the Imperial enemy and ruthlessly devoured them with overloaded
smaller dudes,
the mortal soldiers,
regular ultramarines. I got some Infernus marines.
The craterous battlefield.
Those were the first guys that I made.
Widened like shimmering black pools as he remembered the soup of broiling bodies that filled the caldera, geysers of frothing blood spouting from the onslaught. Like
you can tell I made these first.
Pages in his mind turned with
right, they'll get better with time.
Distant wars on alien worlds. He remembered the dizzying heights of the war for
oh, that's what they're called? Okay. My bad, dude. I thought they were, I thought that was just a clever way of saying, like, little army guys. Little armigers. Okay, let me check that out. I'll just Google it real quick just to see what you're talking about.
Rending screaming hordes of rushing banshees in twain before turning his sonic blaster on an approaching grav tank, splitting the star engine with a wave of concentrated sound. The cacophonous rupture of Imperial god machines as they fell on a frozen hive world, war horns screaming.
Wait a minute.
Crashed to the earth like felled giants, razing entire cities and engulfing populations in a firestorm of unparalleled beauty. The sacking of a red-skied farming world where he had seen a keeper of
bro, wait, they're smaller dudes. Why are they so big? What do you mean?
These were just memories. A high mewling whine emitted from Antigone's Vox Grill Moor when he was reminded of the maddening silence and ennui that permeated a noise marine's existence as it traveled through the void. His eyes danced madly around the room
until they
fell upon the ornate weapon that hung maglocked to the hull. The sonic blaster called to him in a
language. Damn, dude.
From piping and coils.
That's what you're doing right now?
overlapping whispers and piercing sine waves bit inside his brain,
That's
mocking him for
badass.
despite in the pursuit of pleasure. It
Hell
took all of
yeah.
Antigone's fortitude not to wrench
That's so
the
cool,
instrument
dude.
from its holding and unleash
I'm
the
way
full
stoked
force
for
of its
you.
energy into the blast window, forever committing his body to the rapturous
I'm gonna
tones
have
of the underlying fabric of the universe.
I'm gonna have to
Yet,
follow you and check
this
that
report may have
out.
provided momentary relief before inevitable void death, and Antigone's desired so much more.
Why? Are you scared you're gonna mess it up?
Purpose,
Don't be afraid, dude. Just go for it. And don't overthink it, too.
in a momentary
I've been learning here lately that the more I overthink it, the more time I waste. If I just go for it, let's just get there, do it. If it comes out, it comes out. If it doesn't, this is how we learn. One chance. Yeah, dude, I hear you. I definitely hear you. I know exactly what you mean. Just like I messed this guy up. It doesn't look messed up.
A creature to be feared.
I mean, beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, but yeah, I messed up pretty good on this guy. This is supposed to, like, his body is for the sergeant, and the side armor, hip armor, whatever, those are supposed to be for the sergeant. They have the little insignia on it, whereas all the other hip armor doesn't have any insignia on it. And now that I'm actually making my sword sergeant, it's like, oh, he's not gonna have hip insignia because I put it on the other guy. It's all right. This is how we learn. It's fun though. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun learning. We're doing it.
With the surrounding waxy flesh and pulsed periodically under the skin. Antigone's remained motionless, unaffected by the violent jolting of the libertines.
Right, now I need part 40.
The metal work of the void ship screamed, threatening to collapse, while
40
engines roared and struggled to reduce the craft's speed. Blurred star lines outside of the blast window sharpened, and the crackling energy fields encompassing the ship
I'm not too sure what I need now.
until only real space remained.
Yeah, 40. I'm pretty sure it's 40.
For planet 4, my children. Echoed the omnipresent voice of Agonilus, warband champion of Slanesh. His serpentine words reverberating from an army of corrupt.
Okay, 40 and 42.
That flitted on mechanical wings throughout the labyrinthine corridors of the Libertinus. Skittering menials and malformed spider-legged servitors abruptly entered Antigone's chamber.
42. 40 and 42.
Their augmented and mutated limbs protesting under the immense weight.
Thanks, man. Yeah, somebody suggested that I do it with mechanical pencil first. Oops, sorry. And yeah, dude, I did that. I did it with mechanical pencil first. It came out real bad. So we did it again with mechanical pencil. And then it came out all right the second time. So we went for it and we went for the checkered pattern. Thanks, dude. It actually took a minute. And it's still not that great, but yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
And the promise of eternal pleasure before us.
As time goes on, it'll get better.
Assemble your choir.
You know how it is, trying to be a perfectionist and trying to get every little micro millimeter perfect. And it's like, dude, the more I try to do it nicely and perfect, the more I mess up. And then I spaz out and like paint a whole line where it's not supposed to be. And yeah, I don't know what happens, dude.
Colorless world. Brackish swamp water sloshed about his heavy stride, rippling.
What was I getting? Oh yeah,
modified armor
40, 40, and 42.
The swampland. Its
Let's just look for 40 real quick.
Remnants of fallen vegetation, like specters clinging
there it is,
to the
40.
last vestiges of life. The choir marched alongside him. The silence of the dead mire.
Oh, no, I don't do TikTok, actually. I don't have no TikTok. I have Instagram. I have Discord, kinda. And that's it. Wait. X. I have X also.
Beyond the vast expanse of swampland before the advancing warriors.
But if not, I'll go on your Twitch if you got videos on Twitch. Check those out. Or if you got YouTube VODs, I'll check those out.
Housed within these refineries were the stockpiles of
pull out 40
that would fuel the children of Agonilus' further pursuits of pleasure in the sector. This was the prize. It would not be undefended. The enemy was here, hidden and waiting within the encircling cloak
There it
of grey
is.
fog.
40 is out.
In this
I need
offensive
42, I
silence
think.
before the storm, Antigone's marked the faint movements of the enemy's armor joints and the beating of twin
You
hearts
don't.
inside
Oh,
their
damn.
hands and chests.
Nothing on.
Palpitating
Damn.
organs drumming a steady beat that could only belong
Yeah,
to the
I never got
angels
into
of
TikTok.
death. No mere human's blood pumps to that stoic rhythm on the verge of engagement.
No Discord. No X, no Instagram.
Bracing the heavy sonic blaster against his hip.
No YouTube
Antigone
either?
thumbed the
Nothing
trigger
on
switch
YouTube?
upon his instrument of war, discharging a tempest of energized sound.
All right, no worries. Let me
In the mud,
let me copy
inside the hidden depths
the
of
link.
rotting forest. His choir and their retinue eagerly joined,
And that
a
way I'll
symphony
just
of
check it out
destruction was wrought upon the
later.
hidden space marines. Doom sirens, sonic rifles, and bolters complemented each other in thunderous harmony,
Copy.
reducing the immense decaying forest to mulch and splintered kindling.
Okay.
Helmless initiates of the
I'll do that a little bit. I'll do that. I'll check it out after the stream.
The advancing marines of Slanesh. They bounded with savage fury to the flanks of the desolated.
Oh, I can't leave a message if I don't have an account, huh? Either. Damn.
The pallor of the swamp. From inside the enshrouding mist, blooded battle brothers of the 20th Legion covered the initiates' maneuvers. Mass reactive bolts.
If I end up making a TikTok account, I will follow or, you know, whatever it is. Follow, subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff.
Steaming tar black gore vomiting from his headless corpse before the body was unceremoniously swallowed by the swamp.
No, 40.
An acrid smell of burning
42. 42 chest piece.
a further volley of covering bolt fire spiraled from the mortifactor's outlying position.
42
chest shells roaring toward the children of Agonilus.
3?
Antigone's watched a heavy gunner from his retinue come apart in a flurry of concussive explosions. His decapitated horned helm landing with a wet impact against the noise marine's greaves. Hauling himself from the mud to ascend upon a colossal fallen tree, Malachi the Faceless, third voice of the abyssal choir, shredded a charging squad of Imperial scouts with a devastating sonic scream. Ceramite and organics ruptured into bubbling
How
soup.
the hell did...
Mad, helm-amplified laughter erupted from the children of Agonilus before they gleefully
I got
pushed
3
forward
right
towards their
here.
enemy. Manic bolter fire and searing plasma discharge.
What other
ripping
one
apart
was
the fetid
used?
vegetation to
Did I use the
reach
other
bone-encased
44?
marines of the mortifactors. Around Antigone's the battle raged.
57.
Within the maze of dead branches and waist-high sludge,
39.
mighty chainsaws bit and screamed in protest,
42.
grinding through power
Let's
armor
see.
and the flesh of both parties. A
27.
mortifactor initiate roared in victory as he dealt a killing strike. His war blade buried deep into the exposed throat of a helmless child of Agonilus. Guttering dark blood poured down the long knife, submerging the
Oh, 42's
mortifactor's
right here.
gauntlets in thick gore. His momentary celebration of triumph was cut short when a polished gladius punched through his face from behind.
I'm all mixed up now.
The marine wielding the blade twisted it slowly, coring the head like a grisly fruit, savoring the sensation of boring the hole in the mortifactor's skull. Answering mass reactive bolts from the fog detonated upon the
Nice,
slavering
dude.
Chaos Warrior, hammering
Whoa!
and tearing an arm off at the elbow.
I'm down. I'll definitely check those out.
A fountain of dark mud and blood
46.
plumed to
Orcs are
Antigone's
dope.
left. A frag
I want to get some
grenade from a
Necrons one of these days.
detonating under the surface of the mire.
Necrons are pretty cool. Or one of the big guys like you got. That's pretty sick too.
A blast of sound in the direction of a descending marine.
These guys are expensive though, man. I gotta learn how to play also. I don't know how to play, dude. I've been painting a few handfuls of these guys, a couple handfuls, and I still don't know how to play. 42, 27. Don't want either of those. And like, I'm afraid that I'm gonna cut out one of these wrong. Like, number 3 is right here, and that's the one that I should have used for that guy. So if I didn't use it on that guy, is it gonna fit a different guy? It's gonna have to, right? Because that one fit. I don't know. I should just pull it out because it's one that I've already should have used and I didn't.
Divine inspiration for the desire to continue his journey.
So at least this way we'll use it up.
Began to echo the noise Marine's internal struggle.
And hopefully everything will be alright.
Second of slow and agonizing death.
Ooh, I get by with a little help from my friend.
Explosions blossomed like
Got
unfurling
3 out for the face.
Note from his brother's sonic weaponry tore into the chronal fabric of time in slowed clarity, cutting through.
May take a little smooshing. Alright, but you'll be good. I'm down.
Bows and resonating with the putrid earth beneath.
I just don't want to end up with one of those like you use the wrong piece over here, so now these two aren't going to fit, and there's no way to ever make them fit. But I've slowly been learning that you can make anything fit, and then you make yourself some, what's it called, sprue glue, and fill in whatever gaps, and yeah, dude, I haven't had to do any of that yet. This is my first time using glue to put them together, because the other sets were the push to fit, push fit, whatever it's called. And yeah, we're getting there.
With a sonorous surge of dark energy
Let's
from
see,
surgically melted emitters in the Terminator's pauldrons, a focused, weaponized wave of sound.
Oh, it does fit, dude. You were right. It's almost like it was made right for it too, even though it should have been on the other guy. Cool. That makes me happy. I'm down.
Malachi and Verpa regrouped.
Use it as your main glue?
In unison, singing their song in dreadful consonance.
Does it work? I mean, I guess in your opinion, it works better if you use it as your main, right? It holds like immediately, even though it's still wet. Oh yeah, damn! I was wondering that about the other when I was doing this guy. I was like holding it for a second, and I was just like, okay, come on now, stick, and it wasn't sticking right away, so I'll wait a couple more seconds, and then it finally stuck. But I was afraid that I'm gonna, you know how like super glue, you move it a little bit and then it sticks somewhere else too quick, and it's like, bro, no, not like that. Yeah, I was afraid I was gonna do that with that guy, but no, it ended up all right. They didn't mess it up. It was all right. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe I'm gonna get myself a second bottle of that Tamiya glue. That way I can mix sprue parts into it. That way I have a clean one and then a sprue glue one. I don't want to make sprue glue and then make it too thick or mess it up and then I have no glue, you know? So when I get a second bottle, I'm gonna try that out, and I'm gonna try it as just regular glue. No. Yeah, man. Thanks for the tip, man. I hope it works as well for me as it has for you. You'll still need the thin stuff? Okay. Yeah, definitely keep the thin stuff then. I don't want to mess nothing up further than I've already messed it up.
The retinue of Marines refixed their garish.
Oh yeah. Little itty bitty pieces. Little bitty pieces.
Trying to catch up with their noise Marine superiors.
Like the tilt shield.
Felt the confused gaze of Agonila's warriors when they passed. Glowing white eye lenses.
Yeah, this is dope. I like this. This is fun.
At the noise Marine leader's statuesque position.
Grown-up Legos.
Then two.
And a more expensive Lego.
Leaving only the chirping of hungry insects. That
Alright, so we got the backpack or the power pack, whatever. We got the face.
Within the cosmic depths of his mind,
I don't think we need any other piece.
An orgy
1, 2, 3, 4 legs, crotch, arm gun, sword. Oh, shoulder pads. I think shoulder pads. Yeah, shoulder pads is the only other thing I need to do.
Darkness.
And since I already used shoulder pads,
darkness. Arcs of impossible
106 and 107, I gotta use the next runner.
Eyes, his soul's last attempt to ignite consciousness. Darkness. Light. Waking neurons fired into life like a birthing galaxy, aroused by the sound of plaintive
Oh, the guys that you're making, or the guys that I'm making? Mine are, yeah, they're kind of little. I don't, yeah.
Distant.
Definitely wouldn't be able to, for like the tilt shield or the hip plating.
Alongside a renewed sense of dedication and purpose. Once more,
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
ethereal sound reverberated
Damn.
inside Antigone's
Oh,
pulsating
check out that
aural
picture of that
implants.
guy
His
again.
heretic-infused hearing now keen and scarring a path
Arminger's
to the location of the
40K
source.
Canis Rex.
Without
Bro, that looks
concern for the
wild. That
vast
looks so sick.
distance that separated him from the sound or the muffled boom of ongoing combat
Damn.
beyond the swamp, Agonilus turned to the west
Impressive,
and
dude.
embarked on his pilgrimage.
Whoops. Most impressive. So sick. So sick. How much did that run you? An arm and a leg. Bro. Okay, so shoulder pads. All right, 106, 107 we use. Now the next runner up is 104 and 105. 104 and 105. Why is... So the first one that I did was shoulder pads 106 and 107 for the sergeant, but I put it on a regular guy. And now for the next guy, which is a sergeant that I'm actually doing now, I've got shoulder pads 104 and 105 to put on him, but I have 3 104. Wait, no, I lied. I got 5. So each one, so the only different ones were the ones that I put on the wrong guy. Cool. Awesome. I love it when that happens. All right, so I've got 5 104 shoulder pads and I got 5 105 shoulder pads. Cool. All right. So that's awesome. Okay. We're learning. We're doing it. Mine 280. Damn. 280. Damn. Yeah, no, it's pricey, but I think I don't know. I don't know if I could spend that much on one guy. I want to. I want to. It's just like, damn, dude. It's just I'm gonna finish it one day and then it's just gonna sit there. I mean, that's all right, I guess. 280. How many video games could I buy for 280? 5 games? 5 AAA games? Well, they're getting more expensive these days too. I don't know, dude. 104 and 105. Yeah, I'll probably get one day. When I become rich and famous, I'm definitely gonna get one. All right, so we got 104 and 105 cut out. We have all the pieces to make our next little homie. I think I'm pretty sure. I hope. I'm gonna put the rest of this plastic back into the prison of the cardboard box with the directions because I should be all. You know what? We'll leave the directions out just in case. For one, dude, don't tell my chicks. Yeah, dude. Hey, your secret's safe with me, bro. Don't let them know about your Swiss bank account either. All right, let's see. We're gonna start with the legs, right? We gotta go legs to the crotch area. That's the first thing they told me to do. So yeah, see, I'm glad I didn't put the directions away. No, psych, psych, psych. The first thing I gotta do is clean off all the bits. We're gonna use our diamond files. Diamond files, dude. This is wild. How little these are. These are great. go with this little flat guy right here. Come here, flat guy. I'm missing something. No. Doesn't matter what I'm missing because I just need to clean them. Clean them off, grab my X-Acto knife. Grab our helping hands. I don't think we need the helping hands, but grab everything we need. Oh yeah. There's another one, another little tool. Here it is. This guy. The hobby, dude. The device. All right, we'll start this guy back over.
The jungle hungers. She starves for the minds that weaken and break from stifling madness. She eats away at the life of men with the mouths of its monsters or the rot of infection. She thirsts for the salted sweat that permeates the body like an epidermal layer of skin. She is a cruel and salivating beast that will never be contented. Since the Third War for Armageddon and the defeat of Orc warlord Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, the planet's jungle had become a war zone. The spores left behind by the destroyed horde settled and multiplied within the equatorial jungle, breeding a race of feral orcs not bound to a Wa or their gods. The orc hunters were formed in the wake of Armageddon's long path to rebuild, to battle and destroy the jungle-born greenskin threat. These hunters went by another name, Skull Takers.
Hang on.
Jungle flies the size of small avians hovered around the hulking body of Songbird. She dropped her blade and deftly snatched one out of the air, crushing its lifeblood into her mouth, green innards catching on the crude piercings that lined her lips. Her brother, Baishani, smirked and gestured for her to do it again, pointing 2 fingers to his own mouth to punctuate the fact that he also wanted to eat. Without looking, she pinched another buzzing jungle fly and held it out to her sibling. Baishani reached to take the living meal, but Songbird crushed the thrumming insect and cracked a sarcastic smile full of filed teeth, whilst the ruined bug seeped through her fingers. Her brother thumped her on her shoulder with a strength that would deaden a normal arm for a week, but Songbird just shrugged.
Gotta get rid of some mold lines too. Clean up the mold line.
She sat back on the flattened foliage underneath her and continued to run a long knife across the crown of her head, the standard issue long blade of the orc hunters shaving her scalp clean in between the fleshy grooves and raised tissue of intertwining scars. Hunter Ujarak took first guard in the thicket as the 3 other skull takers attempted to rest and recover from their day's patrol. Propped against gnarled roots, alongside the muscled bulk of Songbird and her equally sized brother Baishani, sat Sergeant Kallian. The stoic hunter grunted disapprovingly at the brother and sister, flashing cutting, disdainful looks at the siblings every time they raised their voices beyond a whisper. When they had begun their combat patrol, there were 7 of them. New bloods Utul, Junai, and Tarin had fallen during their second night in the jungle when eagerly trying to prove themselves against a roaming band of boar boys. The 4 remaining hunters had been tracking the retreating pack of feral orcs for 13 days, stalking through the humid evergreen jungles of Armageddon.
Some of these mold lines are so tiny, dude.
Riders returned to their hidden camp. Days seemed to last for eons inside the jungle. Baishani found it impossible to sleep outside of the mildly less unbearable heat of night, instead spending any downtime they had sharpening his scalper. He ran the sharpening puck across the 2-foot blade that had seen him through countless savage battles. The lives it had taken would have made his elders proud. It would have been honored in ritual by his father, forever bonding the blade's soul to the ancestral ghosts of war. But that is there.
Francis, what's up, my dude?
And here on
Welcome back, my guy.
Death,
Glad you made it. We painted a little bit of our little homie a little while ago. We just did some highlight lines, the edge highlights. Didn't come out that great, but it'll pass for my first Terminator. It's okay for now. I tried doing some my own homemade Nuln oil. Try to darken it up. Yeah, buddy, welcome back to the land of the living. I'm just trying to get some mold lines off the next Terminator's head.
Jarek could see why the grunts at base looked upon her as little more than the savage greenskin she killed. She was a true
Take a little mold line off.
Almost abhuman in height and muscle, her rippling arms covered in battle scars and self-inked tattoos. Her indigenous tan skin was rarely without a covering of green pigmented camouflage paste or a cracking layer of insect-repelling mud. On a necklace of rope, she proudly displayed the ears, teeth, and fingers of past foes as grisly mementos of battle. She had even sported the rotting, flayed face of a feral orc war boss during their last rotation. Ujarak would rather forget that smell. Sergeant Kalyan slumbered as well. An angled, leathery face grimaced as he dreamt, a white-knuckled grip around his unsheathed scalper tightening on his lap. A breastplate of linking bone chinked together as he breathed. Despite his aged, greying appearance, Ujarak knew the truth of what the sergeant was capable of when they engaged the orcs. You had to be as fierce and ruthless as the enemy to survive in this green hell, and Kalyan was a master of brutality. After their last kill run, the old man had to be fitted with 2 augmetic legs from the knees down by the surgeons at base. They gave the old soldier the ability to walk again, and also served to remind Ujarak to never try and kick a giant squig in the teeth each time he saw the whirring metallic limbs poke from beneath Kalyan's fatigues. The Steel Legion detachment of orc hunters at Cerberus base unaffectionately called him Sergeant Squig Kicker behind his back, but they were never brave or stupid enough to say it to his stony face. Ujarak was the only one of the group native to Armageddon. His merited skills with both long las and carbine in the last war, earning him a placement within the Orc Hunters. The impenetrable language barrier had been a concern to him when he had been recruited into the team of indigenous hunters. Yet over a night of heavy drinking in the garrison's mess hall, he had discovered they shared skills in handling their alcohol and learning arm and hand signals. They also all harbored a hatred for enemies that ruined their respective worlds. Ujarak was not his birth name. That was discarded and replaced over 2 Terran years ago by his Ishun family in a symbol of brotherhood and to forge spiritual links to their ancestors. These Ishunites liked their rituals, he'd thought at the time of the naming ceremony, listening to songbirds sing tales of her homeland in a language he did not understand. Sergeant Kalyan had mumbled something throaty and repetitive under his breath, and used fingers to brush ceremonial war paint across Ujarak's brow and down the bridge of his nose. Baishani had brought the ritual to an end by pressing his meaty
Head is good, no mold
lines,
lines, nice and clean.
Hells, he thought. At least he'd have the hunters and their ghosts to look after him. This was
so we made another left hand, even though we don't need it because we got the sword. We're using sword hand. Sword's gonna be good.
Snuffling sound
gonna be all right.
snapped Ujarak out of his daydreams. He turned
Probably start with the legs though. We're gonna be gluing the legs to the
reaching for their weapons.
pelvis.
Baishani gave Songbird a look that they all knew meant trouble. The brother had a talent for discerning the sounds of native fauna and the enemy. Kalyan had disappeared like a ghost, stalking his way around the noise, his scalper in one hand and a short-handled Ishun tomahawk in the other. Songbird put her wide back against a tree, her long knife ready to carve into whatever came out of the rustling foliage. Ujarak quietly unfolded his carbine stock and shouldered the weapon. Baishani unclipped a stick bomb from his chest harness and crouched slow and low behind a fallen trunk. The giant boar burst from the bush with a growling squeal. Songbird lunged with her scalper, stabbing it deep into the animal's flank. The creature kicked back in pain with razored hooves, catching her straight in the gut that left a bleeding gash across her stomach. Songbird spat a curse in her native tongue and threw herself on the back of the beast, grabbing a hold around the long tusks and twisting its head sharply to the side. It was impressive enough that the boar could hold Songbird's massive weight as it thrashed in wild circles, but its ability to withstand her scalping blade being turned inside its innards made it easy to see why the feral greenskins favored them for mounts. Songbird drove the beast into a thick tree, knocking the sense from its hardened skull, and Baishani dived forwards to aid his sister, sweeping his blade low and taking a porcine leg with it. The giant boar cried out as blood poured from the stump. It stumbled onto its side with Songbird still holding on, stabbing her wicked blade into its soft underbelly. Kallian's growing shadow appeared over the writhing boar. Songbird managed to roll her huge frame out of the way from the hunter, who jumped from the tree above. With a seasoned proficiency, the descending blade separated the boar's head from its body in a single cut, and it finally died. Ujarak lowered his carbine and looked upon the three nomadic warriors standing over the bleeding carcass of the giant beast with a rush of pride. Sergeant Kallian motioned to his two Ishan brethren with a quick, daggering hand gesture, and they all disappeared like stalking felids through a gap in the brush. Ujarak was left behind, staring at the dead animal. Around its body was fastened a saddle, and that meant there was a rider nearby. He re-shouldered his las carbine and pitched into the bush. The jungle of Armageddon lends itself to maddening paranoia, where swift and brutal death can come to you however it desires. It will send unseen horrors that lay submerged in the rivers and swamplands to strip your bones in seconds. It will call forth the predators who wait in perfect stillness until the time to strike and feed. It will hide an enemy army within a labyrinth of timber before an ambush is sprung and your blood waters the earth at your feet. Ujarak kept his carbine high as he scanned for targets through the encroaching ferns, battle adrenaline spiking to the rising sounds and jittering movement of the jungle around him. Ujarak thought of the green-skinned trappers who dug punji pits and wired trip bombs to snag food and, if lucky, the occasional hunter. He did not want to be left to die alone in a hole, skewered on spikes coated in orc shit. The three Ishanites were more proficient with sweeping and disassembling traps than Ujarak, and he knew this, trying his best to catch up and regroup without triggering anything in the undergrowth. Ujarak finally saw the huge flexing shoulders of Songbird and Baishani over the tree ferns. He scanned for the Sarge, but he was nowhere to be seen. The siblings turned and rested their foreheads upon each other's, for a brief second of hushed prayer. This ritual meant one thing: death was coming. In the clearing ahead, a dark-skinned orc blew a bone whistle in long, piercing bursts. The maniacal greenskin stomped a heavy foot into the ground, its horned helmet slipping over its eyes when it bellowed a spitting tirade to call back its giant boar from the jungle. The other boar boys guffawed at the spectacle, parodying its shouts and tantrums as they pulled and punched to control their own mounts. The dismounted orc exploded with rage, issuing challenges of single combat to the laughing riders. Winner takes boar. Heavy legs thumped to the floor as the largest of the boar boys happily accepted the contest. It had been too long since its last good fight, and this whelp was getting boring. It took two axes from the tack on its boar, hurling one over to the challenger. Without hesitation, the smaller orc pulled the axe from the sucking mud and bounded towards his opponent. The brute met him full charge and swung a skull-breaking punch that knocked the challenger sideways. From his preferred elevated position in the trees, Sergeant Kallian observed the fight, grasping onto a thick branch with one hand as he made a sequence of quick signals to his waiting tribe mates with the other. Baishani turned back to Ujarak and made the closed-fisted sign to hold. The boar boys howled with excitement as the two warring orcs swung and hefted their axes, sparks exploding from each clash of the mighty chopper blades. The orc brute caught the challenger's axe as it slashed through the air in a decapitating strike. With a hard yank, it twisted the smaller opponent's arm at a cruel angle, the radial bone snapping free of the flesh. The dark-skinned orc shrieked in pain, looking at the ruination of the limb and the vicious forearm wound that gushed green blood. Bellowing a triumphant cry, the gigantic orc ended the contest with a cut so deep it nearly tore its opponent in half. The body hadn't even had a chance to die before the orcs let their boars feast on the warm meat. Kallian chopped at the air with his signaling arm, and Imperial Hell was let loose. Baishani stick bombs detonated.
I have been. I have, dude. Chilling. Love it. It's good. It's dark. It's wild. Alfredo, what's up, buddy? How are you, my dude? Thanks for stopping through. We're We did a little painting a little while ago. We made it a couple of highlights.
Lifting in their stunned hands. A thundering
Edge highlights. It could have been better, but that's my first time doing edge highlights for my first Terminator right here. We did a little null oil adage. Came out alright. Probably do another layer later on once we're a little further here. Good night, Bella Truth. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you soon. We'll catch you later. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're working on it. We're doing it. Right now, we're just cleaning up all the screw lines and the plastic for the second Marine we're going to be doing. Terminator Marine. Doing some sanding on the bottom. The foot. Get it nice and smooth for the paint later. Probably not painting this today, but next week we'll paint it. We might be doing some more 40K painting or putting together during the week. But we're still doing it on Tuesdays only, so for now, as of now. I keep saying we want to do more, but it's getting there, it's getting there. Tomorrow we'll be watching a little Stargate.
The feral orc pounded his chest.
Friday night we'll be watching Return of the Jedi watch party.
The obsidian-tipped projectile with a quick sidestep. The spear tip split by Shani's cheek as it skimmed past, but the hunter just smiled for the fresh scar that would stay with him until the day he died. The lone orc began to panic as it beheld the devastated remains of its tribe littering the clearing, and the three camouflage humans advancing as one. Its long face suddenly jerked, contorting into a rictus of pain before it fell forward. Kallian's scalper burrowed hilt deep into its spine. The old man stood a metallic foot on the dead orc and levered his blade from its back. The four hunters huddled inside the ring of orc corpses and pressed their sodden foreheads together. They felt the rise and fall of their slowing breaths, smelled the drying blood on their armor, and joined together in a blessing to the almighty Skyfather and the spirits that guide. For a half day, the hunters followed the trail of dried blood and boar-trampled flora. Kallian led the pack like a bloodhound canid, traversing the labyrinthine jungle and scenting the invisible pathways to the enemy. Sergeant Kallian was the unit's tracker, the siblings the muscle, and Ujarak the lasman. It had worked out fine thus far for the group. Everyone knew their role and played it well. The four hunters welcomed the cooling breeze when the trail finally broke into a lush plain, the tall orange grass rippling like water in the wind. The beautiful field would have reminded the three Ishan natives of their home planet if it wasn't for the decomposing orc heads grimly displayed on rows of wooden stakes. Swarms of black, bloated corpse flies lined the skins, their maggots and other screw-headed worms hungrily boring out the eyes and mouths. Baishani flicked a look to his sister, and they simultaneously knocked their own knuckles together. Ujarak recognized that hand sign. Rivals. The feral orc tribes of Armageddon existed for war, born from the spores of a dead horde to raid, loot, and destroy. Human settlements and imperial outposts were not their only targets. If one tribe had something bigger or shinier, it was guaranteed another clan was readying to take it with tooth and claw. A green-skinned civil conflict was raging in these parts, and the tribes needed mighty weapons of war. The hunters ducked quickly into the tall grass when a war horn sounded so loud and deep it seemed to swallow the pressure from the air. An enormous series of rhythmic thumps followed the sound. Their eardrums nearly burst to a further rupture of noise and world-moving quakes. The four hunters had never heard anything so foul and blood-shaking, looking to each other for answers in the tall grass. One more blare of the mighty horn, this time followed by the hissing sound of what seemed to be pistons or mighty steam vents. The accompanying voices of the jubilant orcs were minuscule compared to the thumping abomination that was making its way through the field.
Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. Go hit a bathroom break real quick.
Baishani slowly let his Bergen fall from one shoulder and opened a front pouch, retrieving.
Hey, where are we on this story?
He held up the small square glass with a thumb.
I'll leave the story going for right now. I'll be right back.
Orange grass. Ujarak noticed the Ishanite.
Oh, whoops.
Baishani lowered the looking glass and with shaking hands signaled what he had seen to the prone hunters. Monster. Big. The beast that lumbered from the jungle with thunderous impacts was larger than any gargantuan squigoth the orc hunters had ever known to exist. No primer or picts could have prepared them for the sheer enormity of the abhorrent monster that towered above the treetops, encompassing the plain. Upon its impossibly thick hide and 4 elephantine legs were lashed great armored plates, painted in the muted colors of the feral tribe who rode upon its back in a gigantic multi-leveled howdah. With ragged flags flying, the howdah would have resembled a vast ocean-faring galleon of ancient history if the usual curved contours had not been replaced with jagged, jutting shapes. Squeaking bands of Gretchen danced behind the titanic beast, and a line of boar boys flanked the heavy drumbeat of its crashing footsteps. At the vanguard of the riders, sat high on a boar-drawn chariot, was the brute Ujarak had wounded, its injured arm bandaged with thick canvas and held tight to the body. Leashed to the back of the wagon, a pack of squig hounds snapped at the turning wooden wheels and the bothersome grots that had hitched a ride on the rear of the vehicle. What the hunters had mistaken for a war horn was the Saurus's air-shredding battle call, the imagined steam vents no more than heavy exhales of breath from lungs the size of imperial baneblades. Droplets of tropical warm rain quickly turned to a torrential downpour across the fields, and the hunters reflexively opened their canteens to catch the precious water. They kept their bellies flat to the ground, feeling the monsoon pelt at their backs, waiting until the booming sounds of the immense squigoth's footsteps began to fade. It sounded like distant thunder in the deluge. Sergeant Kallian rose from the sodden orange grass to see the Saurus and Orc party clearing the plain a click from their position. Millennia-old palm trees shattering and falling when the beast began to crush a new path through the jungle. The older hunter took a long drink from his canteen before raising his hand and giving the order to follow. It wasn't a march to war. It was a parley. Under the cover of darkness beside the waterfall cliff face of Harken's Scar, a meeting of 2 feral tribes broke bread, exchanging herds of squig, weapons, protesting Gretchen, personal collections of looted imperial curios, and barrel carts of primitive throat-stripping moonshine. One of the clans was the same that had traveled across the Orange Plain on the colossal squigoth, distinguished by their muted grey and black armor. The other, a tribe that painted their skin and dyed their chainmail with the deep purples and viridescent colors of their own biome within the jungle. Aside the convergence of greenskins, the Saurus slept, oblivious to the band of mingling orcs upon its decked back that banged away on rudimental drums. Inside the wooden Howdah's meeting room, the war boss of each tribe bartered with promises of goods and alliances, swaying to the breathing rhythm of the slumbering squigoth. Their personal knob bodyguards squeezed grips around their axes from opposing corners of the meeting space, eyeing each other up and down and growling deep, chesty rumbles. The war bosses continued to trade and get blind with drink, but the guards were ready, staring each other down with wide yellow eyes. If anything went sour, blood would be spilt. Baishani's face remained contorted as he stared at the monstrous sleeping squigoth from the wild hill slope that overlooked the orc meeting. Memories of the terror lizards that ruled the plains of Ishan flashed in his mind. He had seen too many die to the hungering teeth of living titans. The pale, bloodied faces of his dead tribesmates, wives and children haunted him now, and he promised that by the morning he would have killed this abomination. For them. Something stirred the giant creature awake. The orcs on its back were no more than flies on a grox, but its animal instincts were set aflame as it sensed the approach of a rival. The need to assert dominance sparking through its primitive brain. It reared up to full height, grinding its front legs into the earth. With a mighty crash, it broke through the canopy, challenging the encroaching adversary with echoing, blasting honks and great sprays of sulfuric urine that hosed the jungle behind. Back inside the rocking meeting room, the tension had turned into an overflowing melting pot of gnashing jaws and tensing muscle.
Yeah, buddy.
Accusations of betrayal
Hope you
rang
guys
from
got
the
your
knobs as
snacks,
they
your
itched to
drinks,
slaughter each other.
your watch party
Only
enhancers.
the purple-armored war boss seemed calm, downing
We're
a
just
full
moving some
flagon of
stuff around
moonshine
right
before
quick.
throwing giant club hands behind its head and sitting back on its chair. It belched and proudly slurred to its host that their tribe could offer something more than edged weapons and strong alcohol if they allied their clans. They could offer a steam-powered war machine. A gargant. A blast of sound, this time mechanical and equally as terrific, countered the Squigoth's calls. Giant vents of boiled steam cooked the air above the tree line, and swathes of trees were felled by the late arrival of the gargant. Ujarak hastily thumbed the pages of his infantry primer, finding the section about the enemies of the Imperium and their titans. The steam-powered gargant was vast in size, but more primitive than the usual orc design. The slapdash bodywork and totem-encrusted armor housed no cannons or zappers, fitted instead with huge bladed arms, a pair of ballistae on each shoulder, a multitude of packed archer and spear thrower platforms, and a flame chucker attached to its ugly steel-toothed head. Oil-stained boiler boys manned the flamethrower, burning a vertical jet of fire into the night, a fierce amber light casting across the jungle meeting and the snapping face of the Saurus. The four hunters checked and rechecked their equipment, looking like animate clay statues with their skin covered in thick brown mud and streaks of camo paint. Kalyan locked in a full cylindrical drum of bullets for his shooter. Songbird slipped on her favorite spiked knuckle dusters and practiced her blade work. Ujarak went through the motions of sighting, then dropping the aim on his longlas and carbine, switching between the two and feeling the weight of the weapons and the surging adrenaline in his blood. Baishani counted the stick bombs and smoke grenades on his chest harness before rolling his shoulders and working out the stiffness in the joints with lightning-fast shadow-boxed uppercuts and close combat routines. They knew the plan. Sergeant Kalyan had versed them well in the art of war and violence, and what was to come this night.
Doing a little bit better this time around because
Tired.
last time I spent a lot of time cleaning up the lines on underneath where the armor goes. So I didn't have to clean all that up, which I'm not going to do this time because it's going to be covered. Except for the shoe. The shoe definitely needs a little bit of cleaning.
The orc war bosses laughed on top
Big
of the
ass
howdah,
foot.
looking down on their clans gathering together and celebrating the steam-powered titan that had come to a stop at the edge of the meeting. 1,000 swarming Gretchen covered the machine like foul green termites, hanging and swinging from the welded plates on the armor, and cheering to their boss who thrust a heavy axe up in salute. The hunters silently descended the slope, tall leafy foliage covering their movement whilst they maneuvered to the now sparsely populated outskirts of the meeting. The group stopped when two greenskins drunkenly began to push through the foliage to their side. They felt the siblings' blades when they emerged from the bush, dispatched in quick, violent assassination when the long knife smashed and turned through their windpipes. Songbird and Baishani each cut a grim trophy from the orc corpses before heaving the stinking bodies into the undergrowth. Their necklaces would be full with gracious offerings to the Sky Father by the time morning comes. As if in response to the small token of bloody orc ears that dangled from their beaded jewelry, a cloud of fog swept through the jungle. The Emperor protects and hides us, thanked Ujarak, as the creeping mist began to settle around them. They moved like ghosts inside the blanket of fog, striking from the cover of darkness and swirling vapor whenever an orc wandered too far from its tribe. Crying Gretchen scouts were grabbed from behind and stomped to wreckages of blood and bone, their screams unheard over the steam gargant's boiling engines and resounding roars of the Squigoth. The four hunters sliced and gouged. They hacked and mauled, tore and smashed. They butchered a bloody path to the shadow of the Saurus and readied their grapple launchers. Upon its throne at the bow of the giant beast, a pig-dog growled to its subordinates. They heaved hard on the giant leashing chains that hung tightly over the Saurus's face. The metal rings that looped through the sides of its tusked maw pulled taut, rearing its head, and re-established control over the bellowing monster. The pig-dog leaned forwards on its throne and sneered at the sight of the metal monstrosity that stood opposite its beautiful animal. A frothing hatred broiled within the orc, its feral mind consumed by the thoughts of the gloating gangs of boiler boys inside the Gargant. The war bosses crashed their grog together. The knob guards still stared wildly with murderous intent. The drumming on the upper decks of the howdah resumed, the orcs' primal rhythms filling the night. A wild boy, dazed and confused with a belly full of booze, staggered towards something shining at the aft of the empty landing deck. It tried to grab at the glinting forked metal, failing spectacularly with its feral brain clouded with alcohol and double vision. It couldn't hold the churning drink in its gut anymore, and retched noisily over the lip of the decking, leaning forward to watch the brown chunks of puke fall 100 meters to the ground. A muscled, mud-coated arm swung from underneath the wooden lip, caught a grip on the orc's vomit-sodden jerkin, and pitched the greenskin from the deck. The wild boy flailed as it fell, disappearing into the sheet of settled fog. Songbird smiled with ugly, sharpened teeth to her brother, whilst they hung from their lines, both finding humor in her kill. With a nod, they both ascended over their grapple hooks. The siblings moved fast across the empty deck, hunkering down behind a stash of hand weapons and spears just before two more wild boys made their way down the stilted steps that separated the first and second floor. They barked, calling out for their tribe mate who had unknowingly landed on the jungle floor like a burst fruit. Songbird was eager to kill, her quickening heart pumping rivers of adrenal blood to her fibrous muscles. She shifted in readiness to break cover and attack, but Baishani rested a large hand on her shoulder and squeezed. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes.
We
The
fixed
orcs
that.
were stupid, untrained creatures.
Fixed
but
its
there were
little
many.
red wagon.
They waited, watching the
A
two
little bit of a
feral
screw
greenskins
line right
stomp by their
here.
position behind the weapon crates and nearing the stern of the deck. Baishani gestured with his two palms clasped together in pseudo-prayer sign before lifting them slowly, cutting the air with his fingertips. Using the intensifying drums on the upper decks to cover their movement, the siblings slowly reached into the cluttered weapons box, each taking a long spear. There was no better time. They javelined the spears at the two wild boys, Baishani thudding into the skull of his target, killing it instantly. Songbird's landing in the shoulder of hers, punching through and lodging halfway into the meat. The wounded wild boy gripped the tip of the spear and pulled it messily through his body, spinning to face them both with giant inflamed eyes and a slavering mouth full of yellow tusks. There was a look in that orc's face that reminded Songbird of a rabid, brain-diseased animal. The gaping wound did nothing to slow the creature down as it rushed the hunters with a spiked club swinging. Songbird ducked under the orc's double-handed swing, the weapon's nailed spikes lodging inside a stack of crates. With spitting fury, the beast ripped his weapon free of the splintering wood and continued
Legs
to
are
chase the siblings
done,
with
I
wide,
think.
sweeping reaches of its club.
Oh, no.
The
Never
decking
mind.
shook with the thunderous drums above. Baishani parried a wild blow with his scalper, but the orc followed with a devastating punch to the ribs. The hunter fell to a knee, gasping for precious air, the wind ripped from his lungs by the blow. Songbird blindsided the wild boy with a hard shoulder barge, knocking it off balance, but not off his feet. The crazed orc struck out with fist and club, but Songbird was too fast, slipping a hooking punch and delivering her own. The spiked brass knuckles indented the creature's pig snout and lacerated its face, loose flaps of pitted skin peeling from its cheeks as she pulled her fist away. She loaded up and drove the edge knuckles back into its eye. It popped like a fleshy red grape. In a desperate, blinded attempt to take her with it in death, the orc elevated its weapon, but the thick arm was cut from the elbow as Baishani found his breath and lopped it off with his blade. Songbird chopped into the wild boy's temple, and the frothing orc died on its knees. Kalyan stood back on the Saurus's hide and hauled himself up his grapple line, his old muscles and joints straining, beginning to feel the building lactic burn as he neared the top. He suddenly felt the line begin to shake in his hands. Looking up, he saw a lone Gretchen perched near the grappling hook, cutting through the rope with a serrated stone blade. Kalyan felt his tired shoulders start to give as he hurried to climb, the rope quickly fraying from the Gretchen's frantic soaring. A whistling lasbolt seared from afar, bursting through the Gretchen's wide-grinned face and scorching a dark patch into the armored plates of the Squigoth. Ujarak lowered his longlas, watching the body of the Gretchen fall from his vantage point on the cliffside. He readjusted the scope and settled his cheek back onto the stock rest. Kalyan whispered a prayer to the guiding spirits and his huntmate's blessed marksmanship before he finished the ascent, rolling over the edge of the howdah and racking his shooter. Above him in one of the enclosed stairwell entrances to the second level, he heard the grunting of orcs 5 to 6 in number. It sounded like an argument within the small room, all unintelligible shouts and sounds. But then again, Kalyan thought, they always sounded like this. The guttural exchange of words turned to violence as Kalyan heard the orcs grapple and slam one another into the entrance walls. He unclipped a frag grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and lobbed it up into the stairwell. The giant orc bodies muffled the noise of the explosion, yet the booming clatter of Kalyan's shooter tearing up the stairs and into the shell-shocked orcs more than made up for it. He stood above the crawling orcs, pressing the smoking gun's barrel into each bleeding body before pulling the trigger, huge entry wounds rupturing over their flesh. Kalyan looked up from the pile of executed corpses to face a wall of green muscle, gnashing teeth, and chopper blades. The entire level was filled with staring orcs and screeching Gretchen. He raised the shooter to his hip and unloaded. From the opposite end of the decking, the siblings heard the thundering roar of Kalyan's weapon and understood the plan was in motion. They rushed towards the second level and up the stilted steps, the path cleared by Kalyan's diversion. The entire second level was trying to rip the old hunter to pieces when the siblings entered the floor. Heavy rounds from the hunter's gun cut through the charging orcs, dropping them on top of one another. The siblings could see the third level stairwell was free, their route to the control chains open. Kalyan's weapon stopped firing, and Songbird witnessed with a panicked realization that his gun had jammed or run dry, and was now fighting with only the shooter's jagged bayonet, thrusting the bolted curved knife into his attackers. Las bolts traced from the cliffside, slicing through green flesh and splintering the surroundings, yet the orcs pressed forwards towards Kalyan, their numbers and bloodlust too great. Songbird turned to her brother with unfamiliar tears in her almond-shaped eyes. She looked vulnerable with a sadness her brother was not accustomed to. She pressed her forehead against his. Pulling away sharply, she pushed Baishani hard towards the stairwell, gesturing for him to go before turning away and screaming the war cry of Ishun. The meeting table splintered as the purple armored knob smashed its heavy axe through the wood. The sound of the barking shooter and an anarchic fight happening outside the room meant negotiations had officially ended. It got its lingering wish for violence as the opposing tribe's knob careened across the room and tackled it through the door. Their axes went spiraling away as the two monstrous greenskins rolled on the deck, vying for a mounted position and driving armored headbutts into one another that cracked, dented, and bloodied with every blow. The war bosses crashed next from the broken doorway, stabbing and biting, following the scent of carnage.
I think
A
the
whirlwind
legs
of
are
madness
done.
and confusion swept throughout the entirety of the platform as the two warring bosses and their guards continued to punish each other with bone-snapping strikes. The two tribes looked at each other with escalating
Little bit
distrust and
left.
fury before the war began. A
Mold
war that hit the
line.
movement of Baishani as he skulked up towards the third level. More destructive impacts as Kalyan heaved all of his frags into the mass of infighting orcs. His empty shooter lay discarded in the archway, replaced with his scalper and tomahawk crossed across his chest. He smiled at the thought of meeting his ancestors soon, calling upon their guiding strength one final time. Like a gore-soaked demon of war, Songbird used all of her training to advance towards Kalyan's position. Her blade work beautiful in its precision and brutal power. Her steps and parries savage perfection. She used her enemy's momentum and anger against them, pivoting to avoid death blows and sending the assailants tumbling into each other and over the deck to their demise. She used her bladed knuckle dusters to punch out throats
Moving
and pierce
on to the
arterial
pelvis.
veins that spouted geysers of red blood. More las fire pierced the darkness, and a heavy orc tumbled back, the weapon that was inches away from being buried in Songbird's head, falling from its dead hand. The deck had become slippery with the blood and entrails from the hunter's work, mixed with the products of the tribal war violence that raged around them. Songbird felt a sting of pain as something impacted into her shoulder, then 2 more brief pangs of agony in her thigh. She looked up to see Gretchen archers tied around sprouting flag masts, re-knocking their small bows and shouting for their boss's attention. She tore the thin shafts from her skin and rolled to a stack of pallets as another hail of short arrows thudded into the deck around her feet. Using a pallet as a shield, Songbird pressed forward, feeling the projectiles thudding into the wood while she ran. Kalyan held his Ishan short axe towards the purple armored knob, singling the creature out for mortal combat. The orc brute had taken the life of its rival, a dripping armored head gripped tightly in its hand. It howled with anger at the human that dared to challenge it so openly. Kalyan beat the axe handle across his boned breastplate and walked to meet his fate. The brute hurled the disembodied head at the walking warrior, blood from the spinning neck stump spattering across Kalyan's face as it sailed past him. The old warrior smeared the red blood under his eyes and down over his lips in thick, fingered lines, his axe still upright and pointed at the hulking terror. He waited for the greenskin to strike, weaving under the first attack and stabbing a scalper up into the exposed armpit, tearing the weapon through the flesh in a quick, puncturing move. The knob just stared at the protruding blade and swung his brutal axe in response. Kalyan let go of the wedged scalper and crouched under the swing, cracking his short-handled axe into the orc's naked heel as he slid underneath the brute's bowed legs. A turning swing nearly took Kalyan's head clean off his shoulders, but only opened up the other leg for attack. The orc's kneecap burst open when the old hunter's axe hit home. The giant orc collapsed onto its ruined knee, and Kalyan wrapped himself around the back of the monster, his thudding axe opening a widening gash in the green-skinned champion's
Jesus,
chest.
blood. Yeah, dude.
Pumping viscera flowed from the deep cuts and from between the orc's teeth as it struggled to breathe. with a
Oh,
throat full of
bro,
rising
Foxhole,
blood.
what's up, my dude?
Kalyan swung
Welcome
around the
back,
body,
my guy.
arcing
You know,
underneath the
I
creature,
did watch
pulling the scalper
your
free
video,
before
but
delivering
you
a
had
spinning
comments
strike with
turned
the knife
off.
that
I couldn't
removed
leave a
the orc's
comment.
gargling head. Emotionless, Kalyan crossed his
Yeah,
fingers
I
across his
saw
chest.
the... Damn.
He felt
Yeah, I
his
need to watch it
breathing
again.
slow, smelled the enemy's drying blood on his
How are you,
armor,
dude?
and
Hope
gave
you're
a
doing
blessing to
well.
the almighty Sky
Hope you're
Father and the
chilling,
spirits that
relaxing.
guide.
We finished, well,
With a
for the
sudden
most part, we
explosion of
finished up our
force
guy.
and
We still got to do
roar,
some,
Kalyan's ribcage burst outwards, his weapons
we
falling
did,
from
a
his
little
hands
earlier, we did
as he was lifted upwards
the
by the
edge
war
highlights,
boss's enormous sword. The dying hunter was brought close
but
to
I
the
still
boss's
need to get
grimacing face,
the
and the squawking squig mimic that
things
hungrily
that go on
perched
the
his shoulder.
shoulders,
They took turns to
damn,
eat
what
the
are they
meat
called?
and bones
Decals.
from
Gotta get the
its skull.
decals on.
Songbird watched with all the seething pain and anger of a cornate berserker burning through her soul. Her brethren, her war chief, had
That's our
been cut down
guy.
from behind and feasted on like lowly game meat.
That's our first
That was
Terminator
not a
right there.
warrior's death. A scream burst from her
I also did what
unclenching
you
mouth
said,
that
and I
demanded
drew on
bloodshed
the
and vengeance.
holes for the gun.
laughing war boss was happy to allow her that chance. On the
Came
highest
out all
level of the
right.
howdah, the
We're
big
still
dog
working on it,
cowered
though.
from the
There's still more to
commotion in
do.
the corner
More to
of his
do.
throne
More to be
room.
done.
Its stupefied servants bound to the giant
But we're
control
starting our
shield,
second one now.
weaving back to keep the giant Saurus from moving.
Yeah, dude. The
Such
comments were
charm
off on
was
that guy.
flowed about
What?
you too,
Like, you
and
even
that's what
said
made
leave a
the
comment,
Orc's
this and
turn
that,
as
and
one.
I went and I was all, oh, comments turned off. No. But I gave it a thumbs up.
And the death cries of the
But yeah, I
orc
couldn't
servants rang
leave
out
a
as they
comment.
were pierced and gutted from the warrior in the smoke. Their dead bodies slumped forward, and the chain slackened, allowing the Saurus to lower its gargantuan head. The
I gotta
entire
remember not to
howdah listed like a
not to
capsizing
take
ship
so
as
much
the mighty
time
beast reestablished
on the
its
joints
contest
where the
with
legs go,
Gargant.
cleaning them up.
The
I mean,
creature only
as long as they're
responded
not
to
like
attack
all crooked and
commands.
as long as they fit,
Chains
right?
tight to stop.
I just don't need to clean up
Chains loose
much of the
to
mold
kill.
lines because they're gonna be covered up
From the
anyway.
cliffside, Ujarik watched the Saurus crash tusk first into the Gargant, the great collision shaking the rock face underneath him and leaving a green smear of 1,000
Actually, this
Gretchens
one feels
remain
a
from the
little
armored plating
off,
of the
so I
steam
think
machine.
there does
He
need to
winced
be
when
a
the
little bit
Gargant's
shaved
flamethrower spat an
down.
oily stream of bright fire into the face of the rampaging creature. A blaze began to spread across
Actually,
the
no, maybe
howdah's
not.
decking and masts, cooking the Gretchen archers alive whilst they struggled to free themselves. The Saurus lowered its head to avoid the torrent of
Yeah, as long
flame
as you
and
push it
rammed
in
its
tightly
tusks into the machine
and
again,
it
tearing
you
into
know,
the
it
metal
dries
belly
like that, it
and
should be
gouging
fine.
enormous holes into the plates with a ravaging fury.
Let's check out the right leg.
Ujarik desperately tried to pinpoint his fellow hunters through his rifle scope, whilst bolts catapulted from the Gargant's
Right leg
ballistae
seems like
speared
it's
into the
fine
Saurus's
too.
hide. Vents of steam whistled into the sky as boiler power was directed to the bladed arms. A section of flaming howdah disintegrating as the machine's appendages crashed across the decking and smashed a path through all 3 levels before meeting the thick-plated hide of the Saurus. The wooden howdah was falling apart rapidly from the crushing impact
Yo,
of the blades,
Fox, were you the
and
one that
monster's
told
own
me
erratic movements.
not
A wave
to
of scrambling greenskins tumbled
to
and
glue it
fell
all
to their
together
death,
first and then
while
paint
another
it?
area of
Because
flaming decking cracked
painting under
apart
this
and
guy's
slid away from the
arms
Saurus's
was
back.
such a chore.
Ujalik yelped
Getting his
with joy when he
armpits
found
was
Songbird
hard as
through the
hell.
firestorm,
And
fighting like a devil with the very
I think
flames
with
of
the
hell
second
licking at her
one,
feet.
I'm gonna
He
glue
drained the soap
everything
on the battle,
together
and his
except
heart
for
sank
the
when he
head
noticed the faceless, broken
and
body
the
of
arms to their
Kalian.
sockets. The gun I'll put
Songbird had
together.
forgone
I'll
any
put the
finesse
gun
in
on
her
the
fighting now.
hand.
Messy,
I mean, of course, I'll
double-handed
measure
strikes
it. I'll
replacing
make
the
sure it's not
measured
all,
parries and attacks.
what'd you call it?
Ujalik cheered as he
Gangster
watched the
aiming.
greenskin's fingers separate from its sword hand. Songbird's blade hacking
Make
through
sure
its
it's not all,
defense. The
yeah,
sniper lost his
cock
bead on his
angled.
battle sister as the Saurus charged again, this time locking its tusks inside the Gargant's internal scaffolding and thrusting forward, forcing the
I
metal
wonder who
monster
told
to
me.
squeal
Yeah,
in
somebody said
protest as its
don't
treads span in retaliation. The titan of flesh
don't glue
and
them on,
tusk,
or glue
with its
everything on and
hide
then
pierced
paint
with
it.
spears
Okay, and I
burnt
did
with
that.
flame,
Oh,
was
dude,
winning
it
this
was cool. It
struggle.
was just a little
Ujalik
hard to
skulked
get.
to the top
Like
level
also
and
the
saw Baishani butchering the cowering pig dog into chunks with
maybe it was
quivering meat
Francis. Francis, did
before
you tell me?
scaling down
Somebody
the
told me.
control chain
Like
until he
getting
had leveled
the
Saurus's eye. He jammed his
that
blade
plate,
into the
the
bleeding
hip,
pupil of the
the
monster,
hip
and a
armor,
black soup poured from the wound.
hip
The
plating.
Saurus roared in pain and pushed deeper into the machine.
That hip
The
plating
hunter
on the other
nearly
side,
consumed
since it's
by the
under the
creature as the
elbow,
loose chain swung
yeah, it was
precariously
hard to
close
get.
its
But we
sharpened
got it.
teeth.
I mean, we got that line
Gargant was being
white.
moved
Most of it's
backwards
probably
under the
gray under there,
untamed
but
force of the Squigoth.
for the most
Earth
part,
and
it came out
foliage of the
all
jungle churning
right.
under its
You see it
treads
right
before
under
the debris
there.
turned to the spitting stone of the fast approaching cliff face. Ujalik
Yeah, that
quickly
edge
stood
highlight.
back
It
to
looks
Songbird
all
in the
right,
fight with
but
the war boss on the second deck.
damn, dude, how'd it get to like jagged though?
That used to be her fighting arm wretched dark
Didn't
blood
come out
across the
smooth. I
deck.
used the edge of the
War
brush.
boss holding
All
the limb
right,
in its
it's all
good
good.
hand.
User error. It's my
Ujalik
first edge
lined up the
highlight.
long lad's crosshairs on the boss and squeezed on the heavy trigger.
All right, now we're
emptying
gonna
the power
clean
pack at his
off.
lumbering
Well, we already
target.
cleaned off all these parts. I could
Ujalik's aim
actually
was the
just
truest
glue
in
these
the
together
regiment,
now.
but every
And while
shot
that
missed the
glue
creature
dries,
that
we can
swatted
clean
at
off
Songbird
the
with her
other
own
pieces.
arm. Fate and the gods had decided that this
It's
battle
just
was
the
not to be
legs, right?
settled with shot, but
What does it
with
tell me to
blade
glue
and
first?
blood.
Over here?
With the high-pitched battle cry
First
of
thing
the
it tells me to
Ishmaelites,
glue, yeah,
Baishani leapt
legs
from the flaming
to
deck
the
above,
pelvis,
landing beside the war boss and immediately slashing
and
at
then
the
the
orc's
back.
face with his scalper. Black blood from the Saurus's eye fluid dripping from the edge. The weight of Songbird crashed into the war
Grab
boss,
my glue.
but its aggression was focused on her brother. Sharpened fangs
We got
bit
some
into
new
the orc's
glue.
throat as Songbird latched on, tearing at the meat like a hungry dog. The rampaging war boss twisted and
Extra
thrust to release
thin.
the hunter from its neck.
Tamiya.
Songbird's grip slackening as flesh tore
Tamiya,
away,
Tamiya,
sending
Tamiya.
her spinning through the air to land next to Kalian's corpse. Baishani wrapped an arm around the war boss's bleeding neck from behind and thumped his long knife into the top of its spine, dragging the wicked blade to the bottom of its splitting back. A second blade punctured the orc's extended gut and began to slowly pull upwards towards the gullet.
Just gonna make sure to hold it
Songbird
there
stood in front
right
of the
for a
war
little
boss,
while.
defiantly looking into its rolling eyes with Kalian's scalper ripping up into muscle
Hold
and
it.
bowel.
Hey.
The siblings wrenched their blades from the orc at the same time, and disgusting, slithering organs slopped from the front and back. Ujalik cried out in exultation when the war boss slammed to the decking, but his joy quickly turned to bottoming despair when the Gargant finally tipped over the cliff's
Hell
ledge
yeah.
and began to drag the attached
Cheers,
Saurus
you
with it.
guys.
He
Thank you for
resighted
being here.
through
Thank
the
you for
scope.
watching. Thank you for hanging out.
Songbird and Baishani knelt
We're gonna
beside their
start
fallen
gluing here in a
father,
second.
the brother holding his pale sister upright to keep her from falling unconscious. Baishani made an aquiline gesture for the Sky Father who delivered them from their dying world and gave them purpose. He rested a hand on Kalian's chest and kissed the forehead of his dead sister. The faces of his children smiled and welcomed him to the next great journey. The Gargant and Saurus fell from the mighty cliffside, and the hungering jungle of Armageddon opened her jaws and swallowed them whole.
Alright, let's get our glue in there. Hopefully I don't jank it up.
The eagle called from burning skies. for Ishan born and spirit guides, to learn the jungle and to die, to live beside our father's side. For those who fell before this day, hear our song and marching feet, and dance with us where you may lay, for soon I pray we all shall meet.
Give it 30 seconds. Oh, did the video end? Damn, already? Let's see. Let's get another one cracking. Popular ones. Let's see. Yeah, she's rushed, but it still says comments are turned on off. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's weird. I can check it again after the stream and see if I can leave a comment again. But yeah, dude, but I saw it. I saw it. I promise. But I do need to watch it again because it was good info, and like it all didn't stick. But yeah, hold it and bring it towards yourself. Use the towards yourself. Or yeah, I don't remember exactly. My bad, dude. Let me get a good one on. There's so many stories. Let's do this one.
She heard it playing on the Vox. It was the song he had sang to her all those summers ago.
Yeah, dude.
When they were but young in a desperate war, and
I
her
hope,
golden hair fell softly across his lap.
I hope
it was different.
It
Corrupted,
fixes itself, or I hope you get it fixed.
Distorted
I hope
bass of stretched
it's
out
not
notes
something too complicated.
the
It's weird
rhythm,
that it's
the sweet
it's
poison
weird.
of nostalgia soured by an indulgent lento. Between the broken music was discordant noise, an artificial extracted memory of static expressions and shimmering light. She saw his face, but it crackled and buzzed, the space between the atoms fizzling into a desert mirage. The door to the next room opened, and from the threshold blazed a brilliant white light. It shone
Right,
with
dude?
the purity and innocence of 1,000 first loves, burning against her skin
That's
and
weird.
blackening her lips with the taste of foul sulfur. He stood bathed in that illumination, his body shining gold. Flesh
The
melding
default
with
should
the holy
be
light.
comments allowed. I don't know
He
why
reached out his arms, and
why
she
they
stepped
wouldn't
towards
allow.
him, feeling her power armor clatter away from her body as she fell into his embrace.
How can this be?
She asked.
Do you ever get like
her
strikes
voice
or anything on your
discordant and
comments?
shuddering. He smiled,
Or maybe
holding her head against his
somebody,
breast. Shush now.
I don't know, maybe
he
too
said.
many hateful comments?
Let it be.
I don't know, I don't get it. That's weird.
She
Yeah,
wept,
I don't know.
golden hair blending with the searing light, porcelain skin searing red as her soul burned. She felt her flesh melt against the heat of his body.
I'm sorry,
she whispered. She lifted her head from his chest, staring past the light into the ugly, fetid darkness
You
that
don't need
lay
super glue
beyond.
for this one.
There she saw a skeleton sitting in faded rags, upon a rusting golden throne.
but you're not him.
It does not matter. She smiled, breathing in the incense of her melting skin.
It does. I wish it didn't. But it does.
No.
Ave Imperator.
She pulled the pin on the crack grenade and felt her body shatter into 1,000 pieces of silver glass. Matthias knelt on the cold stone of the chapel, his shaved head bowed. His forehead bled where he had carved a vertical slit, mark of St. Francis, with a flensing knife.
Feedback. I know, right? Yeah,
as
dude.
long as he drew breath,
Makes
the
no
wound
sense.
would never be permitted to heal. The blood was wet and warm down the ridge of his nose. Drip, drip, dripping against the floor. Ave Imperator.
All right, cool.
He finished, unclasping his hands from the shape of the Aquila.
Acolyte.
He turned.
His
quickly to
legs
address the
stand on his
Inquisitor,
own, you
rising
guys.
merely so he could kneel once more at his master's feet. The Inquisitor was unreadable, their face hidden behind the death mask of Saint Sophia,
Cool.
the shape of their body concealed beneath golden carapace and heavy purple
Mario,
cloaks.
what's up, dude?
Matthias was not even sure
You're
of the
back. Who
Inquisitor's
was
gender.
you?
Their voice was modulated by miracles of the Mechanicus, made to be something it was not.
But thanks for being back, dude.
My lord.
Rise, faithful servant. I have need of you.
All right, so
Matthias
now
rose, but his head
the
was
legs
still
are
bowed.
made.
His blood continued to drip on the floor,
What
inches
else?
from the
What's
Inquisitor's
next
armored
to be
boots.
glued?
I am your servant, my lord,
She may be a saint.
Legs are
Matthias.
good.
the Inquisitor said. Their voice briefly rose an octave, as if
Knee
the Messiah's
pads.
gifts could not quite conceal the fervor of their
Knee
excitement.
pads and then the
Canon
back.
Gia said as much.
Matthias felt the contagion of the Inquisitor's excitement send flutters through his own breast. And she is alive, my lord.
Yes, a living saint potentially.
The Inquisitor began.
Yo,
walking,
Gino, what's up, my
gesturing
dude?
Matthias to follow.
But she single-handedly
Excellent.
banished a herald
Too many
belonging to the
too many
dark
times
prince.
changed, huh?
Where all others failed,
That's right. They'll let
she
you
had
change it
faith
back
enough to
again.
deny them
What is it? Every
sorcerer's
week?
deceits
Every month?
And save her sisters from perfidy and damnation.
But my lord,
No, I didn't really do anything this Mario Day. Did I do anything last year?
The truth is this.
No, I can't remember if I did anything last year. But no, no Mario, nothing this year.
She did not
I should have, but I didn't.
abomination. She drew the demon into her own soul.
Next year, for sure. Next
Like a
year.
healer, sucking a venom from a wound.
Matthias stopped in his tracks. Then she is not a saint, my lord. She is possessed.
Careful, acolyte. That determination is not yours to make. Do not soil a lifetime of service to the God Emperor with the potential of heresy.
The acolyte bowed his head. I will destroy myself, my lord, he said, his jaws
There's a
clenched.
Mario Day?
I will
Yeah,
cut off my
dude.
lying tongue
March
and cleanse my
10th.
heresy with fire and blood.
So March 10th, and you know, MAR for March, and then 10th is supposed to be the I and the O making Mario.
By the authority of the Holy
Just a little play on letters and numbers.
Matthias gasped, falling to his knees,
I found the
He
trick
felt
to
the burden
buying
of
tactical
sin
stuff
lift from his
without
soul
going
and knew
under
it for
the
what it
radar.
was.
Oh, nice!
a miracle. My lord,
Hell yeah!
Rise, servant. Rise.
Nice, nice, nice.
my lord. Matthias hurried to his feet, and the Inquisitor
Somebody always
continued.
trying to buzzkill around
She
here.
is
Just let me
possessed,
get
yet
stuff and
she
not
still
keep an eye
lives.
on me. Damn.
Her body unsullied by rot or mutation. It has been
Big
today,
brother, bro.
Matthias, and is no
Always
small miracle in
watching.
itself. The demon's presence should have annihilated her mortal shell in a matter of hours.
And what must I do, my lord?
You know very well, faithful servant. You will exorcise the demon from her soul. But you must spare her life, Matthias. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord, but the demon. Such unclean spirits are spiteful when wrenched away from flesh.
You will do what you can.
The Inquisitor paused.
I do not call upon you often, Matthias. Your work is holy, but it will destroy you. I spare you the petty monsters so that your soul can be unsullied for greater callings. Do you understand?
My lord.
I mean to say that you have my confidence. I have known many exorcists, and you have my confidence.
Matthias felt tears spill from his eyes. It mingled with loose strains of blood that spilled from his forehead, running in crimson rivers down his cheeks. Thank you, my lord, he said, feeling his soul ache.
Thank you.
The Inquisitor reached out and brushed away a bloody tear as it leaked from Matthias's eye.
It is time, Acolyte.
They said,
To your work.
Yeah, dude, definitely get on it. Which Mario game would you play? Which one do you have? Which one do you like?
They kept her in the Abbey of the Bloody Stem, burly sisters of
Brandon
battle,
agrees.
their
Hell yeah.
muscular frames seeming incongruously big for their simple robes, stared at
Stuff.
Matthias as he passed.
You buddy. Couple
Their faces were
scopes, a
warlike,
laser,
hostile.
They are suspicious of males.
The Canoness
a
remarked.
vest to hold all
Most of the
my
males
utensils,
they need are the enemy.
Among a sisterhood of
utilities.
giants, Canoness Lucia was a behemoth. A mountain of muscle and scar tissue. Most of her face had been mutilated by Xenos acid, the flesh having bubbled away and healed in bumpy, rubbery tissue. Unlike her subordinates, she was wearing her power armor, the plates painted in a pure, gleaming white. A double-handed power
Am I
sword
supposed to
stuck
use a
the
lot of
back,
this Tamiya
a
glue?
weapon as long as Matthias himself.
Like, I know it's thin and it's
Only
got a
through the
fine little tip,
aluminum-motivated fiber
but,
bundles
like,
of her armor could such a weapon be
I just
wielded
feel like it's
effectively.
not enough.
And Matthias thought it would be a fine thing to see the Canoness
It's already
in
like
battle,
coming off.
zealous
Like
prayers upon her lips.
It's not like super glue. Super
about
glue
the
is
men of the
boom on there and it's
Astronaut
hard.
Canoness
You know?
Lucia smirked, the lumpy flesh of her face shifting awkwardly.
Super Mario
I
2 is my
misspoke.
fave, but 3 is cool too.
Most of the
Nice.
males
Hell
they
yeah.
need are either the enemy or faithless cowards.
I shall
Yo, the
pray
tracer
for I
was
fall into
canceled.
neither
Damn, that
category.
sucks, dude. I'm sorry, bro.
Don't pray. The God
Gotta make
Emperor
that
has
sprue
nothing
glued.
to do with it.
Bro,
Be loyal
welcome
and
back,
be
my
brave.
dude. Ah,
It is simple enough.
sprue glue there, nah.
Matthias concealed a smile.
All right,
As you say,
we're gonna make a. We're gonna get a
Sister
second
Isabella
bottle
is
of this
confined
stuff,
in the catacombs.
and we're gonna make some
The
sprue glue.
Canoness said, briskly changing the topic.
Does that make it go quicker?
Sisters
Because yeah,
Bianca
dude,
and Sophia stand guard at the
I
end
just
of the
feel
hall.
like it's taking a
They
little
are two of my
long.
Celestians. They will
But it's
not
alright.
falter.
We're working on it. It's getting there.
What are
We're
the
learning as we
securities in
go.
place?
The entrance
Rogue
to the
games.
hall is protected
That's
by
cool, man.
plasteel glass. Its door is accessible only
I'm
by
down for old
biometric
games. I was
scanner,
playing some
limiting access to myself
what was I
and my
playing?
Celestians. However,
Donkey
you
Kong
should know that
Country.
technologies have been
Couple
observed to
what last
fail
week?
in the
I think I
presence of
finished the game last week.
abomination.
I was using save states because I suck at games, and I
The
would be
hall is
there
lined
all
with
day
purity
and all
seals,
night and all
replaced
week.
daily. The door to the room itself
But
is
we
locked
beat
by a
we
mechanical
beat it for the
key
most part.
and is protected by pentagramic
It was fun.
warding provided by
I had a
holy
good time,
orders.
and I guess that's all that matters, right?
Within, Sister Isabella is restrained to a bed by ceramite chains, and she's forced each morning to ingest a blessed wafer. There are
What?
many icons of faith in
That's
the room,
lame.
which are also replaced daily.
They should just give it to you for
Why
free
are
for
they
being such a good
replaced?
customer.
The Canoness fixed
Look at
Matthias in a
that.
glare.
The demon likes to
Damn!
play with them. When they are damaged,
Hell
and
yeah,
tampered with,
dude!
they are replaced and reconsecrated.
Yeah, no, I've
On
been
which
at
side of the
man.
barrier did the
Am I too
Celestians
slow,
stand?
you guys? Is this like
Inside,
way too
I
slow?
would be grateful
It took
if
me
you
so
were
long
moved
to
the
build my
exterior
last
canopies.
guys, but like they all don't
you
look
like.
that good.
they take
And it
longer
took
to
me
reach you, though,
quite a
if it
long
came
time
to it.
to, well, not
I have
long,
the
but
strictest
since we're only doing
instructions that
stuff
Sister
once a week,
Isabella
which I
must survive.
do need to get
I would
more
rather die than risk a
time
stray
on
bolt
doing,
round killing
but
her. Who replaces the icons and
I
blessed
feel like
wafers?
I don't know. I feel like too
Or
much
one of
time
my
is spent on this
Celestians.
guy, and
It spoke to me once.
I don't know. It should be
It
quicker.
said it was
Now take your
urgent for the
time. No, it's
Inquisition.
fine. All right, all right.
I didn't reply.
You only get to
And
build
what about
them once.
Sister
Oh,
Isabella?
that's a good point. That's a
She's
very good
spoken a
point.
few times, as if in a
Yeah,
fever.
yeah,
I
damn.
don't think she knew I was
yeah.
there.
No, nope.
What did she say?
True that.
She was
True that for
reciting
sure.
passages from the catechisms of Sebastian Thor.
What is her physical condition?
So it's all
Consistent
good. We're
with the
taking our
fever
time.
and
We're
the
doing it
injuries.
right. We're making them
How
look
long
nice.
have Sisters Bianca and Sophia been stationed at their post?
At present time, 6 hours. My Celestians are rotated regularly to prevent fatigue. Anything else?
Not at this time, Canoness. Thank you. Are you available to me in the event of further questions?
I'm gonna cover it for $3.
The Canoness
Hell
commanded.
yeah!
Oh, I'll be here, Acolyte.
I can paint them 10 times. All
One
right,
way
you
or
got a
another.
great point, dude.
Matthias nodded.
I can
Then-
paint them
Let's begin.
as many times as I need to fix them, but to build them, it's only one. Hell yeah!
Matthias waited for the plasteel glass door to open. His shadow flickered oddly off the ancient statue.
Hold that for a little while it dries.
When the door finally
I put a good amount of
outwards, a chill breeze brushed against his
glue
robes.
on it, so
The
hopefully
light of his candle
cement.
fluttered wildly.
The Emperor protects.
He muttered under his
Hopefully
breath.
it bonds quick
the two
enough.
Celestians exited from behind the barrier. Each towered above Matthias, the pure white of their power armor seeming a burnished orange against the struggling fires.
What was the next
Their
piece that
bolt
I need to
guns were
put?
drawn
Oh, the
and pressed
back.
against their chest plates. Chunky,
Wait, the back?
murderous-looking weapons, capable of turning a man to giblets in a matter of seconds. Matthias held his head up high and strode
Yeah,
through
the back,
door.
the
He
backpack,
heard it hiss
the
shut
power
behind him.
pack.
The walls leading to Sister Isabella's room were lined with purity seals. Scraps of vellum covered in scrolls of devotional writing. Most
Do you guys
seemed
think I
burned,
should do
leaning
the
back towards their nails, the parchment
arm,
blackened and ashen.
the hip
On
hip
others,
armor
the ink had run,
by
staining
itself?
the paper with blots of blue and purple. Gracious Emperor,
it's
said,
not focusing,
watching
but
his
it's on my
breath plume
finger.
in condensed steam
Hip
against
armor.
icy air.
Whoops.
Our sins are too heavy to carry,
Bro,
too real to hide.
am I a
too
noob? I
deep
can't get
to
this on
undo.
camera.
Forgive what our lips tremble to name,
Jeez.
what our hearts can no longer bear, and what has become for us a consuming fire of judgment.
'Cause if
Set
I
us free from
leave it
past that
off,
we cannot
I could
change.
paint the
Open to
legs
us a future
and then
in
put
which
it
we can
over
be
what I
changed.
paint. But at
And
the same
grant us
time,
grace
it's
to
like,
grow more
well,
and more in your likeness
it's close
and
enough to
image,
the leg where I don't
through
really
thy
need
throne on blessed terror.
to go underneath it. No,
He
I
heard
could
a
probably just glue them
rasping,
on.
feminine laugh
The only
from
thing I
overhead
probably
and
won't
made
glue
the
on
sign
are
of
the
aquila.
arms
When he stepped forward, his
and the
footsteps
head.
echoed
That way I can
loudly against
paint
the cold
under
stone.
them and behind them.
He reached the door. Pentagrammic warding was etched into the metal, unfurling across the surface like the roots of a great tree. He could feel the devotion behind
What?
the symbols, sensing a complex pattern in the etchings, but his eyes swam to look on them.
Yeah, he must have deleted one of his
Recovering
messages.
a large metal key from the folds of his robes, he made his way inside.
All his messages?
Matthias'
I don't know, bro.
first impression
It
was of
disappeared.
gleaming silver and gold. Dozens, perhaps hundreds
Twilight
of
Zone
aquillas
style.
and other holy symbols were affixed to
You're
the
putting it
otherwise
on
bare
upper paint
walls,
and go ahead and put
flashing from the light
it
of
on
guttering
now.
candles.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah,
his
I'm down.
vision soon focused
Yeah, I'll
on
put
the
it on
bed
now, and then
woman
the
who lay
arms
upon it.
I'll leave for
His
after.
sister was dressed in
Yeah, because
plain,
painting those
soiled
guys
robes.
after
Huge ceramite
having the
chains
arms on,
locked
trying to
around
get
her
in there
wrists
was so
and
tough.
ankles,
Especially the
connecting
ones
to
with
bolts in
that had the
stone
little
floor.
white
Sister Isabella was
insignias on it.
wide-shouldered and powerfully built, but her strength
That was-
had gone to
that was
waste,
rough to paint
muscles
under the
collapsing
arms.
on themselves,
Wow,
and cheeks
focus.
hollowing out to gaunt,
It won't
feverish
focus because I have
countenance.
the stupid
The
book
black
right
dye in
here.
her hair had faded to an unassuming
There.
chestnut brown, falling out in chunks that littered a sweat-stained pillow. Rolls of bandages were wrapped tight around
Yeah.
her torso, brown where the blood had bled and dried into the fabric. Matthias's nose wrinkled. He approached his charge, setting down a small briefcase on the end table.
Get this dried.
The sister writhed in a fever.
Didn't
muttering
dry at all,
scripture
dude. It
from
fell
parched,
right off.
cracking lips. Matthias opened the briefcase.
Holy wow.
Within was a brass aquila, blackened and charred, sitting beside a vial of holy water. The acolyte reverently reached out with his left hand and gripped the aquila tight. With his other hand,
What is
he
up
took up
with
the
that?
vial, popping off the cork with his thumb. He looked back to Sister Isabella.
This cement and
No
glue
doubt that she was
sucks.
possessed, but there was no
Give
sign
me
of it on her
extra
person.
thin
She
cement.
was untainted by mutation. She was simply a powerfully built woman, a sister of battle, convalescing from terrible injuries in a dingy bed in a dingy room.
It's actually kind of good that it
In the
didn't.
name of the Emperor, Matthias began. Our God
Yeah,
and
you
Sovereign,
get to-
strengthened by the intercession of the
Very
Sigillite
white.
Malcador
No, I
of
still
blessed
have
Sanguinius,
the
first martyr,
Corax
of the
white.
blessed
I only
Rymark
mixed the little
Skeleman,
Corax
and
white with the
Dawn and
blue,
all the saints.
the
Half
McCrag.
covering
Yeah,
the
McCrag
open
blue in
vial
order to
with
do
his
the edge
thumb,
highlights
he
on the other
flicked
guy.
holy water onto the woman.
It's a good thing
She
I didn't glue
started,
this on, I guess, because I
mumbling
didn't clean up
something
the.
incoherent as her limbs
I didn't clean up
shifted
the
and
piece
locked
that
into
well.
place. And powerful in the
edge.
holy authority of the Ordos Inquisitorius, we confidently undertake to repulse the attacks and deceits of the warp. The Emperor arises, his enemies are scattered, and those who hate him flee before him. He held up the charred aquila, holding it over the prostrate body of Sister Isabella. She contorted in sudden snapping movements, still murmuring half-formed words beneath her breath. As smoke is driven away, so are they driven. As wax melts before the fire, so the wicked perish at the presence of God. Matthias could feel the temperature building in the room. He continued unafraid. Behold, the Aquila of the God Emperor. Flee, bands of enemies. The lion of the first legion of terror, the offspring of God, hath conquered. He saw the cracked lips of Sister Isabella twitch into a sly smile and raised his voice. May thy judgment, Emperor, descend upon us, as great as our devotion to thee. As her lips curled back, he could see rotten, festering teeth within the sister's mouth. The demon had begun to reveal itself, compelled to spiritual battle.
Where's Area 52? He's working on some stuff right now. He actually might be live. Let me actually check real quick. I'll let you know. Yeah, dude. Oh wait.
Shot open, and she began reciting the
He's not live anymore. He was live for like a half an hour.
Masculine and
an hour ago.
In the name and by the power of our Lord God.
But he said that he was going to be doing stuff, working on his channel.
From the ecclesiarchy, and from
so if anybody's down to check some of Area 51 stuff, it's Area 51 Escape Artist.
The demon shouted with the sister's lips.
He's been playing Dragon Quest 11 lately. Looks pretty cool.
Persecute the Ministorum.
If you're down, go drop a thumbs up or a like.
The most high God Emperor commands you. Matthias yelled.
I'm sorry, a thumbs up or a subscribe.
In your great insolence, you still claim to be equal.
Equal. I am no thief.
The Emperor who wants all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the imperial truth.
I did not steal from Old Knight. I am no thief.
The Emperor commands you. The Emperor commands you! The Emperor commands you!
False! False! False!
The Primarchs, the Emperor's word made flesh, commands you.
Which Primarchs, Matthias? Horus, Lorgar, Magnus.
They who to save our race outdone through your envy humbled themselves, becoming obedient even unto death. They who have built his church on the firm rock and declared that the gates of the warp shall not prevail against her. Because they will dwell with her all days, even to the end of holy terror.
It is Lorgar that dwells within your church, fool.
The sacred sign of the Aquila commands you, as does also the power of the mysteries of the Holy Ordos. The glorious Ecclesiarch, the divine servant, commands you.
What was here? I missed it. Damn. What was I saying? What did I talk about? What were we talking about? There's a human in the corner trying to be like him.
His descendants are no better, despised by your own angels.
The faith of the holy saints Macarius and
Or his eyes as red as the sun.
Commands you.
The man at the back, matter of fact, his eyes as red as the sun.
The blood of the martyrs and the pious intercession of all the saints command you.
Mutants and witches all. He knows, Matthias. Gilliman knows.
Thus, cursed dragon, and you, diabolical legions, we adjure you by the eternal God Emperor, by the true God, by the holy God,
yeah,
by the God who so loved humanity that he gave us his sons, that every soul believing in him might not perish, but endure everlasting. Stop deceiving human creatures.
All right, legs are done.
To them the poison of
I'm gonna put the back on now.
Stop
gotta clean off the back though.
Hindering her liberty.
The power pack, make sure there's no mold lines.
Thing, inventor and master of all deceit.
Clean off the
enemy
top.
Of man's salvation.
Your church is despised even by him, disloyal wretch. Your church belongs to us.
Give place to him in whom you have found none of your works. Give place to the one, holy golden throne on terror given to him at the price of his blood.
He screams for death!
Stoop beneath the all-powerful hand of the Emperor. Tremble and flee when we invoke the holy and terrible names of his sons. These names which cause hell to tremble. These names to which the virtues, powers, and dominations of the Imperium are humbly submissive. This name which the cherubim and saints praise, unceasingly repeating, Holy, holy, holy is the God Emperor, the master of humankind.
Oh, carrion God! Oh, false Emperor!
Oh, Emperor, hear my prayer, and let me cry come unto thee!
She is no saint!
May the Lord be with thee and with thy spirit!
Enough!
Matthias went flying through the air, landing heavily against the wall. He grimaced, feeling blood drip down the back of his head and stain the nape of his neck. Sister Isabella was sitting upright.
This guy.
The ceramite chains pulled taut against her wrists. Aquillas and holy icons had fallen to the ground or rotated. Individual nails and bolts unscrewing from the wall and leaving behind blackened imprints of sulphurous taint. Matthias, my darling, the sister spoke. The sharpness in her voice was gone, replaced by gentle fatherly tones. We need not pretend with one another. This woman is not a saint. She is weak. She has betrayed all her vows. She has enjoyed the flesh of men, sweat, mingling with sweat, excretions mingling with excretions, and I have tasted them all. Matthias blinked, trying to regain his senses. He felt groggy, dizzy.
Yeah, I think
I am at home in this
more like
rotten soul.
this.
The sister continued. I find purchase among the slits and crevices of her sins and lusts. What saint would house the likes of me, Matthias? What saint would open her legs to my temptations and let me slither into the reeking orifice of her soul? Matthias staggered to his feet, reaching for his blackened Aquila.
Damn, dude, what kind of smutting am I listening to?
Spilling its contents on the floor. He swayed, drunk on concussion, but his conviction was strong.
Let us pray, squads,
he said.
Matthias! Matthias, my darling! There is no need for these pretenses.
Emperor of humanity, Emperor of the Imperium, Emperor of the Astartes, Emperor of the Primarchs, Emperor of Ecclesiarchs, Emperor of Prophets, Emperor of Saints, Emperor of Martyrs, Emperor of Confessors, Emperor of Sororitas. Sister Isabella writhed and fell back against the bed. Emperor who has power to give life after death and rest after work, because there is no other worthy God than thee, and there can be no other. For thou art the creator of the Imperium entire, visible and invisible, of whose reign there shall be no end. The ceramite chains rattled as the sister shuddered and contorted, her face grimacing as if under the screws.
Yeah, dude, like what?
We humbly prostrate ourselves before thy glorious majesty, and
kind
we
of smut is
to
this?
deliver us thy power from all the tyranny of the infernal spirits.
Looking
from
MVGB
their
bag
snares,
handle,
their
Gino,
lies,
get
and their
some.
furious wickedness.
You are incorrigible,
Where it's
my
at,
darling.
bro.
Deign, O Emperor, to grant us thy powerful protection and to keep us safe and sound.
Captain Arnold Lovell of the Cadian 383rd.
The sister shrieked.
If you don't believe me, seek the proof.
We beseech thee through the God Emperor, our Lord. Imperatorus absolutum! The sister cried out in pain, her head pressed against the sweat-stained pillow.
Mold lines.
From the snares of the warp, deliver us,
It
O
looks
Emperor,
like we're good on
that
mold
thy
lines. Oh, wait,
ecclesiarchy
no,
may
I found a
serve
mold
thee
line.
for 10 millennia more. We beseech thee
Wait, is
to
that mold
hear
line
us,
going to be in my way
that thou
later?
may
Let me
crush
put an
down
arm
all
real
the
quick.
enemies of thy ministorum. We beseech thee to hear us. Matthias' shoulders slumped as he reached the end
Actually, it
of the
will.
prayer.
Gotta
His
clean that
back
up just a
slicked with sweat.
smidge.
He stepped forwards, ready to begin the rite anew, but he saw that the sister was unconscious, driven to exhaustion by the onslaught. The acolyte sighed. He was exhausted too. Taking one last glance at the fallen icons, the broken sister, and the spilled holy water, Matthias left the room and locked it behind him.
Well,
The canoness stared down at Matthias. Her practiced
Actually, it's going to be
eyes
covered
taking
up
in the
because
thin
the
dribble
shoulder
of blood
pads are going to be
snaking
there.
down his neck from the back of his head. The acolyte's
So I don't
eyes
need,
were
I don't need to spend
unfocused from
time
a
cleaning
minor
that off,
concussion.
actually.
His face creased with fatigue.
Damn good. Cool.
Blood still oozed from the slit carved into his forehead. The demon is strong, Matthias replied. He felt his shoulders slump at the thought of going into battle against the abomination once more. But I have drawn it out. It writhes before the
As long as it holds its value, that's cool. But you got to remember, as long as you had a good time,
he made the sign of the
that's
Aquila
cool
with his
too.
hands. I have faith, and faith is stronger than any evil this galaxy may throw at us.
indeed.
Canoness Lucia agreed.
Yet I would feel better if you had the protection of my bolter. Our ornaments are as holy as your prayers, Acolyte.
Matthias smiled. I do not doubt the sacredness of your weapons and armor, Canoness. But I am under the strictest instruction. Sister Isabella must survive. Though your bolt gun is holy, it is indiscriminate in its rage. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Forgive me, Canoness, but wasn't it you that suggested Sister Isabella was a saint? My master took great notice of your testimony. The Canoness sighed.
It troubles me that my words count for so much. I am a crusader, not a scholar.
I'm gonna turn my face off just for a quick second.
Yes.
So nobody sees what
And
I'm
Sister
doing
Isabella
back here.
performed the miracle. But then,
the Canoness's eyes were icy blue.
Don't look at me, ma.
She recites the catechisms of Thor.
her lips move, her tongue wags, and such words come forth.
She still lives, Canoness. It is determined by inquisitorial writ. The Canoness smiled faintly, scar tissue shifting, and shook her head.
But that doesn't mean that I don't desire to end this sordid matter. And
You could look now, ma.
The demon hides in her flesh. I would flush it out.
Night vision is
Matthias
expensive.
sighed.
I want.
When did you decide that Sister Isabella was gone?
There was no particular moment, Acolyte. With each hour and
dude.
day, the demon took deeper root. If Sister Isabella is a saint, how
Go
can
big or
the
go
demon
home,
step in her
right?
Flesh? The answer is simple. She is dead.
Matthias nodded, stifling another sigh. The Canoness's words spoke to his own private
Yeah,
doubts.
so like, do I want to just like
But against the
barely
demon, there was no
any
room for such
Tamiya
doubt.
glue on this guy, or
Only
should I
in the
like
burning fire of
lather it
certainty could the
up?
monster be excised? There is someone I need to know
There's
more
like,
about.
it's like not
he
even
said.
really on there.
A captain in the Astra Militarum, Arnold Lovell of the Cadian 383rd.
Or should I get like a
Could
big
you help
ass
me?
drop?
The Canoness
Drop the
nodded
whole
briskly.
drop on there.
I'll request his monitorum file. But don't expect too much. The monitorum can be sloppy with the details.
It is probably nothing, Matthias said. He smiled politely. But I am grateful, Canoness. Matthias knelt at the front of the chapel.
You're at back
staring
handle,
out
bro.
at the beautiful stained glass window of the living Saint Celestine. Colourful radiance shone through a halo around her head, her eyes seeming to gleam with an inner fire that could not be explained by the stained glass alone. Forgive me my sin, Celestine, Matthias whispered. A heavy burl of guilt had settled in his stomach that no amount of brutal flagellation could dissolve. Blood poured liberally from his forehead, his back black and purple from where he had beaten himself with knotted rope. I have faith, the acolyte said to the glass. In the god Emperor,
And some of these
master
pieces
of
are so
mankind.
small,
My
dude.
faith is absolute.
I
There
have
is
to
no
clean
room
it
for
off. I have to
doubt.
clean it off nicely, and then,
And yet,
then we're good to
he
go.
muttered beneath his breath, eyes lowering. To defeat this demon, I must have faith in another. I must have faith in Sister Isabella. He looked up once more at the stained glass. When did you know that you were a saint, Celestine? When did others know? He fell quiet as the door to the chapel banged open, listening to the heavy footfalls of the Canoness. He clasped his hands together in an aquila, silently begging for the guidance of the saints, silently begging for certainty in a sea of doubt.
I have a copy of the monitorum file.
The Canoness announced.
Damn, I'm not even in the camera?
I can
Come
read
on.
it to you if you'd like. It is relatively brief.
I have to keep looking down at the camera, make sure I'm
Arnold Lovell
I'm on the
volunteered
camera.
for service in the year 989 M41 on Cadia, aged 9. Completed officer training in the year 990 M41. Made second lieutenant of 2nd Platoon, Blue Company of the Cadian 383rd, under the supervision of 1st Lieutenant Leah Montanus. Shipped to the Othello front in the year 990 M41. Reaching the war zone in the year 992 M41. Field promotion to 1st Lieutenant in the same year. Commendations for duty. Made captain in the year 993 M41. of Blue Company of the Cadian 383rd. Killed in action
Alright.
in the year 999
That's clean.
M41 on the world
Another
of
hip
Hazaroth Despair.
armor.
Matthias frowned,
Clean it up.
still staring at the depiction of Saint Celestine.
Oh, yo, Francis, I was also gonna
Is
tell
Hazaroth's
you,
despair in the etheric
I'm not
front?
that good
Yes.
with like games. I'm
As it
kind of a
happens, I
noob.
know
I
the
like
world
to play
well.
on easy mode a lot of the
Our nation
time.
took part in that war,
So
helping
if
to destroy
we're
the
gonna play
majesties
Battle
of Kel.
Sector,
I presume that Sister
Either-
Isabella was also there.
Yes.
pick an easier level
would have
that
been her first
you would
war.
most likely be
She
able to
was an
solo,
initiate.
because
Now,
you're probably
will
gonna
you
be
tell me
carrying
what this
me
is all about?
most of the way.
Matthias sighed.
Just
drove
a
the
heads up, I'm
fingernails
not
into
that
his
good.
palms
Like I'm
to
all
lick the
right.
bloody Aquila.
I used to be a lot better at
Could
games,
she have
but
met this
I don't
man?
know, I've gotten rusty
different
here in the
squads were
last few
assigned to
years.
different companies of the Astra Militarum.
I mean, practice makes
But I
perfect, but I
remember
don't
them being
play
Cadian.
as much as I used
The
to anymore.
383rd sounds plausible enough. I don't recall exactly. And it is possible that Sister Isabella's squad was assigned to Blue Company. Should I ask?
No, Matthias replied sharply. His tone softened. Thank you, but no, Canoness. There is no need to check. Put the matter out of your mind, please.
Easier said than done.
I ask that you try, Canoness. Forgive me
For what?
for asking you these foolish questions. Please, they are nothing. The Canoness barked a laugh.
Don't worry, Acolyte. I have many things on my mind and I'm a simple soldier. I'll forget about this soon enough.
Matthias listened to the sound of her stomping away and bowed his head. In the name of the Emperor, our God and
Damn, did I say
sovereign,
Battle Sector? Yeah, my bad. Dark
strengthened by
Tide.
the
Dark Tide,
intercession
yes.
Of the Sigillite
Dark
Malgador the hero, of blessed Sanguinius the first martyr.
All right, yeah, that's down. That's down. That's down.
Dawn, and all
Yeah.
the saints.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a noob when it comes to video games. I mean,
The sister hissed. The holy
yeah,
icons on the
I'm not
walls
as good
had
as I
been
used to
replaced.
be, and I don't play
Fresh
that much
Aquilas hammered
anymore.
into cold stone by resolute hands.
But yeah,
The scorch marks have been
killing
scrubbed
shit,
away.
that's always
The
fun.
acolyte's blood mopped up. And powerful in the holy authority of the Ordos Inquisitorius,
But if you're like
we
playing the like
confidently undertake
competition to
oppose the
win
facts
and
deceits of
and
the warp.
you know
The
PvP
Emperor
or
arises. His enemies
even
are
finishing a
scattered,
level
and
with
those
flying
who hate
colors,
him
that's
flee before him.
He returns.
it's usually
But what is this?
usually where I have
He
trouble.
brings something with him.
As smoke is driven away, so are they driven. As wax melts before the fire, so the wicked perish at the presence of God.
Ah, yes. I know exactly what he brings with him.
Matthias gritted his teeth, holding aloft his charred icon. Behold the Aquila of the God Emperor. Flee bands of enemies. The lion of the first legion of terror, the offspring of God, hath conquered. The sister laughed, a rasping death rattle that shivered down Matthias's spine. May thy judgment, Emperor, descend upon us,
Both sides?
as great as our devotion to thee.
It is doubt.
I do not doubt! Matthias snapped,
No.
flicking holy water over the sister's face. Even as the skin around her mouth bubbled and
Yeah,
churned,
we're
a
the
long,
big
full
bird.
tongue lapped up the moisture, heat rising in clouds of sulfuric steam.
Oh, I know the stench of doubt, my darling. I know all the stenches of your race. I know the doubt, and the madness, and the lust, and I delight in them all.
Silence, demon! The sister grinned, showing festering rotten teeth.
Do I detect the stench of lust upon your breath, Acolyte? Is that why you punish yourself with knot and blade? To drive out the ache from your wounded soul?
You know nothing of me!
Damn, dude, this is dark.
Or maybe the stench on your breath is what remains
One more,
of
one
your
more, one more.
passion. Is that why you hurt yourself? Does it bring you pleasure
Oh, yeah.
betwixt the
Jesus.
pain?
You disgust me!
Skills group, intent on getting the achievement.
It does
Damn,
no
yeah.
good
If
to
I
hold
mean,
on to these
yeah. If we play
frustrations,
enough,
Matthias.
and
You can take
yeah, you
her
let me
if
know
you
exactly
like.
what achievement you're
I
trying to
will
get.
hold
Like, yeah,
her
I'm sure we
still
can pull it
for
off.
you.
It's
Spawn of the
just
walk. Silence.
I gotta
must have thought about
practice for a little while. You know what I mean?
Young Captain
So
Lovell.
mission was 0
His
damage.
hands
Requires a group.
exploring her virgin flesh.
Yeah, for you.
Come
Yeah, if
closer,
as long as
my
you,
darling.
as long as it's
Come
just you getting no
closer
damage, we
and
can make
follow
that's
the gallant
definitely possible.
captain's footsteps.
I can be a meat shield
The chain was rattling as the
indefinitely,
sister thrust
especially
it.
with the
The
melee
Ceramite
weapons. You
straining
get up
beneath
front,
an
and I'll just
unholy,
try to
muscular
hold them back,
strength.
melee them off while you
The
keep shooting.
stench of rotting meat filled the air,
Yeah, dude.
sending the acolyte gagging as the sister laughed louder
Yeah,
and
I'm
louder.
down. I'm down.
We drive you
See how we
fools,
do.
whoever you may be. Unclean spirits, all warp spawn
I don't think
powers,
I've ever
all infernal invaders,
like
all
100%ed
assemblies and sects.
achievements
Holy
a game.
acolyte.
We've gotten pretty
The sister
close.
screamed.
Like where
Save
you
me.
it's only missing a
Kill
couple, few, but
Matthias shook his head, his voice
it's never been a
increasingly
goal
desperate.
of mine to like 100%
In the name,
anything. I'm just
by the
having a good
power of our
time,
Lord
have
God
fun. If I get an
Emperor,
achievement,
may
I
you be
get it.
snatched
If
away
not,
and
it's all
driven
good.
from the ecclesiarchy, and
There's
from
some
the
that are
souls
fun to
made
get
in
where
the
you're just
image
like,
of
oh, I
God,
need
and
to try
redeemed
that
by the
out.
precious
And
blood
yeah,
of divine Sanguinius.
accomplishment's cool where you
His
get
eyes
it. But
widened as all the nails and
but
bolts unscrewed.
I'm down to
from the
help you
wall,
get the achievement.
each
That's down.
icon and Aquila dropping in one
Way down.
clattering bang. Most cunning serpent, you shall no more dare to deceive the human race. Persecute the Ministorum, torment the Emperor's elect, and sift them as wheat.
Please kill me. Save me. Make it stop.
The Most High God Emperor commands you. He with whom, in your great insolence, you still claim to be equal.
Alright, so now that those are
Matthias
clean
stepped
off,
back
we're
as the
gonna
bed rose
glue
into the air.
those on.
In the
See
near
how this
distance, you could hear
glue
klaxons
held
ringing,
up over
the
here.
smell of smoke rising to the back
I'm not
of his
gonna mess with
nose. The
Does this
wants all
Tamiya
men to be
cement
saved and to come to the knowledge
work
of the
stronger than
imperial
superglue?
truth.
Because like I hear that it's recommended this Tamiya thin cement,
floating bed and a dervish of flaming
but
ceramite. One
I just
struck
feel like
Matthias
superglue
directly to
worked
the arm,
a lot better.
breaking the bone and sending his charred Aquila clattering to the ground. He screamed in pain.
Don't stop the prayer.
The sister shrieked.
Don't stop. Please. Don't stop.
Damn, alright, so
Matthias
as long as I
thought
let
he
it
could hear
dry
closure
and
behind
do
her
its
screams.
thing, it's better
He
than...
staggered back, his sight.
Oh yeah,
blinded
because
with
it molds the
shooting pain.
pieces together, right? Or it fuses them
Behind
together
him
because
came
it
the door
melts the
rattling,
plastic.
held
Yeah,
shut
okay,
by the
that's right.
internal latch.
Super glue doesn't do
Matthias
that.
couldn't
It
remember
melts.
fixing the latch in the first place.
There you
The
are. Thanks, bro.
prayer. The prayer.
Alright, I'm
Emperor
down.
commands you. The
Damn.
Emperor commands you. The Emperor commands
So if I
you.
make it
The bed
thick,
slammed
it'll
back against the
stick
ground as
it
the door
better
burst
if I
open,
put sprue.
and two
Damn,
Celestians
I might not
charged into the
even wait
room.
to get a new one. I might just
As
start
they
sticking
brought up their
sprue
bolt
pieces in
guns,
here right
time seemed
now.
to slow,
No,
and
I don't
Matthias
mess
could
up.
see the abject terror.
Unless
behind
I gotta
his sister's
watch a
eyes.
video and see like
Don't shoot!
how much to
He
put in
shouted.
there.
Don't shoot!
I'm sure it's like, oh, check
He jumped to the
consistency
brink
as
of
you're
2
doing
hollow
it.
rounds.
Check it again.
In perfect
But I
synchrony,
just,
each
like I
Celestian
said, I
fell
don't
to
want to
the
ruin
ground,
something.
their heads smoking ruins
Ruin
of
the whole
hot
bottle
flesh
by
and red
making it
mist.
too thick or something
No!
stupid.
The door slammed shut. The sister rose from her bed,
All right, so we're gonna put on
levitating
the
in the air.
sides.
Her flesh crawled with flowing.
So how do I
maggots
put on
that
these
writhed
these
just beneath
side
the surface,
pieces?
one wriggling up through her eye and dropping
The
waggily to the ground.
hip armor
A terrible rot had overtaken
onto the
her,
with Tamiya
pale
glue
skin
because it doesn't
decaying into a
stick.
horrid,
So I'd have to hold it
disgusting
there until
sheen of
it
putrefaction
fuses.
green. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen, almost popping in their
All
sockets.
right, let's give it a shot. We'll see how it
Matthias
goes.
stared at the nightmare before him, nausea pressing against
You
his
never
throat,
know
even
until
as
you
his body
try.
pulsed with evil sensation. Even in her state of rot, the sister's body was muscular and shapely, the curve of her hips sending pulses of aching pain through the wound in Matthias's forehead. Blood seeped from the gash.
Get a second bottle. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Get a second bottle. So I will get a second bottle.
The sister grinned.
Always.
Behind her fetid
Yeah,
teeth,
people always said that it's
Matthias
good to
could
have
see
both
thousands of tiny
the
searching
thick and
hairs
the
at the back
thin.
of her mouth, each
The
tendril
thickness.
fluttering like hair follicles in
All
a
right,
soft
let's try this
summer
out. A
breeze.
little bit to me on this
I
guy,
shall
just a
make
little
bargain
drop.
with you,
Less than a
Matthias.
drop.
The sister said,
Swear by the god Emperor that you believe Sister Isabella a saint, and I shall leave this vessel for good. Swear by the God Emperor that you will worship this treacherous strumpet. That you will whisper her name in the same breath as Celestine and Thor and Alicia and Macarius. Swear by the God Emperor that you do not doubt your master's word. That a saint may break her vows. That a saint may house a demon. That a saint can remain pure, despite the touch of the
Actually,
warp
it took
upon
pretty
her.
quick.
Swear by the
Not like
God
super
Emperor
glue quick, and
that
it's
I
still kind
shall
of
be
like
gone.
flimsy, but it's not like I mean I can stand it up and it's
Swear
not
it,
falling
Matthias.
off. That's
Swear
pretty
by
good,
the
right?
Holy Orders and the Primarchs and the Saints. Swear by your carrion
Mm.
god and your corrupt institutions and your rotting, reeking species. I can't!
The sister's grin widened, the skin splitting around her mouth. Into
Wait, so it
ugly
won't
gashes
work
of
like
ripped
glue
flesh.
anymore if I
Why ever
have
not?
the plastic in
Because
there?
she's
Like it won't be
not
as
a
sticky anymore?
saint.
Matthias fell
It's
to
more
his
for
knees,
filling gaps
sobbing
than it is
against the
for like
stone.
welding
He
pieces
shivered as he
together.
felt
Is
the
that what you're
touch of
telling
Sister
me?
Isabella upon his
Damn, well
shoulder.
thanks, dude. I'm
No,
glad I didn't
my
I'm glad I
darling.
didn't start throwing pieces
She
in
is
there
not.
and get all
The
excited
voice
and
was
start
deep
throwing shit
but
in there.
masculine, lined with contempt
Concocting
and
something
amusement.
that's not gonna work.
But she might have been.
Matthias
looking out, good
shuddered as
looking
he
out.
felt the wet, hot breath of the demon in his ear.
Congratulations, Acolyte. You have destroyed your first saint. No.
Damn, dude.
No.
They should have made the Star Wars
Yes.
acolyte after this
But listen, my
story right here.
darling. The
Bet you it would have gotten
avenging
more views.
angel comes.
The canoness stared down at the prostrate form of the inquisitorial acolyte, lip turned up in disgust. The man had curled up into the fetal position, whimpering softly as he clutched his broken arm. She looked around the room, still paranoid for further threats. Her two-handed power sword still steamed with the foul
Oh
ichor of
my
the demon,
god, it did.
the maggots of its insides having shriveled and burned
Alright,
against
so
the blue-hot
the hip
fury
guards
of her
are
weapon.
on.
Her chest plate was dented from where the ceramite
Actually
chain
worked
had
out pretty
struck her.
good, dude.
The white of her helm blackened where
I don't know why I
sulphurous,
was tripping
purple
so much,
fires
thinking that
had
it's
swept
like
across her
not
face.
happening, but no,
The
dude, it
decapitated
went
head of Sister
nicely.
Isabella had rolled underneath the bed, leaving her rotted body decomposing beside the two headless Celestians. The canoness wished that she could remove Sisters Bianca and Sophia from the room for proper burial, but it was too dangerous. The demon had touched their minds. Their bodies were corrupted, and they would burn with all the
Okay.
rest. They would all
Oh
burn,
yeah, dude.
all of them apart from this man,
So
sobbing
whenever
on
I
the floor.
yeah,
Though the canoness felt
big
nothing
ol'
but contempt for the acolyte.
texture.
He was
It'll
not
look like
hers to
texture,
punish. He was the Inquisitor's property.
texture, whatever.
The
It'll
canoness
look like
sheathed her
textured
blade
plastic.
and roughly pulled the
If it's too
acolyte to
thick.
his feet.
Yeah.
He cried out in fear and pain, but the canoness
Oh,
ignored him,
because it'll be thick.
shoving
Yeah,
him
yeah.
out of the room and into the smouldering corridor. Canoness Lucia
Ooh,
would
alright, so we're
return
gonna let
this
that guy
acolyte
dry,
to the
hopefully.
Inquisition. He was their problem now.
I gotta like
To be
stop fucking with it
interrogated,
too. I keep
executed,
touching it, and
or
I
else
know
cast into
I
the
know that's
witch
the wrong thing to
asylums
do. I
rot.
keep touching it.
The canoness
Oh,
did
is it
not
dry?
care,
Oh, let me
as
check.
long
Is
as
it
she never
dry?
saw the man again.
Oh, is it dry?
Canoness.
Bro,
Sister Katerina prompted.
just leave it alone.
The
Let it dry on its
Celestial
own.
lifted up a heavy flamer, seeking permission. The canoness nodded,
Alright.
and the
See
Promethean
what's
fire
next.
swept over the small
Oh, the
room,
arm with the
licking up
gun
other
on it. You
bodies
gotta
and
clean the
melting the
gun off.
corrupted icons into molten metal. The body of Sister Isabella flaked away to ash, the contamination of her flesh scattered
Clean
into
this
grey
up a little
flecks of
bit.
useless carbon.
Though the darkness will be rent by noise and flame, let not men's souls be broken in the crucible of war.
At Harbor Freight, we rigorously test and
No.
refine.
No commercials. It's not as running smooth. Okay. Definitely gonna have to get a second bottle then. Yeah, for sure. I will do that. I'm down. Just because we don't want any mishaps later because I got ahead of myself. Looking for another little story. Golem, huh? Let's try Golem. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not there yet. Yeah, I'm down. I'm taking it slow. We're learning.
Opera GX, the browser that doesn't play.
I mean, I thought I was a fast learner, but here we are.
You're being watched, followed, hunted by ads that refuse to leave you alone. With Opera GX's ad blocker, you take control. Silence the noise.
Fast
Cut
forward a
through
little
the
bit.
digital darkness. No more. Your rules. But for those who dare.
There it is.
Arok, do not speak, Colonel. Conserve the strength that still resides in your flesh.
There's going to be a shoulder pad over this. I actually don't need to clean this that well.
His helm had been savaged by an autocannon 2 hours ago. He had ripped it off, revealing pale flesh puckered by augments and bionics. Fully half of his face was mechanical, a strangely perfect vertical bifurcation of skin against iron, the metal pitted, the flesh scarred and bleeding. The vertical split continued down to his limbs. He carried Colonel Naris with his bionic arm, metal fingers digging into her chest plate and hefting her with ease. He leapt from the rocky outcrop with his bionic leg. The ground shuddered as he completed his disjointed advance.
Arok, leave me. Do not speak.
2 screaming fanatics rushed at him with rusted knives. Their flak armor was soiled with bloody tokens of their heathen god, their flesh spoiled by gruesome sores of hardened gore. The blood layer sheen was thick enough to stop a las round. Against the hammer blow of a transhuman Astartes, however, it was like paper. Arok swung his weapon in a wide upward sweep. He hit so hard that the hammer passed through the torso of one traitor and obliterated the skull of the other. The parts of them that were left were flung back, blessedly quiet. Ripples of las fire whipped out from a half-cratered trench. Arok grunted as rounds snapped against his armor. He dropped the hammer, allowing it to maglock to his waist as he quick drew a black sheen bolter. He fired with one hand. The recoil was so great that even he couldn't keep it entirely steady. But a series of mass-reactive rounds exploded 3 chests and covered his approach with a haze of blood and thrown-up dirt. Arok jumped into the trench. He used his bolt gun as a club, cracking 1 skull before gunning down another 3. He turned. A las round whispered along his cheek, burning transhuman flesh down to the ceramite-infused bone. Arok replied with a contemptuous burst of mass-reactive fire, blowing the gunner to pieces and killing the fool who stood behind them. Another traitor ran at him, howling as he drove a bayonet into his side.
All right.
The blade failed to pierce.
Yeah, we're doing it. We're gonna have to do it. I haven't ran into like any gaps yet where I need to fill it in, but I'm sure I will. I'm gonna want it when I do. And it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Hand now free, he took careful single shots, systematically butchering the rest of the traitors before they made it to the corner of the trench.
Arok!
The Marine grimaced, the expression lopsided around
shoulder
his
pad is
face.
going to be on this, so I don't
He
need to
shot the
clean
colonel a
that part.
frustrated glare.
Alright,
Naris smiled
glad to
back at
get
him, blood dribbling from her lips. One hand was held to the crater in
done.
her
Start
side.
cleaning off
The other was gone, along with an arm that had been blown off 200 meters back.
What are you doing, Arok? I am bringing you to safety.
Naris tried to laugh, managing a pained wheeze.
I think we're going the wrong way.
Arok grunted.
The 93rd did well. We are too far from the defensive line. The only way was forward.
Is that Martian logic?
Medusan logic.
Naris wheezed again.
I'm dying, Arok. Good. That means you are still living. Arok scanned up and down the trench, weighing his options. They were badly exposed. It was only a matter of time before the counterattack came. Hundreds of caterwauling heretics taking their chance to bring down a solitary angel of the Emperor. Where are your brothers? 2 clicks east, avoiding the worst of the anti-armor before making their direct assault. No doubt cursing my name with every breath. You came alone? For me? Do not die, Colonel Naris. The guardswoman smiled. As she opened her mouth, a curtain of blood slopped down her chin. You big softy. Arok did not respond to the teasing. We will hold here. Take cover best you can. You'll have to move me. The Iron Hand obliged. He gently picked her up, nestling her in the shallow dugout made by a stray artillery round. Naris coughed. Blood poured over her hand. 2 lines of approach. Not ideal. It is not. But we will hold. The Iron Hand ejected his half-empty clip and slammed in another. He waited, listening to the cacophony of not-so-distant battle. They had charged through the worst of it, dodging bombardments, mortar shells and zipping bullets, but Arok knew that they only had a temporary reprieve. He gritted what remained of his teeth. The screaming shells of Earthshaker cannons flew overhead towards the Imperial position. When my brothers arrive, we will silence that artillery.
This one looks alright, except for that mold line.
The Marine frowned. The Colonel's voice was faint. But before he could turn back to her, the enemy was upon them. They came from both left and right. Arok sent a burst of mass reactive death in one direction, before spinning to deliver it in the other, grimacing as las rounds whipped around him. Naris had been right. 2 lines of approach was less than ideal. He spun back and forth, delivering mechanical bursts of fire that tore men to pieces and sent others scattering back, strewn in the guts of their former comrades. He killed dozens, but the enemy kept coming. The weight of las fire finding the joints in his armor and burning the exposed skins of his helmless face. He felt his skin slough off the bone, his cheek punctured by a series of rounds that ricocheted around his mouth and scorched the teeth within. The machine spirits in his armor grimly reported 6 breaches. He felt each one, but he kept firing. He made piles of the enemy, heaps of shredded skin and unformed limbs, exploded torsos and blood-mist heads. Still more came. In the end, the insane zeal that had sent them charging into bolter fire was the same madness that spared Arok from death. The traitors were not content to kill with their las guns alone. They were desperate to gut and butcher the Astartes with the intimacy of bayonets and knives, and kept pushing forwards, blocking their lines of fire. The trench filled with bodies, intact and broken. The weight of las fire lessened. Arok stood in cover made from human flesh. The Marine spent his 3rd clip. He let the bolt gun mag snap to his waist and drew his hammer. His first sweep obliterated the skulls of 2 traitors. His second slammed into the carapace of a blood-caked officer and caved in their chest. Then they were upon him in earnest, pressed too closely for the weapon's full reach. Arok spat acid in the eyes of a screaming fanatic. He took another's head with his bionic arm and crushed their skull beneath his iron grip. He let the hammer slide through his hand until its head rested against his fist, using it as an adamantine knuckle duster that he put through a trachea. Knives and bayonets scratched and scraped across his armor. Gunmetal grooves cut into the matte finish black. He kicked another traitor to the chest, sending them like a rag doll through ranks of advancing heretics.
Alright,
As the horde stumbled
this
and fell,
part of the
he punched
gun
out with his
is
hammer,
good.
cracking a flak chest plate in half and shattering the ribs beneath. He backhanded another enemy with his bionic hand, splintering their jaw into pieces. A madman stabbed up at his face with a red-stained combat knife. With no room to evade, the Iron Hand instead headbutted the blade, ignoring the impact pain as his ceramite-treated skull bent the metal and sent the weapon flying from the traitor's hand. He spat acid into their howling face. Still they kept coming, driven by the madness of the damned. Arok punched and kicked and spat, a cornered beast thrashing against a swarm of rats, a cliff face battered by an ocean storm. He was bleeding. A dozen shallow wounds clotting over to Laraman cells, his second heart pumping adrenaline and muscle-boosting stims into transhuman limbs. He headbutted, gouged, crushed, but above all, he killed, surrounding himself with the bodies of the treacherous fallen, a mountain path of broken limbs rising to his chest. It was hot with sweat and spilt blood, stinking of gore and iron, wet with entrails and slopping bone. The thunder of death and furious screams was suddenly overcome by a stormbolter's roar. Mass reactive rounds scythed through the mob, a knife cutting through preservative. A red aftershock of V-type paint followed the bolts of the reaping weapon, accompanied by the growling doom of sustained bolter fire. The Physaline stench of detonating bolts mingled with the twin scents of slaughter and voided bowels. Arok felt the press of bodies lessen. The enemy's morale collapsed. One moment, the horde was a slavering mob of blood-hungry fanatics. The next moment, it was a terrified crowd of fleeing, defeated vermin. It was like someone had flipped a switch between insanity and horror, driving the enemy into a new kind of frenzy. They fought and stumbled over each other to escape, pushing, trampling, killing. Arok grimaced. He wiped away the gore across his face, feeling every wound that dented and scored his armored body. He turned to the Rhino APC. The vehicle was punctured in a score of places, one track sitting at an uneasy, slight angle to its spokes. His brothers jumped down into the trench network. Their guns were blazing. No mercy was offered to the traitors. No respite. The dust cleared. The blood haze fell. The Physaline reek lingered. Sergeant Obana stomped towards Arok. He was a juggernaut of augmented iron, his voice contaminated by the timbres of the machine.
Arok, you forced our hand.
Your timing is impeccable, Obana.
Did you forget that you're a soldier of the Iron Hands?
Arok felt his blood boil at the implied insult. He forced the emotion down.
I apologize, Sergeant. There was limited time for coordination.
Obana grunted. It sounded like the grinding gears of an old machine.
If you are to be insubordinate, it would be better to be honest.
The Astra Militarum made an abortive push. Only the 93rd avoided disgrace.
Not thin enough to get in there. The only thing that's thin enough to get in there is this exacto knife.
Exposed.
Perfect.
I decided to act.
Obana said nothing to that. He glanced to the broken body of Colonel Naris. Arok resisted the urge to position himself between them.
When I reached them, the 93rd was all but lost. I located Colonel Naris and extradited her from the killing zone. She is a military asset. It would have been illogical to leave her behind.
Your appeals to logic are disingenuous, brother.
Nonetheless, the sergeant angled his head over his shoulder.
Move! The Rhino is exposed, and we must not lose the initiative.
Arok obeyed, carefully lifting the mortal woman and cradling her to his chest. Her eyes were closed, her breaths weak and shallow.
She needs an apothecary.
Her well-being is not a priority. Logic dictates that we capitalize on our strike and destroy the enemy artillery placements.
Arok gritted his teeth. The human side of his face was a patchwork nightmare of lacerated flesh and bullet-hole skin. Obana stared back at him. His bionic eyes flashed, piercing even the baleful green of his helm's visor.
If she is still alive when we return, then you may waste your time on any sentimentalities you choose.
Arok nodded, not rising to the insult. He hastened for the Rhino. The sooner the artillery was dealt with, the sooner they would return to base. The Rhino limped past the frontline trenches, smoke curling from its engines. Its trucks made an awful rattling sound. Its armor scored with heavy bolter craters, but still it ran. It sputtered its way to the back line and delivered the Iron Hands home. The Marines
Probably shouldn't have worked so hard to get that little piece of plastic from in between like the bolter nut and barrel, but we got it. We got it and it looks good.
But they lived.
Clean up the other half of the gun.
Arok ran from the APC, roaring for a medic. Mortal soldiers quailed at the anger in his voice. Some outright fled, overcome by transhuman dread. Others pointed, and the Marine stormed forwards, the broken body of Colonel Naris still clutched in his arms. The other Iron Hands watched him go. Their contempt was hidden behind their helms, but Arok felt it nonetheless. A sister of the Order Hospitalis stepped out to greet him at the Medicaid tent. Her arms were covered in blood up to her elbows. Her right arm was underslung with a gore-strewn bone saw, its chainsawed teeth still flecked with the dust of severed bone. She smiled at Arok. Eyes alighting with mad fervor, she gestured the Marine inside. The Medicaid tent was a grim affair. Arok felt his neuroglottis activate to the infection reek, his pulse quickening to the stench of blood and gore. Men and women of the Astra Militarum screamed as sisters amputated limbs without anesthetic. Others groaned and moaned as they slowly succumbed to an infection's rot. Supplies were low. The Departamento Munitorum resupply was behind schedule by some weeks. Arok took this all in and more in a matter of moments.
Her name is Jane Norris. She is the colonel of the 9th Company. She must survive.
The sister with the gleaming eyes bowed deeply, interlocking her bloody fingers in the sign of the Aquila. She gestured to her bed. Arok set the colonel down. He watched as the sister performed her art, stomach sinking at the extent of the colonel's injuries. The missing arm was bad enough, but the hole in her stomach was grotesque. Flaps of bloody skin barely holding in ripped up intestine guts.
Bro,
The skin was so white
this is
that it
gross.
seemed to belong to a corpse.
You're passing out in
His
your
heart
chair.
Arok
No
knew that
worries,
Jane
bro.
Norris could not be saved.
I'm gonna go lay back
And
down and
yet the sister
handle my
attempted to
dude. Well,
perform
thank you
a
for hanging out
miracle
as
the
much
beats
as you
went
did,
on.
my dude. Thank you for
Cold
being here
blood servitors
earlier.
stumbled
Thank you
forwards,
for chilling.
walking blood
And
infusions
yeah,
that
dude,
left
I'll
their
catch you
beside the
later.
colonel's pale flesh.
If you see me
The sister
playing
fastened
any
the tourniquet to what was left of the soldier's destroyed
Dark
arm,
Tide
amputating
later on
another
this
inch and
week
filling the
sometime,
tourniquet with a puffy
hit
skin
me
gel.
up. We'll
She gestured
match
at the
up.
servitor,
And
clicking her tongue in a strange cant.
if not, for sure, it's Tuesday. Tuesday, I'll earlier in the day, like we did today. I'll play some Dark Tide for sure. But I'm gonna try to do some earlier on before then. But yeah, dude, smoke that. I will catch you a little bit later, and thank you for hanging out, my guy.
She injected the colonel with a corpsifying compound. Arok heard the colonel's heart rate slow. He ground his teeth. The sister began the process of removing the guardswoman's intestines, matter-of-factly reaching into her abdomen and spooling out tubes of flesh. She used medical scissors to cut Naris open further, discarding stinking digestive organs into a slopping bucket. Her eyes focused, her nose barely wrinkling, the sister began replacing the colonel's insides with bionics, repairing her digestive system wholesale. It took hours. Arok kept vigil throughout. He ignored the eyes of others upon him, the awe on the faces of dying men and women. He was an angel of death in their midst. Many wept to see it. Others died with prayers on their lips. By the time the surgery was finished, night had fallen. The sister looked both haggard and elated, her hands slick with blood, oil, and waste product. She washed them in a dirty bucket of gory water and stepped back from the iron hand with bowed reverence. Arok looked down at the sister's work. Jane Norris was alive. That itself was a small miracle. Her right arm was still missing, but the ruined stump now ended with a thickened skin gel. The puffy substance collapsed into a hardened layer. Her stomach had been replaced with a patch of solid metal, fused to the flesh by adhesive gel, hiding the intricacies of the bionics within her guts. Her skin was still pale, but it regained some of its color. Two grey-faced servitors having shut down after giving everything they could offer. The colonel was alive, but was comatose. Despite the sister's efforts, it remained unlikely that she would ever wake. Arok didn't need the sting of his neuroglottis to know that the risk of infection was high. The flesh was weak. There was nothing more he could do, but Arok maintained his vigil. He stared down at Jane Norris, waving away the attempts of the sisters to treat his facial injuries. His eyes tracked the shape of the soldier's mouth, the shallow scar across her lips.
Damn sprue
He
lines.
willed the soldier to open her eyes. He wanted to see the purple of Arcadian irises one more time.
It's not really
He
a
stirred
sprue
at the
line.
sound of
Or is it?
commotion, registering the stomping gait of one of his brothers.
Maybe not.
He did not need to turn around. He recognized Claw by the beat of his twin hearts and the subtle idiosyncrasies of his walk.
Claw, how is the hand?
The flesh is less than weak. It is gone. But in its absence, I will be perfected.
Arok turned to behold his brother. Claw was the youngest in their squad, having risen from the trials of the Iron Moon mere decades ago. He had a pugilist's frame,
his nose bionic from where he had broken its fleshy equivalent after headbutting through an orc knob's skull. Besides that, only his left hand was bionic, for now. The right hand would soon follow.
Do you need me for something, brother?
Claw smiled thinly.
I had wondered what mortal had captured your attention so thoroughly that you would oversee her medical treatment and not mine. I knew you would be well. Will she? The surgery was successful. Hygiene standards appear lax. The sisters are hard-pressed after the aborted assault. Yes, I hear it was an abject failure.
Arok clenched his jaw. He took Claw's arm and led them both outside.
You will compromise their morale. What morale? All but your favorite company broke and ran.
Claw sneered.
They are cowards. I'd heard that the
Good.
Cadians were better than this.
Glue this guy together.
They are still human. Yes. So why do you care about this one? Colonel Norris is an exemplary soldier. She is little more than a corpse.
Claw exhaled in sharp surprise as Arok gripped him by the vambrace. He growled dangerously, but did not fight back.
You forget yourself, Arok.
Arok snarled. He relented, stepping back. Claw regained his footing and narrowed his eyes.
This sentimentality is a weakness. Twice you act rashly against your brothers. Our intervention transformed failure into Pyrrhic victory. The assault failed, but the Cadians now have artillery supremacy. The next assault will do better. You are not my sergeant. This was not your tactical assessment to make. You are not my sergeant either, and Obana is more than capable of administering discipline without your help. Arok sighed. Forgive me, brother. I should not have laid hands on you. Claw scoffed. Especially as I only have the one. You owe me a hand, Arok. Please. As if you're not delighted by its amputation. You should thank me for its loss. Claw chuckled. That might be too far. Arok smiled too. Forgive me, brother. It is forgiven. The flesh is weak. The flesh is weak. Arok knelt at the colonel's bedside. His hands were interlocked, iron and flesh. A passerby might have mistaken him for praying. Jane Norris was dying. The infection rot had spread across her guts, riddling her from the inside out. Her face was slick with sweat, her breaths short and haggard. The sisters had tried to make her comfortable, to give her dignity, but there was never dignity in death. She was a moist carcass waiting to die, and no matter how many sponge baths they gave her, she still stunk of fever and diarrhea. Arok bowed his head.
This folly must end, brother.
Arok grunted at Sergeant Obana's voice. She yet lives.
She should have died days ago. You wasted bionic material on her broken body and transformed a worthy death into something wretched.
You are trying to provoke me.
I am not. I want you to learn from this. Look upon her and see what you have wrought. Reflect on the failures of logic that have led to this pitiful display.
Arok felt his jaw clench. When Obana placed an iron hand on his shoulder, he shrugged it off.
Arok.
I do not need your compassion, Obana, even if you had any to give.
The sergeant produced something like a mechanical growl.
So be it. Wallow in this mortal's death. Suffer as you have made her suffer, and embrace the weakness of your flesh. But do not take too long, lest you find your brothers gone once you remember you are Astartes.
Arok listened to his sergeant clomp away. He nursed anger to his twin hearts. Over the next hours, he felt it calcify into something very much like hate. By then, he was decided. It was not difficult to requisition a shuttle. He was an angel of death, a son of the Emperor. The requisitions officer treated his words as if they were given by the throne
We're going to
itself.
clean off the other hand
Arok
now.
was
Or,
disconcerted
well,
by
the same
how
arm.
easily he circumvented military protocol.
Oh, wait, did I clean it off
He soon
already?
put it from his
I
mind.
did clean it
The
off
keys had begun to
already.
turn.
Cool.
Now committed, the iron
Now we're
hand
going
would
to
follow it
see
through
how
to
that
the
would
end.
go on.
The bulk lander approached the Oryx with mechanical sluggishness, the ship opening its bay in acceptance of Arok's access codes. Obana would soon learn that Arok had returned to the Iron Hands vessel, but Arok reasoned that his sergeant would not think much of it. Obana was trying to teach him a lesson about sentimentality. Like Arok, he would allow the situation to play out in full. A grim smile came to Arok's lips. Obana did not realize how far Arok was willing to go. The sergeant's logic was flawed. The Iron Hand brought the lander down in the bay, menials with the blessing of iron shuffling towards them. One with the machine god, the servitors had long been cleansed of their flesh personalities, their existences given over to the perfection of mechanical purpose. They did not question the orders that Arok gave. They simply obeyed. They acted as Jay Naris's pallbearers. Arok walked at the front of the procession. The Oryx was a Spartan machine, bearing little in the way of decoration. There were no banners or victory laurels to adorn its barren halls, simply chemically treated walls to preserve against the corruptions of rust. The occasional chapter sign accompanied the symbols of the cult Mechanicus over doorways leading to particularly important components. But even this felt like an afterthought, a mechanical clearing of the throat. The Iron Hands honored the machine through deeds. Not for them the pomp and ceremony of the other first founded. Not for them the triumphal marches of the Ultramarines or the savage feasts of the Space Wolves. The Oryx was unadorned, but it was fiercely functional. It was barren, but it was clean and well maintained. Like the chapter itself, it was an efficient machine. But even the most efficient machine had its weaknesses. The Oryx was too trusting of its Marines. It could not scrutinize Arok's intent as he used his codes to access the ship's vaults. And so the Marines' funerary procession passed into the dark heart of the vessel, unchallenged and unopposed. The vaults were dungeon and forge, librarious and hold. The lumens were dim. The gloom pervaded across crates of ammunition and quietly whirring cogitators. That darkness extended along the underdecks of the vessel, where feral servitors roamed and cannibalized, and the rats grew as large as dogs. Even on an Astarte ship, these bowels were wild and desolate places. The dregs left to their own devices on the strict understanding that they did not steal from or inconvenience the Iron Tenth. Like this, the ferals and mutants had become another line of defense. They guarded the ship's secrets with a terrified fanaticism. They would die for the Oryx and the Iron Hands. They policed their own, crucifying their thieves, desperate to ward away the fell purges that lingered as generational trauma and long-dried rivers of blood. Even the feral servitors respected the property of the Astartes. Something in their diseased brains recognized the angels of the Omnissiah and offered obsequence. Arok led the funerary procession deeper into the vaults. They navigated a series of biometric checkpoints. Figures moved in the darkness, their scuttling echoing from walls of iron. Whatever it was, they avoided him, terrified by the possibility of his wrath. The Iron Hand led the procession to the gate. It was not a physical gate. There were no iron bars or spiked columns of steel. But, for all that, it was no less imposing. The chamber was arranged as an ancient smithy, a metal block serving as both anvil and mortuary slab. Tools of vivisection and mechanization waited on a featureless iron shelf, curiously clean of cobwebs or dust. A cogitator sat nearby, ritualistically imprisoned under heavy linked chains. That cogitator was the true gate, a doorway into hell itself. Arok directed the servitors to rest the kernel on the metal slab. He paused to briefly place his hand against her lips. He stepped towards the cogitator. Arok could feel its silken motive force thrumming through its terminals. It wanted to awaken. A bead of lumen threaded across the monitor. An access key had been thrust into the terminal, serving as activator rather than some rune of ignition. Arok grunted at the symbolism. His bionic hand lingered above the key. He hesitated. He glanced back to Jane Naris. His transhuman ears heard the unsteady faint pulse of her blood. Arok looked back to the gate and turned the keys of hell. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt like days. He wondered why his brothers had not come to find him. Logically, there could only be one reason. They had not come because the Iron Tenth had been called to war, and Arok had been absent. He had abandoned them. I will return, brothers. I am sorry. His mind buzzed with forbidden lore. The Oryx's gateway to hell was shallow, giving access only to the highest infernal planes. But still the data was intoxicating and heady. Any mortal would have been overwhelmed. Arok merely struggled. He was no Iron Father, but he was a son of the Gorgon. He understood many mysteries of the Martian cult. He held a scalpel made for transhuman hands, large enough to be wielded by a mortal in battle. Arok used it to cut into the guardswoman's diseased flesh. The stink of infection activated the Marine's neuroglottis, tasting of morbidity and decay, of hopelessness and despair. Arok traced the scalpel around the plate of the guardswoman's bionic stomach. The metal squelched when he lifted the plate from her body, weakly clawed at by the tendrils of necrotic skin. The stink worsened. Arok's nostrils flared. He beheld bionic organs, intestines and stomach, porous, flexible tubes of a plascretan iron alloy. The Colonel's flesh had rejected the invasion of Mars. Her insides inflamed where the artificial met the biological, infection spreading across her diaphragm and towards her reproductive system. Arok did not need an acolyte of the Sisters Hospitaller to know that it was fatal. Her body was broken. Jane Naris would die, but for the gifts of hell. Arok swallowed. He began his fell work. It commenced with mutilation. He rolled the Colonel onto her front and then cut 2 lines along her spine, flaying her to reveal the exposed muscles of her back. These Arok cut away as well. Blood flowed at a terrible rate, barely matched by transfusion machines that coughed oxygenated vitae into the guardswoman's dying body. Her heart had already stopped. The machines pumped for her. The Marine scraped the remnants of muscle from Colonel Naris's spine. He cauterized the tangled ends of the circulatory system with a tiny solder. With a chisel, he carefully broke the joints between the spinal bones and used a brush to skim away the dust. It took hours, but when he was done, he was able to gently lift the spinal cord from the ruination of the guardswoman's body and feed the nerve tissue into a shallow tank of oxygenated fluids. Next, Arok turned to the Colonel's skull. He shaved her head and used the medical blade to peel open her scalp, returning to the chisel to fracture the bone beneath. He placed a spreading clamp in the fissure, slowly rotating the screw to force open the wide pads and crack open the skull. The guardswoman's head opened like the pages of a book, flopping dismally against the metal slab. Beneath was the thin grey film of outer brain tissue, and Arok sliced his way inside. He reached out with his bionic hand to lift up Colonel Naris's brain. He delivered it to the oxygenated hygiene tank. All this had taken many hours. Arok paused and beheld what he had wrought. Colonel Naris's brainstem and spinal cord sat in an isolated tank, fed an artificial cocktail of oxygen and other vital fluids. The rest of her lay face down on the metal slab, flayed and dead. The iron hand swallowed at the butchery he had performed, the mutilation of Jane Naris by his hand. It was too late to go back now. He sent for Medicae servitors, trusting in their ability to repair mortal flesh. He directed them to the Colonel's body, overriding their confusion through a series of crisp, binary commands. He watched as they rotated the corpse onto its back, removing necrotic tissue and replacing oxygen-starved organs with a full panoply of bionics. They scooped out her insides and replaced them wholesale, replacing infected skin with fresh leathers,
let's work on the sword
stitching it
hand.
back together. As they worked, Arok turned his attention to the Colonel's brain.
Clean up
Following the
some of those
instructions
sprue
the
lines.
commentator by rote, he took hundreds of PIC scans
Mold
from every side,
lines.
building a comprehensive image of the dissected tissue. The gate did the rest. Arcane programs greedily consuming the data and spitting out its myriad instructions. Parts to be severed, parts to be replaced, parts to be repaired. Arok balked at the exactness of the surgeries he would have to perform, but he could do nothing else than trust in the precision of his bionics. He would rely on the steadiness of iron. He sent for the bionics that he needed. They were rare, extremely rare, but the serfs of the vessel did not dare gainsay him. He was an Astartes. He was an Iron Hand. They did not realize that even an angel could fall into darkness.
Ghost Rider, what's up, my dude?
On the brain, as the servitors worked on the Colonel's front,
Yup.
replacing her internal organs and restoring through iron
Our
that which had
fate
been lost to
is
decay.
what we make it.
He worked with minuscule tweezers and scrapers,
Home and where you
spidery
make it.
fusion of mechanisms
What?
and biological tissue.
Home
began
and
to
where
take
you
form.
make it.
An arachnid's
Well,
web
you
of
like to see
limited
homos
technology
naked.
meshed
That's
with sticky
cool, man.
radiator.
No, no,
Explorer
no.
was a painstakingly
Home.
complex task,
Way you make it.
swallowing more and
Everybody
more
know that.
time.
Goddamn boy.
Still, his brothers did
You
not
seen Joe
know.
Dirt? It's a good one.
Arok had forgotten them. He would remember them only when he had returned to the world of the living, only when he had returned from the moors of hell. He finally finished and laid down his tools. The blessed of iron.
We
were
must
already done.
stop Stargate
Stood at dead-eyed
and
attention.
crypto.
He
Yeah?
held aloft the reconstructed brain
Is it
that
getting
once
out of
belonged to
control?
Jane
Big
Naris,
brother
and
watching?
returned it to the augmented cage of her flesh. Arok sank the organ into the flayed book of her broken head. He clasped her skull tight, using adhesive to close her tissue but for the sliming, thrumming tail of her brainstem and spinal cord. That he rested down the muscle-stripped wasteland of her mutilated back, reconnecting what he could to her circulatory system. Then he stood back and allowed the Medicaid servitors to do the rest. He felt as if he had aged centuries. The Iron Hand watched as they brought forth gears and coils, reconstructing the musculature of her back. He watched as they trapped their inner workings of the machine within plates of protective metal, soldering, stitching and binding with flesh gel to the skin of her shoulders and lower back. That skin had already begun to discolor. The Colonel had been dead for at least 2 days now. Arok paused at that. At first he might have convinced himself that these treatments, these experiments, were some form of unorthodox Medicaid, a desperate attempt to halt the growth of infection and the decay of the weak flesh. But as time had passed, his mind immersed deep within the swamps of hell. Such self-delusion had become untenable. This was no mere Medicaid. This was technological necromancy. This was cyber-resurrection. He clenched his jaw, the metal of one side of his face straining at his gritted teeth. He had been told that such science was best forgotten. It had been locked away. It had been forbidden by a father he had never known, and had predeceased his birth by thousands of years.
And what's Stargate again?
You were weak, father. You were as flesh, and we were
Tech
sin.
necromancy, I know,
We
right?
shall never be as flesh again.
Arok reached for the motive actuators.
Dude, 40K's got
He placed
everything
their
in it.
cold pads against the iron of Jane Naris's back. He squeezed the triggers and watched as the motive force imbued her with life anew.
Life is directed motion. The motive force is directed by the Omnissiah. Thus, the Omnissiah grants life.
The Colonel twitched, convulsed. A mechanical groan whirred through the machines that made up most of her musculature and internal organs. Arok kept the triggers of the motive actuators compressed, directing more and more into the guardswoman's corpse.
Sentience is the ability to learn the value of knowledge. The soul is the conscience of sentience, and can be bestowed only by the Omnissiah. Omnissiah, bestow this child of iron with the conscience of sentience.
He swallowed.
Return what was taken. Bestow onto her the soul.
Jane Naris shuddered. Her elbows bent as she planted her hands against the table and pushed. She forced herself back to her feet. Arok stepped back. He did not know fear, but combat stims flooded his system, his transhuman organs misinterpreting the resurrection as a deadly threat. He let the motive actuators clash to the floor. The Colonel spoke. Her voice was changed, ravaged by the grip of Hell's machines.
Arok. Jane. Arok. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
She took a shuddering step forward. The Iron Hand heard no heartbeat in her chest, just the clockwork of whirring gears and new bionics.
I can't breathe. I can't. I don't. You don't need to breathe. I can't. Why can't I? I can't feel.
Bro, that's like horrific.
You will feel as the machine feels. What death has taken has been replaced and augmented. Death? What have you done? You are returned. I have brought you back. No, I can't. I can't. Oh God. Oh Emperor, what have you done?
Damn.
Arok moved towards her, trying to.
Oh, there's no stopping it now, bro. It's the cat's out of the bag. Skynet is real. The Terminators are real, especially this Terminator. This one's the most real there is. Then we're gonna have Arnie Terminator here, probably soon.
Be calm. Remember
All right,
who
bro.
you are. You are.
Make sure you don't say nothing bad about the robots and the machines, because they're already keeping track of what we're saying and doing and all that stuff. So when they take over, make sure you tell them, "Hey, bro, I was on your side. Remember that."
You are. Arok gripped
I
her
didn't
by the
talk bad
shoulders.
about you.
A thrum of rage almost
You
overtook
know?
the anger of frustrated desperation. He resisted the urge
Mario,
to
what do we
shake
got,
her,
bro?
staring into her eyes. The purple irises were
Thanks,
gone.
G.
They had been replaced with
Yeah,
bionics.
we've
Those bionics
been
stared back
working
at him, mechanical and
for a
cold.
while on this one, a couple weeks now. We put them together, we painted them, we did the highlights today earlier this stream. Edge
You are
highlights
Colonel
that didn't
Jane
come out
Harris
too
of the
good, but
Ninth Company of the
that's all right for our first
214th.
edge highlighting.
Jane,
It'll
that
look
is
better
your
on this
name.
next one that we're working on.
I can't breathe.
And I gotta get some like spray sealer, so I know the paint chips off the more you touch it. So I need to get some of that paint sealer,
With murderous force on his
whatever it's
windpipe.
called.
Arok let out a
Make sure it
gargled
doesn't
cry. His neck
scratch
tensed in
off.
Instinctive resistance. Her grip was now the grip of iron. Post-human. Dangerous.
What have you done to me? What have you done to me? What have you done to me?
Some of these
Arok
screw
stepped
lines
back,
suck
metal
though.
hand still around his throat. He tried to push her off, to get her to relinquish her grip, but her iron hands were too strong. Too strong.
What have you done to me? What have you done to me? What have you done to me? What have...
She went limp. Her hands fell from Arok's neck. Her neck was snapped, rotated almost 180 degrees. Arok let go of her head. Jane Naris collapsed to the floor. The Marine fell to his knees. He sobbed like a heartbroken child.
Damn, was that the end of the story already? A little carnage in. That's right. Does he have a buzz from the fumes? I don't think so.
The grim darkness of the far
Ooh,
future
that
where
is strong, dude.
prevails,
Good
the
lord.
symbols of the Adeptus
Yeah, we gotta put the
Astartes,
cap back on that.
legendary warriors known as Space
Jeez.
Marines are revered across the galaxy.
I mean,
Introducing the Astartes
maybe I do got a
chapter
buzz from the
badges
fumes. I don't even
Starfall,
know anymore.
a collection that brings the iconic heraldry of the Emperor's chosen sons to your side. Each
See-
pin badge is a masterful creation, meticulously crafted to capture the essence of the chapter it represents. From the ferocious wolves of Fenris to the relentless fury of the Blood Angels,
Ugh.
every design tells a tale of honor, sacrifice, and unyielding duty. Whether you are a collector, a devoted fan of the Warhammer 40,000
Damn.
universe, or a warrior in spirit, these badges are more than just accessories. They are a symbol of allegiance to the
You could
Imperium.
try, dude. That happens. Like sometimes they'll sell it to you and they'll run out of the ones that they have, and the only other ones that they have is like the next best one up. That happened to my little
His
brother.
first face belongs to a
He
child.
bought like
Ashen white skin taut against
you know those
pink
big
cheeks
giant
and
speakers that
hunger-packed
people
ribs.
have at like parties and
cold.
stuff.
He wants to get
He got
warm.
2 of
There's
those,
no more reason to it than that.
and each one was
The other
like
children
$500
scream
bucks
as he
or something
drives a
like
pair of
that.
scissors into Sister Charity's jugular.
And the order
He
went
is
through
weak,
and all that, but
much weaker
then
than he will become.
they didn't have
The
that
scissors
one,
punch
so
his
they gave
skin,
him the next
but not
one
the thick
up,
cartilage of
which was like,
trachea, and he stabs
I don't know,
the nun
a
half
couple
dozen more
$100
times before she
difference,
falls with
and
a
it had like
gargled splutter,
Bluetooth with it, and it had like
Bleeds onto
extra
her body,
things on it.
plunging the bloody
So
scissors
like
again
it
and
happens,
again
dude.
into her neck.
You can go for it.
The
I mean,
blood splatters
look,
across his face.
at the
feels
very
sticky.
least, if you
It
can't
feels
get the
warm.
18
He takes
is
his second face in that moment. It
Wait,
still
I'm sorry,
possesses
hold
the
on.
features of a child, but the pale drawn skin has become crimson red and dripping. Drip, drip.
yeah. I
dripping
mean,
to the rhythm of his panting breath.
even if you end up with the 18, is that
The other
still good
children
enough, or
scream.
is it going to be like, damn, I
They
should have
don't
just gone for the 31?
frozen in their terror.
Because if the 18's still good
He
enough,
falls
just go
upon
for
them
that
with the
one.
scissors, emptying their bodies
In the
until
hopes
blankets
that you
of
can
blood
get the
swaddle him
31.
from his head to his feet.
that they'll give you the 31.
Then there is pain, a blossoming agony across the stomach, and he falls,
replica
clutching at a gunshot wound. He barely remembers the interrogations that follow, but he remembers telling them that he had been cold, that he had
You want to see? You want to see where he's at? Here, check it out. Hang
Grim-faced
on.
warden never seems to believe him.
Oh,
They keep asking the same questions.
replica though.
Waiting for a
Even if it's a
different
replica,
answer.
handle, get it.
It
What do you
all
got to lose?
changes when the boy
It's
sees
just
his
a couple
reflection
extra
in the metal
bucks,
cup.
kind of.
He howls like an animal. They have removed his second face with water and soap, and he no longer recognizes what he sees. Terrified by his own mutilation, he rams the metal cup into the warden's face, lacerating their cornea with the sharp edge of its rim. As the warden bellows in pain, the boy clamps his teeth on their neck and rips out their throat. He feels the blood cascade across him.
The other camera.
He feels as his face returns to him, and then unconsciousness returns as well, in the form of cracking
right there
blows
under the
against the
desk.
back of his skull. The next few years are remembered in spasmed fits of
Hi, buddy. Hi, my guy. He's on the floor under the desk. Under my area right here, since I'm doing my stuff right here. He hangs out underneath. He's under the table. There's one. And there's the other one. Oh, you're so sleepy. I'm sorry. Cat, I thought you grabbed a X at first. 18 is similar to 31, but it's uncomfortable when I'm wearing. Must be 18. Okay. Yeah. Hey, guy. I could even leave the camera down here. Just leave it on the floor. Have him post up next to it. And then I'll switch back over here.
the steaming guts of another child. He is so ecstatic that he tries to kill one of the instructors, and even though they collapse his throat with a single punch, they seemed pleased.
A little bit.
As he runs out of breath and his vision dims, he scratches his nails along the instructor's radial artery and splits it open to the warm rush of pumping blood. When he awakes in the Medicaid bay, he dislocates his thumbs to escape his
The cell phone handheld that looked like an axe. Oh,
down by
yeah.
truncheons and gas bombs.
Cell phone cam. The cell phone kitty cam.
There are only 2 pupils left.
And he just hangs out under the desk most of the time. This guy doesn't. He doesn't. Yeah, he follows me like a little dog, dude. It's funny. The other one up on top, the white one, white and black cat, she could care less what happens to me, dude. I could go missing and she'd be like, "Oh, dude, this is my house now." But this little guy right here, the little guy that you see down on the camera, I can go out front to go grab the mail or something, and he'll start crying at the door.
In the melee that follows, the 2
Oh,
teenagers.
he's funny.
stab
Yes,
and
I'm talking
claw
about
and bite.
you.
They rip chunks
What are you-
of flesh off
what
each
are you
other
looking
and
at?
trade fractures for fractures, gouges for gouges. The knife tastes both of them, and the blunted blade snaps
that's my
off
buddy.
between ribs as it is driven from one heart to another. The survivor pauses. He has forgotten which of the 2 young men he is. He no longer recognizes the face of the corpse before him, or his own reflection in the pools of blood.
It's an old phone that I use for the cat camera, and it's always plugged in because the battery dies quick. So I'm not too sure how long the battery's gonna last down there.
One with a blade in his ribs.
But if it dies, I'll plug it back
He
in.
forgets the question.
Or actually, I could
They
just.
give him his third and final face.
No, it's fine. Yeah, if it dies, I'll move
In
it.
his hands, a grinning, lipless skull, thirsting for blood and carnage and death. When he dons the helm,
Picking
he
up
feels
the
that face
hand.
possess him. His essence burns in addiction, longing for mayhem and slaughter. He is the Eversaw now. He closes his eyes. That may have been minutes ago. It may have been centuries ago. He
He awakes in a banquet hall occupied by aristocratic portraits and long red banners.
They're
The
boring.
roof is caved in from the force of his delivery pod, which vomits him
Yeah,
forwards
dude, I
with a
bet.
flashing green light of gleeful urgency.
My cats think
He is
that this
wearing
is
his
their
own
house
face
and that
dressed in
I
silver,
just come out and hang out.
needles sticking into his flesh and depositing lurid
Yo, bro, this is
elixirs
my
into his raging
room.
blood.
I let
One
you stay
hand
here.
has a taloned claw made of syringes. The other naturally longs for the stylized two-barreled pistol at his hip. He moves faster than anything should move. It doesn't look real,
Damn.
like a buffering image on a picked screen. He shudders from one position to another without any sense of movement in between.
Yeah, but that happens
They
once in a
notice
blue
the
moon
drop.
where you win the lotto
They
like
know
that
he's
and you
hit,
get
but he's already
the
on
better
move.
one instead. I
When the
mean,
first
go
guard
for it,
steps
dude. Try
forward,
it.
the
You might
Eversor
luck
twists
out.
the 7 vertebrae in their neck
But,
at an
yeah,
angle
dude.
of 180 degrees, snapping the spinal cord and
The
killing
roll
his
of the
prey in a
dice
single
right
motion.
there.
Another guard runs up the corridor. They go for a Vox unit on their belt, seemingly in slow motion as the Eversor draws his pistol in real time. He puts 2 needles in the femoral vein of his victim's thigh. The neurotoxins work swiftly, and the guard dances like a puppet on a string as their nerves misfire and send diseased signals to nearby muscles. A moment later, and the poison reaches their heart. The organ bloats into a grotesque swell before it pops, and the guard drops dead from a catastrophic aneurysm. He reaches the body before it hits the ground, covering 80 meters in a couple of seconds. His metabolism burns. Steam is captured inside his bodysuit and fed back into his blood to prevent immediate, incapacitating dehydration. The air shimmers where he has sprinted through. He turns the corner. More guards are coming. He counts them in the fraction
Damn,
of a second.
dude. Do it, bro. But you got, at least you got a goal. You know where you're going. You know where you've been. You know what you need.
Beyond natural levels.
You know what you
He
want.
notices these things.
That's more than can be said for a lot of people, dude. A lot of people get stuck thinking about it, just thinking about what they want to do. Don't get stuck, bro. I know you're kind of thinking about, oh, do I want to do it or not? Don't get stuck. Either do it or don't. There is no try.
Fires another burst and blows out someone's stomach. The stench of digestive organs cuts through the physaline stink of his discharged weapon. The guard on combat drugs is fast enough to fire a single shot. The barrage of chems quickening their reaction time even as it savages their organs from the inside out. A las round whips towards the Eversor, and he draws his power sword mid-flight, the blade absorbing the round within the molecular dissonance of its power field. He is on them now, and he swings the weapon such that it cuts through the left hip of his enemy, slicing along the innominate bone of their pelvis and out the other side. The guard falls, bisected, his 2 halves spinning off against the superhuman force of the strike. The same swing of the Eversor's blade sheaths it in his scabbard, and he pounces on the final guard, punching 5 needles into their jugular
Yo,
vein
bro,
and
if it
combat
puts a
wallet
smile
to
on
the
your
side.
face, do
He
it
does
to
not
it.
stop to see if the neuro gauntlet has killed his target. The guard screams a bubbling, grotesque shriek as their skin boils and their muscles decay into malformed slurry. The Eversor keeps moving forwards, faster than the death he brings. The boom of bolt rounds has not gone unnoticed. Security procedures activate, procedures that the Eversor knows intimately without understanding how he knows. Some work to his favor, others to his disadvantage. He lets the old and the children gather in the safe room of the south wing. It will save him the effort of chasing them down. Instead, he sprints west. He will cut off his targets at the central stairway before they reach the lander on the building's roof. He is the grinning face of death that blurs along crimson carpets and marble flooring. He is the monster that haunts beneath carven ceilings and against wainscot walls. He meets them in the main hall. The final bolt rounds in the chamber kills 2 of his targets and mortally wounds a third. They are on the mezzanine above him, and instead of scaling the stairs, he simply jumps from the ground floor to among them. 2 more are dead before he has fully landed, beheaded where his power sword has cut through the atlas bones. Another dies when he pumps a needle into their left gastric vein, clutching at their stomach as it swells and bulges before their eyes. Discounting the mortally wounded man, 4 remain. One is a young athletic woman with a noble bearing and a power sword in her hands, the hilt gilded and shaped into the raging maw of a mythical dragon. 2 are dressed in the robes of adepts, their mouths opening into terrified screams.
The last is a bodyguard in well-fitted carapace with a melter gun aiming up towards the Eversaw. 5 things happen in under a second. The noblewoman lunges. Her sword arm is confident, her footwork is exceptional, but that doesn't matter. That is the first. The Eversaw sheaths his sword and pivots, allowing the woman's blade to sail 3 centimeters from his chest. This is the second. He steps inwards.
1 to 10, what are you
inside
from the
woman's
fumes,
reach and
bro?
seizes
Cloud
the sword
9, my
with
guy.
of his neurogauntlet. The
No, I don't think I really have a
injector
buzz
sees
from the
into her
fumes.
vein,
I mean,
and she opens her
it's
mouth,
possible,
ready
but
to
I don't
scream.
think so.
The third. His grip on the woman's sword arm, he spins them both about and plants her weapon into the bodyguard's torso. The power field breaks apart the carapace at a molecular level and opens his skin, carving through the sternum and popping the man's thymus gland beneath. The fourth. The Eversaw pivots again. He is still holding the woman's sword arm, and his sudden movement causes an olecranon fracture along her elbow as her sword cuts sideways through the bodyguard's chest. The blade slices through atria of the man's heart, and its heat causes blood
All
chambers
right,
to swell
sword arm
as it
looks
carves
good.
a path through the superior lobe of the left lung. The fifth. The bodyguard drops. The noblewoman howls as the neurotoxins transforms her into something less than human. The Eversaw empties the rest of his pistol's needles into the 2 adepts, and they join the dead. He stoops over the mortally wounded man with his grinning skeletal mask, and
Bro.
watches as they bleed out from the carotid artery in their throat. He does not stay long. More guards are coming, and though he intends to kill them, his position on the mezzanine is exposed. He reloads in one smooth, practiced movement.
Oh yeah,
He allows them to chase him
professional
into the
data
he knows
analytics,
the
huh?
layout of this palace
For
better
Google?
than they do. He funnels them into the
Damn,
narrow
dude,
streets.
if you
He
can't
will paint the
fight
portraits
him,
with
join
blood.
him, huh? Can't beat him, join
There are
him.
2 doors.
Is that what it is?
To
Is
avoid
that what you're
being
saying?
flanked, he transforms the
100%
battlefield
not.
into a 3-dimensional
Online
space.
mining.
Each portrait is lit from above by a gargoyle holding a candle. He leaps up and runs the gambit of repulsive stone faces, his sword severing each pillar of
Damn,
wax
dude.
so that the hall is gripped by an oppressive gloom. He disappears in the darkness and stares out from the black.
I'm not much of a brain, but I might have to check that
New
out.
lines of illumination cut into the hallway, stabbing at the painted faces of old aristocracy. But they do not reach the center of the room, nor beyond the carnival shadows of the
Oh,
hideous gargoyles.
I'm
The
tired,
Eversaw
you
watches
guys.
as
We're almost
2
there.
guards slowly advance towards one another.
What's the
They
next
do not
piece they
have
tell me to
floodlights,
do?
and they are terrified of the
We got
central
the
darkness. He
signs,
smells the
the
sweat
hip-
beading from eccrine
hip
glands,
pads.
feels the fast beat of hearts, sees the wide dilation of pupils. Their adrenal glands are working on overtime.
Wow, it
generating
tells me
a
to
fight
put
or
on the
flight
shoulder
response,
pads last.
simultaneously focusing and dulling their minds.
Should I put
into
the
making
shoulder
quick,
pads on the
unconsidered
arms
decisions.
before I glue the
Eversaw
arms to the
silently
body, or
unhooks one
should
of the
I
syringes that has emptied body
do it how it
stream
says
chemicals
here
into his heart
and
throws it into the central
paint
darkness.
paint
Sudden
them, put the
movement
arms
activates
on the
an already
body,
overworking amygdala, which sends
all
an immediate
painted,
distress
and
signal
then
to a
put the shoulder
hypothalamus.
pads on.
An automatic nervous system goes into overdrive. Adrenal glands pump faster and faster. Small airways in the lungs open wide. Pulse rate increases. Blood pressure rises. A quick, unconsidered decision is made. A guard opens fire.
Good
The
lord.
whip crack of his las gun twitches further trigger fingers, and now both squads are shooting. Beams of light banishing the darkness in the center of the hall. But there is no one there. No figure to absorb those beams of light in the form of cauterizing heat. The las rounds whip through to the other side, and both squads fire on each other. They are at close range, firing with semi-automatic weapons in a narrow corridor. After a second or two, they have stopped shooting, but already 9 of them are dead,
Damn,
and
dude.
6 more are injured. The Eversaw descends. He lands behind the remnants of the first squad. He lands low, like a cat. In one fluid motion, he hooks the door closed with his left foot, draws his sword and sweeps it across the ankles of 3 men. The power field parts skin, muscle, and tibia bone, and 3 men scream.
You
as they
taking
are
off?
divested of their
Well,
foot.
my dude, thank you for
There is
hanging
firing,
out. Thank you for
but the
being here.
Eversaw
Thank
is
you for
millimeters from the
chilling.
ground, and the las
We'll
rounds
be
pitch
here. We'll
crippled
be
these men to the wet carpet. The
we'll be
Eversaw
doing it.
draws his pistol
And
fires
I'll
a
catch you again
semi-automatic
later,
burst
man.
of
Thank you
mass
for hanging
reactive
out.
rounds, and the 2
We'll see you
remaining
soon.
combatants are shredded as their ribs snap apart to form jagged shrapnel through their internal organs. One by one, the Eversaw meets each survivor and pricks them with the index finger of his neuro gauntlet. He chooses a different vein for each victim: a cephalic vein, a radial vein, a saphenous vein, a femoral vein, a gastric vein, a thoracic vein. He is beginning to tire. He is on a concoction of murderous elixirs that overextend his body to the brink of explosive death. He shudders with pleasure as the systems in his bodysuit activate another needle, and another dose of shivering frenzy spills.
Wait a
into his
minute.
blood. He heads for the safe room. He does not meet any more guards. By his count,
Do a
there are
couple
only two
cat
left,
calls?
and they are likely with the old and the children. But this doesn't mean that the hallways are unoccupied.
What are cat
The Eversaw
calls?
murders 24 serving staff along the way,
'Cause
leaving each behind as a mutilated
usually, no matter
skull
what I do,
rolls.
they don't even look at me.
Doors concealed by wallpaper.
Hey,
A swimming
Hey, boy.
pattern of flowers and
hey, boy, look at
The
here.
disguise is useless.
Hey,
He already knows where the safe room is,
hey,
and in any case,
hey.
he would have noticed the narrow fissures.
Yeah, no, they don't
along
care,
the
dude.
walls. He fixes a melter bomb.
But I bet you if I mention
the vault is
the
certified
FOOD
The
word,
explosive is powerful, and the barrier will fail.
probably look up here so quick he gets whiplash. Food? Nah, he doesn't care. He's good. Damn, surprise, surprise, dude. Usually I say that word and he breaks his neck looking up at me.
The blast overpressure ruptures their eyes.
Hey, nice. He's pretty good. He's chilling. Food? Outside? Oh yeah, he's out. That's the other word that triggers him. OUTSIDE. You tell him that and he freaks out. He starts running towards the door, starts calling.
The Eversaw sprints inside.
Bubble.
He makes a slaughter of them. They are
There you
children
are.
only.
Good morning.
None of them attempt
Oh,
to
leave me
fight back.
alone.
He
I'm trying to
transforms
sleep.
their bodies into something greater than
What are you doing, buddy? Food? Yeah, see how his eyes opened? Outside? Sometimes I get his hopes up too much and he doesn't get up unless I get up. So I'll say, the outside word. See, he's not getting excited. If I stand up and say it, oh dude, it'll be over. Yeah, he's a good little homie. Hey, little homie. Who's my friend? My buddy. Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
He is tired. The final syringe has emptied into him, and he is almost dry. He returns
Maybe
to the
vet?
drop pod in the banquet hall and steps inside. The Eversaw closes his eyes.
Vet. Doctor.
He awakes
Shots?
in a muddy field.
Bath.
He is already under fire.
Bath time? Yeah, no, he don't care.
He rolls into the gradient of a natural.
He actually likes the rain. It's been raining lately. Well, pretty much today. Whenever it rains, I let him go outside in the rain a little bit, just to run around a little bit. And he, I don't think he like fully understands that the sky's falling or something, because he runs around. He looks around like something's going on, and then he runs around some more, and then he runs around. But homegirl up here, my white cat, she don't deal with the rain at all. The rain was coming down a little, just sprinkling earlier, and she was all excited to go out. I opened the door. She got to the first step out, and she looked, and she went straight, booked it under the roof of the house, along the house, and she kept to along the house, and was out there for maybe 3 or 4 minutes. And then she came back to the door and she just stood there and looked up at the doorknob, waiting. Oh, what happened? You cold out here? And I opened the door and she went in, and I left the door open a little bit just in case she wanted to come back out. Nope. That was it for her. She was done. The little homie down there, yeah, he'll hang out outside until I pretty much have to, hey, come on, let's go. Gotta go inside. I'll give you food if you go inside.
Explosions that transform heavy bolter barrels into useless, churning metal. He sprints across 100 meters of an
chest plate. We're working on the chest plate now. Get the chest plate cleaned up, and we'll get the chest plate on the guy.
Hopped up on the chems to notice the agony of his second-degree burns and welcomes the heat. His muscles are burning too, pushed to the very limits of physical and biological possibility.
The detonation of the weapon placements has scattered the firing line of cultists. He empties his pistol into their milling ranks, bolt rounds separating them into meaty chunks as others convulse and bulge to the neurotoxins of his needles. They panic. Their fire discipline evaporates. They push at each other as they flee down their trenches, and he sails overhead like a hunting bird in swooping flight. The soles of his feet barely touch the ground. Most of his bodysuit is burned away, and great patches of red sore scar tissue are on display. Bumpy, knitted flesh and scabbing burn wounds. He sees his target, and the final syringe injects directly into a swelling tachycardia heart. He draws his power sword. Its super dense core weighs 3 times that of any other weapon of its type. It may even weigh more than the crackling Crozius of his enemy, the Chaos Astartes, a dark apostle of the word.
Actually looks pretty alright.
The target opens his mouth to voice a blasphemy that the Eversaw automatically files
A little
as
bit up
tactically
here and
irrelevant.
should be good to
His
go.
crimson armor is littered with tattered parchment, perverse purity scrolls nailed through the ceramite and scribbled on in minuscule lettering. He does not wear a helmet. This, the Eversaw files as tactically relevant, a crown of irregular shaped horns preventing such adornments. His accursed Crozius is an 8-flanged mace within a spitting power field, ridden with sorcerous energies. Its shaft bears the names of the Neverborn, infusing the weapon with further demonic power. The Eversaw is upon the apostle.
Hey, Mob Buddy, thanks for the cat cam. I miss my cat. Need to get a new cat for sure. Have a good one, man. Oh, bro, I'm sorry, man. I get a cat, man. It's always fun to have a little buddy. The only thing that sucks is, bro, I think about every now and again, I think about they're gonna get old and pass before I pass, and that's why I kind of want kids one day, because they'll outlive me. And yeah, it's rough. It sucks. But it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all, right? But yeah, dude, I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for being here. We'll be doing it this week. Tomorrow we got Stargate. We got Return of the Jedi on Friday, watch party. Saturday, not too sure. Sunday, not too sure. Monday, we're going to watch an anime, Princess Mononoke. And then Tuesday, we'll be doing this again and maybe playing some games along the way. Thanks, bro. You too, my guy. I appreciate you, and I'll catch you later.
The momentum of his charge. The combat roll brings the Eversaw back onto his feet. He leaps into the air and angles down his sword. He contorts mid-jump to clear another swing of the accursed Crozius and lands his thrust into the apostle's throat. The power field carves through thickened, unarmored skin. The blade punctures a ceramite
Looks like
hardened
this
trachea.
piece is good to go in.
In the wet earth,
Make sure it fits all good, and then we'll glue that guy in there. Ooh, like a glove. Perfect. Good.
Along the pivot, half decapitating the
A
word bearer as
little
the sword
glue
returns to
there.
the fizzling
A little
air.
glue
The
here.
apostle splutters acid. A Betcher's gland is split, and the blood bubbles as the space marine chokes on his own venom. The Astartes writhes, his lips forming a silent prayer. His body shudders with racking force. It begins to rise upwards. The Eversaw can feel the chems in his body steaming through his pores. The syringes are empty. He begins to feel the torture of his burns and the ripping of his muscles. He feels his blood pressure plummet as his enlarged heart struggle. It feels cold. With the last strength he has left, he launches into the air and plants his power sword into the chest of the rising apostle. He is weak now, and he strikes where the armor is strongest. It is not a mortal blow, but it still parts ceramite, black carapace and skin, and causes the fused ribcage beneath to bubble and partially melt. The word bearer is chanting. His words are audible, even though he no longer has a throat. The Eversaw continues to smile. His third and final face is always smiling. He feels the metabolic carnage of his imminent death react with the onslaught drugs within him. His eyes gleam as a hideous soup of unnatural hormones and grotesque chems meet with explosive force, transforming his dying flesh into a chemical bomb. Melter bombs primed for this very moment detonate simultaneously. The power field in his sword erupts. His executioner pistol ignites. To all onlookers, it is a blazing eruption of brilliant destructive light. The Eversaw disappears in acrid fire, and the dark apostle is transformed into a collection of bloody giblets that rain down on the muddy ground. But this is not what the Eversaw perceives. He perceives much more. His glands are where the most powerful combustions begin. He feels them swell until the lining gives way and toxic gas spurts freely about his body. His skin stretches like an overinflated balloon as other organs ignite in poisonous fire. His muscles are fuel to that growing conflagration as his skin tears and his body pops. The detonation is unleashed from within to without, just as 3 melter bombs blow and form 3 spiraling corkscrews of flame. The blast overpressure accelerates the tearing of his expanding body and wrenches open the punctured ceramite of the Dark Apostle. That same force pops their eyes into putrid jelly. It causes the Eversaw's brain to slam into the skull with such force that his brainstem is partially...
Damn. What do we decide, you guys?
That is when he
Do I want to put
perceiving.
the shoulders on?
His last thought is simple.
Shoulder pads on before I glue the arms on the body, or do I put the arms on the body and then glue the shoulder pads last? No, we're gonna go shoulder pads on the arms. I mean, it's not like it's not gonna fit later, right?
Excessive liberty and excessive servitude are equally dangerous. What they produce is nearly identical. Sorrow Astra, ancient prophet of old terror. A girl runs through the marketplace of the Oasis City. The bones of the sacred mantis are woven into her long black hair and clack together noiselessly in the chatter and shouts of bustling hawkers. She is barefoot, her soles calloused and ingrained with the hot sands and the wind-thrown dust. Her clothes are patched and ragged by the desert. She is slight but nimble, and her movements are a dance, a breeze through reeds, a breath upon creation. Her name is Anahita of the Scythe, and she is about to die. Shallow domed buildings frame the marketplace, gleaming white in the burning sun. Colourful canvases of cotton are draped across skeleton frames of sun-bleached wood. Those canvases cast shadows across a multitude of wares, spices and meats and woven garments, bone trinkets and blades and sacred incenses, candles and silks and powdered insects. A man walks through the market. He wears a white thorb, a loose-fitting long robe that overflows a rotund belly and reaches jeweled sandals beneath manicured feet. His hair is contained within a red keffiyeh, the headdress banded by a black cord. His beard is neatly groomed, and one of his teeth is silver, reflecting the brilliance of tranquility's star with every easy smile. He laughs often. Every time he does, his face folds into ingrained lines that loop upwards from his lips. His name is Osroes of the Oasis, and he is about to die. The sky is a piercing blue expanse, as expansive as any ocean from the other worlds. To look upon it is to invite the sun, its color so shiningly bright that its beauty can only be perceived through strained covered eyes. Pinprick dots of fire mar that perfect color. Daylight stars that no one notices, no one sees. They grow brighter and brighter, larger and larger. It is already too late. An old man sits on the edge of the market. He taps his faded cane against the ground, causing motes of dust to dance and shiver in the sun. His thorb drowns him in soft cotton, its smooth texture at odds with the age-set wrinkles that make a moonscape of his features. He murmurs a sacred mantra. His voice is rich and musical, unblemished by the years that have made him old and tired and a burden to his tribe. His name is Ursham of the Dune, and he is about to die. The first drop.
I think we're gonna leave the shoulder pads off, dude.
Shattering vials of
Just so I can paint underneath this metal part, and it'll look better if I do if I leave the shoulder pads off.
Eggshell, but contains only death. Its mechanical shedding violent and unbeautiful.
And dude, it's gonna be way sick, especially with that sword, with the skull on it. So dope.
Mass reactive rounds find unarmored flesh
Little-
and make a defilement of bone and
Little
skin.
skull right there.
The stale, breathless air is filled by the splinters of rounds
Filth.
and broken bodies. Another drop pod lands,
Cool.
and then another, and then another.
I think we're just gonna leave that as is.
Osroes
There's the
of
arms.
Oasis falls to his knees and beseeches the Ahura Mazda
The shoulder
of terror
pads for the arms.
deliverance from evil. His keffiyeh has been blown away by the backdraft wind of falling death, and his hair is already greased with the blood of his friends. He is beheaded by a chain axe that
Left
buries through his
shoulder is
neck
the one that
deep
has
into his
the
chest. His body a red
thing.
ruin as his killer retrieves his weapon with a splattering cascade.
that. Boom, boom,
There is so
boom.
much noise. Thousands are screaming. A wailing
We'll paint
chorus
these
to the
first,
percussion rhythm of exploding
and then we'll put them
water
together.
wells. A baritone roar
That's
of
pretty much it,
thirsty
dude. We got
teeth.
this extra hand over here that we'll
People
finish
are crushed
later.
to death in the chaos.
We got the head
Shoved on
that we'll
by
put the head.
terrified and the desperate.
We'll paint the head on
Suffocated
its
by
own.
collapsed lungs and crumpled throats. Their stuttering,
I gotta figure out what do people do? They get like paper clips and they melt paper clip into the bottom of the head, so it's like sits somewhere. Same with the arms. They put the arms like on a paper clip.
She is agile and fast.
I gotta figure that out, how to do that. That way I can make it look nice and do it with ease.
Her hair is a flowing snake of movement, her bare feet bleeding from shrapnel and shattered glass. She reaches the edge of the marketplace when another drop pod lands before her.
All right,
and
you
a monster
guys.
emerges
Well, that
from
was
the
it.
darkness of the void.
We're gonna wrap it up right here.
He is the largest.
Yo,
of
pretty
giants.
much at the
And he
5-hour
from the
mark.
does not know this, but he is one of the largest
But
Astartes
we
to
got a
ever
good
make
bit
war.
done.
He is a gray
We did our
skinned
Terminator.
behemoth of ceramite
We did the
and
highlights,
savage power.
edge highlights.
His head is deep
They look
set,
alright.
Terminator
They're not that
armor,
great. I'm not that happy with it,
to
but
tusks jutting from a
we'll do
solid
better.
bone-white
We're gonna do
helmet.
better. Maybe we'll fix it up
Glass bonding
a little bit
studs
more
glitter
next week
like
or something.
sunlight against oyster shells refracted through black
We
waters.
definitely need some more.
Adamantine
Some of
rods
those
reinforce
straight lines
molding
came out
rods of
jagged. I don't know how.
steel. His gauntlets are
I
things
used the edge of the
silver,
brush. We'll
of
fix it.
overkill,
But it looks
crackling
good.
talons
Yeah,
above
check it out.
churning, soaring
Looks good.
blades. He is Tiberos,
Edge highlights, they're all right.
Lord of the Carcharodons.
Like I said, it's gonna look
He
better.
is the Red Wake. Ursham of
We
the Dune has risen to his feet.
freed
He leans
one
heavily on
more
his cane and cannot hope to run
Terminator
from the doom that has
from
come
his
to the Oasis
sprue
City.
prison.
He
Already
sees
took the thing
little
off? Hell yeah.
girl and steps between
Feels like I
her
still
and
have it on my head.
his
We freed him
hands
from the
tremble.
sprue prison. He's out of the
It is
plastic.
not from fear. Ursham
We've
of
got
the
his
Dune is an old
legs.
man, and he has been ready to die for many years. His voice, rich,
Yeah, we got his
and
legs,
unwavering, still recites
torso.
sacred mantras. He screams as Tiberos plunges talons into his chest.
Each one of his
ribcage is shredded by the
arms,
underbite chain
one with the
blades,
bolter, one
and
with
he
the sword.
separates vertically when the Red Wake spreads out his arms. Anahita
His
of the
head.
Scythe tries to dance past him, under and around his claws, but Tiberos is quicker than anything of his size has right to be.
And 2 shoulder
He
pads.
spins, scratching down the little girl's back.
Pretty much after this, it's
and
all
makes a
done.
bloody ruin
Paint
of her.
those guys. We'll glue them together.
Thousands die. The screams,
And that'll be a wrap.
the explosions, and the chain teeth roars.
And that's for what we're watching. We're just going to have to come back to this 'cause it's a long one.
Silent.
But that was good. We did it. We watched it. We kicked some ass. Throw the music back on. We got Momo down here under the desk. That's our buddy. And all of you. You're all my buddies too. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. This was the 40K paint party. Tuesdays. We're going to try to do more. We always say that, but you just got to do it. Think about it too much. Do or do not. There is no try. Sometimes I don't believe it, and that is why you fail. Well, you guys, I appreciate you guys. Everybody that was here, I appreciate everybody. Mario, Ghost Rider, the other Mario, Francis, Area 51, Bella Truth, Alfredo, Foxhole, Yeah. What else is there? Bullet Cruz, Area 51. Did I miss anybody? Oh yeah, Gauzy Glare. Thank you for hanging out, my dude. You're over on Twitch. My bad. I was just looking at the YouTube list. And then a bot over on Kick. Magnus, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate the bots too. And all the lurkers. I appreciate you more than the bots, of course. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for the Stargate SG-1 watch party. We're starting season 6, you guys. Daniel's over with from the last season, last couple episodes. Sad moment in Stargate history, but starting season 6 tomorrow. Thursday, not too sure what's going on. Maybe I'll surprise you. Friday, Return of the Jedi watch party. We'll be here. We'll be doing it. Grab your snacks, your drinks, and we'll see you there. See you on the next one. Peace.